This particular course is designed in a way so that you gain professional working knowledge and concepts about Google Ads, which will eventually help you to grow in your career or grow your business. If you want to learn Google Ads in a way so that it can help you to start or grow in your career, or you are already using Google Ads or want to use Google Ads to grow your business, then this particular course is for you. After this course, you should be able to plan, strategize, run, and optimize successful campaigns on Google Ads, and you will be able to run any campaign on Google Ads from scratch. In this course, we will discuss all the modules in Google Ads, whether it's search, display, or YouTube. During this course, we will also discuss some of the tools which are very important to understand in order to run successful campaigns. These tools can range from market analysis or strategy or even optimization and reporting of the campaigns. All of the tools which we will discuss in this particular course will be free tools. So basically, we will discuss everything about Google Ads. This course can act as one-stop course for the whole Google Ads. We will not leave any topic undiscussed in this particular course. If you watch this course till the end, you should be able to have practical as well as conceptual knowledge around everything about Google Ads. And the course has been structured in a proper way. Trust me, there's a lot of brainstorming done how to structure this particular course. Now, to give you a quick idea about the structure of the course, this course will consist of videos. There will also be quizzes and exercises. In some videos, I will at the end in the description put some quiz links which you will have to attempt. The benefit of those quizzes is, one, it will give you an understanding that how much you have learned, as well as if you have made a mistake while answering those multiple choice questions, when you submit the quiz, it will show you the right answers so that it can give you an idea that how much you have learned. There will also be question and answer sessions, live sessions, which will be recorded as well. So if you are watching this particular course later, so you can also go through those question and answer sessions, as well as you can post your questions in comments, and there will be a lot of people, including me, who will answer those questions for you. This all has been done to make sure that your learning curve is smooth throughout this particular course. E-learning is on boom, and there was a research done that before you sign up or subscribe for a particular e-learning course, what are the major considerations? Most of the people voted about the credibility of the trainers. So considering that, I want to give you a brief idea about myself if you are new to the channel. My name is Owais Ahmed, and I'm head of performance marketing for an ad tech agency based in Dubai. It's called Boopin. I have 8 years of industry experience where I have run campaigns worth more than $15 million on just Google Ads. Now, apart from that, I'm a Google certified trainer and have 5 years of training experience in digital marketing. When I say Google certified trainer, I used to work for Google for 2.5 years where I was a trainer. I used to train technical account managers on different products like AdWords, DFP, Ad Exchange, and other particular digital marketing platforms. Apart from Google Ads, I also have expertise in programmatic advertising, and sometimes I'm a speaker. I have been a speaker in few events like Step Conference. Okay, that's all about me. Moving to the next slide. Before understanding Google Ads, if you are very new to Google Ads, you will have to first understand a little bit about Google. So some of the astonishing facts, if you see on the screen, when we compare the search engine share of Google, Bing, Yahoo, and all the competitors, if you see, all the other competitors are not even near to Google. Google market share has been around 90% for last 10 years. When you say 90% of the search volume is controlled by Google, that means that's pretty much it. When we look at, we all know that Google is a giant and it's one of the biggest companies, I think top 5 companies. Now, if you see the stats, as per Google, majority, which is more than 70% of their revenue comes from Google Ads. If you see the advertising revenue generated by Google in last year was 146 billion. And if you see for last 10 years, it's continuously on rise. And such a big company, 70% of their revenue comes from this particular product, which is Google Ads. Now, what does it mean for you? It means that the increasing revenues, that means more and more businesses are investing in digital marketing. If you are a professional or want to switch to digital marketing as a career, this is probably the right time, looking at how the advertising revenues are increasing for these companies, which means more and more companies are generating demand for digital marketing professionals who can actually run their digital marketing campaigns and grow their businesses. Now, if you are a business owner, you again will see that how most of the businesses, small, medium businesses and large businesses, are continuously putting either more money in digital marketing, or new advertisers are getting onboarded to spend on digital marketing, which means you should to invest in digital marketing, but only after you have proper understanding of where to put the money and how to generate most of the returns for this particular marketing budget. Now that you have a little bit of understanding about Google revenues and how important Google Ads is for Google, let us talk about what Google Ads is. Now, first of all, I would say I firmly believe this: Google Ads is mother of all online advertising platforms. Now, why I say it's mother of all advertising platforms? Because this is one of the first platforms which started digital marketing along with Yahoo. Honestly, I come across new ad tech tools, new digital marketing platforms every now and then. That's what I do for a living. But when you look at these particular platforms, everything has been built based on Google Ads. Like, the main concept is Google Ads, and then there are platforms who exaggerate one of the particular features available in Google Ads, but everything has been built and conceptualized from Google Ads. There is a lot of type of campaigns you can run on Google Ads. And why I say that it's mother of all advertising platforms is because I firmly believe that if you know how to run Google Ads properly, you can run digital marketing campaigns on any platform you want. The second thing I want to mention about Google Ads is it's the most powerful platform for online advertising. I know it's a very bold claim, but there is data behind this as well. You will understand why I say that it's the most powerful platform for online advertising in the next slide. Now, to understand that, we first have to understand, why do people use Google Ads? Now, the simple answer to this is people use Google Ads for online marketing. To understand that, you will have to understand what is marketing. In simple terms, marketing is promoting your products, services, or your brand. Now, there might be companies, for example, Nike. They promote about their products. They show ads about their shoes, their new shoes. And then there might be companies like Uber who promote about their service, that they have taxi services, you can use their services. It starts with this particular price. So this is called marketing, promoting your products or your brand or about your services and reaching out to people, so that more and more people know about your particular product, service, or offers. Now, that's exactly why companies use Google Ads. They want to show ads to people and let them know about their brand and their products or services. Now, that all will be discussed in detail, but this is what you have to remember for now. Google Ads is a platform, is a web-based tool where companies or advertisers create account and they can create campaigns where they show ads to people. That's what Google Ads is. And anyone can create a Google Ads account, and as far as they link their credit card, they can start running different kind of campaigns. Now that you have a little bit of understanding about what marketing and online marketing is, I want to go back and show you why I said Google Ads is the most powerful tool for online advertising. If you look at the screenshot here, when I go to Google and I search for Sony ZV-1 camera, now Google shows me a lot of results, but if you look at the screen and the results Google is showing me, this particular section, they are all ads. Now it clearly mentions here that these are ads. And apart from those, if you see these text results, the first one and the second one is an ad as well. And this actually, the third one here, this one is not an ad and it's called an organic result. Now this page, when you search something on Google and Google shows you results, it's called SERP or search engine result page. But when you look at this SERP, it's a mix of ads as well as organic results, which means the results which are not ads or nobody is paying Google to show the result there. It will be based on the ranking. Now, when Google thinks that a particular website is most relevant to what I searched, which in our case is Sony.com, it will show it there. But above that, all of these are ads. Now, if you go to Facebook, you might see this Sony camera ad there on Facebook as well. But what is the primary difference? On Facebook, the advertisers predict and they guess and they prospect that you might be interested in this particular camera. In a lot of cases, it might be true, and in a lot of cases, it might not be true. But then in here, Google showed you this ad when you were actually looking for this particular camera. Or I could have searched for Sony ZV-1 camera price. which means I might be looking to buy this camera. That's why I'm inquiring about the price. And Google shows me this ad. The primary difference on Facebook and here is, here, if I choose my keywords for which my ad should appear wisely, for example, if I only want to show my campaign on buy Sony ZV-1 camera, if I show my ad there, the user who will see my ad, he has very high intent because of the keywords he is searching for. However, in Facebook, you might be interested in camera. Even if you are, you might not be looking to buy at that particular moment. The probability of the intent of the user who will buy this camera is very high on Google. And if you compare Google Ads with any other platform apart from Facebook, that's the primary difference between Google Ads and all the other platforms, which is high intent. Now that is why advertisers love Google Ads, because you can tap into audiences or people who have very high intent to buy a product or a service your company is providing. All you need to do is you need to choose your keywords wisely, which we will extensively discuss all of those, but I'm just trying to give you an idea. Now the second point I want to discuss here is why Google Ads is so powerful is, now if I am an advertiser, let's say Sony UAE here, if I run this campaign after every day or even in real time, I will be able to check how much money I spent in Google Ads and how many sales I generated. This all can be tracked. And when you know how many cameras you sold from this particular campaign, you can calculate the profit and see, if I spent $100, did I make more than $100 profit from this campaign, which is return on ad spend, ROAS. Now these two features of Google Ads make it one of the most powerful platforms for advertisers. The second thing I want to highlight here is, if you see on the right hand side, there is another screenshot. If I search for Amazon Dubai, now obviously Amazon is such a huge website. There's millions of people who go to this particular website every day. So its ranking is really amazing. Now if I search for Amazon Dubai, definitely I will see the first organic non-paid ad. If you see, this one result has ad there and this one does not have ad there. Definitely I will see Amazon website as the first result. But if you see, Amazon is one of the biggest spenders or advertisers with the highest marketing budgets in the whole world, and they have smart people running their campaigns. If you see, even for Amazon Dubai, Amazon is running an ad. Now, even if they don't show an ad, the first organic result will be Amazon. So, which means I saw a lot of videos where people say, SEM or search engine marketing or Google Ads is a replacement for SEO, because SEO takes a lot of time to come in the top results. So meanwhile, it's like you use Google search to rank yourself until your SEO comes into action, which is not true. If you see, Amazon.ae for Amazon Dubai keyword has amazing SEO, but still they are bidding for this keyword. So that is the first myth you should understand. SEM or search engine marketing or Google Ads is not a replacement for SEO. Even companies who have amazing SEO, they rank number one on certain keywords, they still bid on these keywords to show ad on the same keyword. There is a lot of reasons which we will explain in the course and how to strategize all this. But to give you a quick idea that Amazon is bidding, one of the reasons, just to give you one of the tens of reasons, is if you see, organic result will be a bit boring, which is welcome to Amazon AE, shop online in UAE and electronics. Now, but if you see ad, within the ad, they have customizability. They can choose anything. For example, here they are saying don't miss the best deals, or they can say 20% off. They can change it anytime they want in real time. This is one of the reasons why companies who have good SEO still bid for keywords or create Google Ads or search campaigns. But there are a lot of reasons as well, which will be all clear by the end of this particular course. Now, you might think that, okay, Google Ads looks good for e-commerce websites like Amazon or Sony who are selling these products online. That's not true. It's helpful for companies, or for example, if you see here, I searched for best dentist near me. The first ad I saw was from the dentalstudio.ae. Now if you see even clinics, they are service providers as well. Now they bid on these keywords as well. For example, if they are not running the campaign, for example, there are 50 people who search for best dentist near me around, let's say, their vicinity or in Dubai. Now, if they are not running any campaigns, they might not probably, if their SEO is not good, they might not see any of the patients coming to them from Google. And most of us, we have to buy anything, we first go to Google to search for it. Now in here, imagine if 100 people search this, there will be probably 10 people who click on this and they go to their website, and probably one of them or two of them might book an appointment with them. So Google Ads increased their revenues. Now at the end, they have to calculate. For example, today we spent $10 on Google Ads and we got 3 patients, and profit for each patient is, let's say, $20. So overall their return on ad spend is positive, and no company will mind to spend on any advertising platform as far as the money they spend, the money they generate, the profits they generate is more than what they spend there. That is what ROAS is, which is return on ad spend. Now this is the last section of the video. Now that we have a basic understanding of what Google Ads is, the first thing I want to show you is what all campaigns and ad types can be run in Google Ads. Once you understand this all ad types, then it will be a bit more clear for you, and then we can actually start this particular course and go in detail. This is very important to understand. So in total, there are 8 types of campaigns you can run in Google Ads. That's all. Now we will go through each of this type one by one so that you become familiar with the types of campaigns and what kind of ads can be run in Google Ads. And when you see these ads on YouTube and websites, so you are aware that these ads are coming from Google. Now if you see here, there is search, display, shopping, video, app, smart, campaigns, local, and discovery. Maybe you are already aware about these, but if you are not, let me go through one by one each of them so that you have a clear understanding. Now if you see here, the first type here, search ad, the highlighted areas here, if you see the text, the ads in the text, they are called search ads, or they are also called text ads. They are only triggered when you go to Google, you search for a keyword and you see these in the results. But how you differentiate that if these are ads is there will be this ad icon before all of these ads. Now this one here does not show ads, so that means this is an organic result. The second type of ad is display ad, or they are also called banner ads. Now these type of ads you will typically see on websites and apps. For example, they can appear on websites like New York Post. If you see, I went to New York Post and there was this particular ad from New Chick as an advertiser. And on the right hand side, if you see, there is Aura Gardens also promoting their real estate property. Now how do you identify if these are ads? Now if you see on the right top corner of each of these banners, it shows like an eye icon. If you click on it, it will show you ads by Google. That's how you know that these are Google display ads. These are the 2 types. There are multiple sizes which we will discuss. There are some standard sizes. These are the usual sizes which we use. This one is 970 x 250 size. We will know all of these sizes in detail, and this one is 300 x 600 size, and all of these banners have a name as well. These are standard sizes. For example, this one is called half page. We'll discuss them in detail. And now you can see these banner ads on apps as well. For example, on this particular phone, sometimes you go to play a game or a particular app and you see a banner like these. There are 2 banners here. So this is a small banner, this is a 300 x 250 banner. The point here is these display campaigns, when we run these ads, can appear in form of banners on websites as well as apps. The third type, we are already aware, we discussed about this example, that when you search a particular product on Google, and if there is an e-commerce website which sells that product, they can show ads in this particular format. It appears on Google. So this is called shopping ads. Now the only thing to remember here is, for For example, when I search for Sony ZV-1 camera, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ads there. They are not from same advertiser, so they actually are 5 different ads from 5 different campaigns. They can be from same 2 ads from same campaign as well, but the point is they are 5 different ads there. The fourth type is video ads. If you're watching this video on YouTube, before starting the video you might have seen an ad as well which you skipped. So these are called video ads. Now, one thing to remember here is there are multiple formats of ads which appear on Google. For example, some of them you can skip, some of them you cannot skip. So those are different ad formats which we will discuss later. But the point is, on YouTube, if you see a video ad, that most probably is being trafficked in Google Ads. The one point to remember here is, when you have to run YouTube campaigns, video campaigns on YouTube, the inventory is exclusive for Google Ads and DV360, which means that if you want to show ads on YouTube, you can only do that using Google Ads or another product of Google, which is called DV360. Google has kept YouTube ads kind of exclusive to their own 2 products. Now, in certain cases in Google Ads, you can traffic video ads as well, which can appear on third-party websites. For example, if you go to bbc.com, on the right bottom corner, you sometimes see a video ad playing. That can be done using Google Ads as well. The fifth type is app install campaign. It's pretty straightforward. If you have an app and you want to reach out to more people so that they install your campaign, that's called app install campaign. Now, why is it called app install campaign? What is the difference between a display banner and this particular campaign? Is when you click on this type of ad, it directly takes you to the app store. Now, they were also called UAC, which is Universal App Campaigns, but the only objective of UAC or app install campaigns is if you want to increase installs of your app. Now, they can appear in different formats. For example, on Google search, they can appear like this. For example, if I'm looking for top 5 games, I'm searching on Google. A game company can target me there and show their app install campaigns there. So basically what you do is, when you create an app install campaign, Google will automatically create different kind of ad formats, and it can appear on, like, for example, if you're on a particular app, it can show a banner like this, but it will be an app install ad. Or even on YouTube, it appears like this. You might be familiar with this. I see them every day. And then on Google Play Store as well, when you are scrolling through different categories of apps, you will see some of them there as well, which says recommended by you, and it also says add here. So these are the 4 different places where Google can show if you have created an app install campaigns. Now, honestly, these are the 5 main types of campaigns that are created in Google Ads. There are 3 more, but very less people use that because they are kind of automated campaigns. There's not much you can do there. It's like a plug and play campaigns. The first one among those 3, or the 6th type, is called smart campaigns. If you see here, it says reach your business goals with automated ad campaigns. Now, these campaigns, if you create a smart campaign, which is most of it is automated, you just select what your goal is, your website, and Google will automatically create different formats of ads. We will discuss this in the course as well. If you see here, it says this type of campaign appears on Google search and Google Maps. Now, one of the examples can be this. If you search for coffee shops, the first 2 here, they show ads. These 2 coffee shops have created probably smart campaigns. That's why we see this particular ad, which is smart in terms of, because if it's a new coffee shop, they might get a lot of clients from this, because people usually go to Google Maps and search for coffee shops around me. So that's the benefit of smart campaigns. But now it can appear in different formats as well, which we will discuss later, but this is just to make you familiar with different kind of formats. Now, local campaigns is kind of similar with smart campaigns, but the only difference with local campaigns is it appears only on Google as well, Google Ads and Maps. The smart campaigns can appear on YouTube or other platforms as well, but fundamentally there is not much difference, except local campaigns are usually created within a geo circumference, let's say 5 kilometers around your physical business. Then the last type we have is discovery ads. It's also an automated kind of campaign where you run, and your ads, Google will automatically create different formats of your campaigns to show on different kind of properties. Now, one thing to remember here is, if you want to run a campaign on Gmail, like highlighted here in this screenshot. If you see, when I go to Gmail, the top 2 emails in social section here says ad. So they are Gmail campaigns. If you want to run a campaign like this to serve on Gmail, the only way for you is to create a discovery campaign in Google Ads. They can appear in Gmail, they can appear in other websites, they can even appear in Google Discover section. If you're using an Android phone, if you swipe left, you see a Discover section there. So in here, there are 3 screenshots of Google Discover, how these discovery campaigns can appear there. This is also an automated type of campaign. Guys, that's all the 8 types of campaigns you can run in Google Ads. I hope you are familiar with all these 8 types of campaigns. Now, this is like a basics of Google Ads so that you have a better understanding what Google Ads is. That's all for this particular video. Thank you so much, and I will see you in the next one. Welcome to the second video of Google Ads professional course. In this video, we will discuss about how to create a Google Ads account, and we will discuss about how to create a Google Ads Manager account, and also the benefits of creating Google Ads Manager account. If you are already aware about both the things, you can skip this video. But if you are not aware about the Google Ads Manager account, how to create and what are the benefits, I have set the timestamps for both the sections in this video. If you are new here, just to let you know, this is the second video of this series, and if you want to watch this from the video 1, I have put the link to the whole playlist in the description below. Okay, let's get started. If you see on my screen, in order to create a Google Ads account, you will have to go to something called ads.google.com. And before you start this process, make sure you already have a working Gmail account. Now, once you go to ads.google.com, it will take you to this particular screen. We will click on sign in. Once I click on sign in, I'm already my Gmail address, senatorvrads1@gmail.com. I have already logged in on this particular browser, but for you, if you have not logged in, it might ask you for your Gmail email ID and password. Once you enter that, you will be landed to this particular screen. Now, to create a Google Ads account, we will click on new Google Ads account. I'll take you through step by step, so please remember all of these steps. Okay, when you click on the create Google Ads account, you will be landed on this particular screen. In order to understand this particular screen and some of the settings we will do later in the account, you will have to listen to a small story. Now, understand one thing. Before online advertising was booming, big companies used to advertise on TV, radio, and newspapers. It needed a lot of budget. But when digital marketing started growing, now already all the big companies who were investing in offline advertising, they started pouring more money into digital advertising. But these companies like Google and Facebook, they understood that there are limited advertisers in this particular game. If they have to scale up their business a lot, they have to make these online advertising platforms suitable for small advertisers as well. For example, imagine few years ago, a small restaurant wouldn't even think about advertising. But at the moment, we understand that even small restaurants have campaigns with $25 or $50 running every day, and they actually make profits and generate results from those campaigns as well. So that's the first thing that Google and Facebook did. They created these platforms in a way that it became suitable for small advertisers for a number of reasons, which we will discuss later in the course. But this is something you have to understand. Now, that being said, they have created UIs and a lot of settings for these small clients. So nowadays, when you go to Google or Facebook, their settings are more user friendly. These platforms are designed more for end users who do not have expertise in digital marketing, so that it's a bit easier. It's easy for them to create campaigns as well. But at the same time, these platforms, if you have expertise, you can manually create different kind of campaigns, and which are more efficient and generate better results. One of the examples for that, we will come across a lot of examples. One of the examples for that is this particular screen. Now, if a new user creates a Google Ads account, this particular screen is for people who do not have any expertise in digital marketing. So Google gives them these options to kind of understand their needs and automatically creates campaigns for people who do not have a lot of knowledge. But in our case, we are going for this professional course. So we will scroll down here and we'll click on switch to expert mode. You can run campaigns in these automatic setups as well. But the thing is, you are limited with a lot of options. You cannot use the full potential of these marketing platforms like Google Ads in that particular mode, or that's also called AdWords Express. But we clicked on the expert mode so that we are able to control all the options, settings, and use all the functionalities in Google Ads. Now that's all. Our account is actually created. If you see on the right top corner, there is a number. This is our account ID as well. But now we have created our first Google Ads account using this particular email address. So Google will automatically pop up this option to continue and start working on our first campaign. But we will not create our first campaign in this particular video. So just to finish our account setup, we will click on create an account without a campaign. So we are telling Google that, okay, we created our account. We are not going to create the campaign now. So we'll click on create an account without a campaign. So once you click on create an account without the campaign, so you see a lot of options here which you will have to select. For example, billing country. For me, it automatically chose United Arab Emirates. So for you, whichever country you are based in, you can select that. And the time zone. Time zone is important as well, because if I select, let's say, US time zone now, all my reports will appear in US time zone. So to make sure that your reports appear in your particular time zone, so select this carefully. And then I will select the currency, that how will I be billed for this particular account. Will it be in dirhams? Will it be in US dollars? Will it be in INR, or whichever currency? So you will have to select that based on the credit card you are using. And then I have an option to select to get tips and promotions or not. So for my case, I will choose yes, because Google sometimes sends some emails with some updates which are useful for someone who is working on the campaigns. And I click on submit. Okay, so it shows me congrats, you are all done and my account is created. Now it will also show me an error message here that none of your ads are running, your campaigns, ad groups are paused, because we don't have any campaign in this account. So I will always see this particular error message unless I create my first campaign. So guys, that's all about creating your first Google Ads account. Now you can go to this particular account and you can create any kind of campaign you want. Like in the previous video, we discussed there are 8 different types of campaigns you can create. So you can go ahead and right away create a campaign. However, unless you add a credit card, your campaigns will not run. But if you are using it for practice, you can do everything in this particular account. But later, whenever you want to make these campaigns live, you can add a credit card. Now that this is a professional course, I also wanted to show you something which is called Google Ads Manager account. Now, to understand Google Ads Manager account, let us take some examples. For an example, you are a freelancer and you have 3 different clients. Let's say a restaurant, an insurance company, and a finance company. Now you have these 3 clients. For data privacy, you will always create a separate account for each of these clients, because you do not want to mix their data, and in order to avoid errors and have separate budgets for each of them, usually it's a best practice that you create a separate Google Ads account for each of these clients. And you can create any number of Google Ads accounts which are linked to your Gmail address. But however, when you are working on these 3 clients or 5 clients, what you have to do is, if you are working on them simultaneously and you have to check reports, or you have to see how the campaigns are going, how the budget is being spent, you will have to always switch from one account to another. So to avoid this problem, for example, you will create a Google Ads Manager account where you will link all your Google Ads accounts to this manager account. So you can control all these accounts in one place. So in short, Google Ads Manager account is like a business manager account where you host all your Google Ads accounts. Now that was one of the examples. Let's actually deep dive and understand what are the different benefits of Google Ads Manager account, and then we will see how to create one. Now the first one is, as we discussed, we can manage all the accounts in one place, which means that you will log into one dashboard and you will see all the campaign performances there. You can create labels, which we will understand later. You can control budgets in one particular dashboard and manage all your Google Ads account. It will be useful for you as well if you are a business owner and you have different business verticals and you have separate budgets for each of these verticals, and you have created separate Google Ads account for, let's say, one for your e-commerce website, one for your app, or stuff like that. So it will be useful for you as well. The second one is grant access and control. Now, for example, you must know that in one Google Ads account which we created, let's say I created it for myself. If there is other team members who are collaborating on this Google Ads account as well, I can add and I can share this access with multiple people. So a lot of people will be able to access this Google Ads Manager account. What I need to do is I need to link their Gmail address with this account, and they can log in using their own username and password, which is their Gmail address and their password, to log into this Google Ads account. And I can control what all they will be able to do. For some, I can allow them only to see how the campaigns are doing, how much money have we spent, and some I can assign them a role where they can be even able to create new campaigns or edit existing campaigns. We will have a dedicated video for all this, but this is just to give you an idea. Then we also discussed that monitor performance, and the fourth one is consolidate your billing. Now, if you have multiple accounts and you want to use only one credit card for all these accounts, what you can do is you can add the credit card to the manager account, and you can share this or use any new account you create. You can link it to the same billing profile. So you will have one billing profile and all accounts linked to this particular credit card. You will even receive one invoice for all the accounts whichever you are spending, which is very useful for freelancers as well. Now, in order to create a Google Ads Manager account, you can directly go to Google, search for Google Ad Manager account. Once you search for it, you will see this particular result, which is manage multiple Google Ads client accounts with ease. So when you click on it, it will redirect you to this particular page where you will have to click on create a manager account. Once I click on the create a manager account, both of these accounts, to set up these is very straightforward. So it will ask you the account display name. So I will name it Ads Manager account Ovis, to make it simple. Now it will ask you two options, whether you want to manage other people's account or manage my own account. Now you have to understand, if you have a when you create a Google Ads Manager account, if there is an existing account with someone else, like even you own it or someone else owns it, they can share the access, and you will be able to add that Google Ads account into your manager account as well. But even if you create new accounts, you can always link them to your existing account. But I would say to choose manage my accounts, because it will always give you all options. You can even add accounts of other people as well. So I will select manage my accounts, and it will ask you all the three same settings again, which we already discussed, and I will click on submit. Okay, it's again showing that congrats, you are all done. So now we have created one Google Ads account and we have created one Google Ads Manager account. Guys, if this is a little bit confusing, I'm sorry for that, but this is very important to understand, and it will be more clear in the coming videos that how to use each of these. But for now, you will have to bear with this confusion if there is any. So now that's all for this video. I have created a quiz, and I have put the link in the description below. Make sure to attempt that quiz, because we always put questions where the students usually get confused. So it's very important to attempt those quizzes to understand if you have learned everything that was discussed in this video, or even if you are wrong, it will show you the right answers after you finish your quiz. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next one. Hello digital marketing fans. This is the third video of the series Google Ads Professional Course, in which we take you from the basics to the expert level in Google Ads. In this video, we will discuss about Google Ads account hierarchy and understand what are ad groups and why are they used. Now that we have already created a Google Ads account and a Google Ads Manager account, so now this is probably the last theory video. And after that, we'll jump into the platform and try to create campaigns. But this is very important to understand before that. Now, when we talk about hierarchy, we have to understand how campaigns are structured in Google Ads before we start a campaign. Now, to give you a rough idea, now that we have Google Ads account, just like this one here, and we will have to create campaigns. This campaign can be a search campaign. In this Google Ads, we can create a display campaign, a YouTube campaign, Gmail campaign, any of the 8 types of campaign which we discussed in the video 1. Okay, one thing to understand here is, in any campaign, the first thing that needs to be there is the ad which we will show. For example, if it's a search ad, we have to create the search ad, what should appear on the Google search. If it's a display ad, we have to upload that banner or that picture which we want to show. If it's a YouTube ad, we have to give the YouTube link of the video which needs to show as an ad. So every campaign needs to at least have ads. Okay. Now, apart from ads, if it's a search campaign, we also need to add keywords, that which keywords are we interested to show our ads on. For example, if we are eToro, so our keywords will be if somebody is searching for buy Tesla stock, buy Apple stock, how to do trading, how to buy cryptocurrency. So these are the keywords we have to update in our campaign, and we have to update the ads. Okay, if these are the people are searching for these keywords, these are the ads they should see. But in case of display campaign, we can use keywords as well, or we can use other targeting as well. Keywords is not important in display and other types of campaigns. Now, if you look at the screen, these are the two entities that needs to be in the campaign. Now, you will ask me, if we have Google Ads account and we create a campaign 1, why don't we directly add keywords and ads to the campaign? Why do we have one more level, which is ad group? To give you an idea, there are a lot of use cases of ad groups. Okay. For example, let me go here. If you see, this is a clinic called Montreal Clinic. Okay. Now, I tried to search for cosmetic Wiener's price, which is something related to dental surgery. Now, when I searched for this is the ad they were showing me, which is get 60% off cosmetic Wiener's limited time offer, 13,999 dirhams. When I searched for best dentist in Dubai, I saw the ad from Montreal Clinic again. If you see, both are Montreal Clinic. Now, the ad was Montreal International Clinic, Canadian-based dentist in Dubai. Now, see, if you look at it, when I searched for cosmetic Wiener's price, they showed me an ad which is related to me. I feel like what I searched, I got the result related to that, because their ad copy, which is get 60% off cosmetic Wiener's limited time offer, is related to when I was searching for cosmetic Wiener's price. When I generally searched for best dentist and clinic in Dubai, they gave me Montreal Clinic, Canadian-based dentist in Dubai. So it's again relatable. Now imagine if they had only one ad, for example, this one. When we do best dentist in Dubai, this first ad is not relatable to it. If they keep this ad, cosmetic Wiener's price, this is not relatable. It does not have that attention grabbing based on how the users are searching for. Now, imagine this clinic. If they create campaign and add both the ads and both the keywords in one campaign, now it is quite possible that somebody searching for this keyword will see this ad. Somebody searching for this keyword will see this ad. If they just keep one generic ad, which is this one, it's not very relatable to both keywords. So in order, what Google provided an option to segment your campaign in ad groups for many reasons. This is one of the reasons. Now, what happens is, if you have a campaign and if you think you have multiple services like this, like cosmetic Wieners or root canal, in this case, what you do is you group similar keywords together. For example, root canal price, offers on root canal, best doctor for root canal, and create an ad which talks about root canal as well. Group them in one ad group. Now, the second one, based on cosmetic Wieners, create a separate ad group, put relevant keywords to this particular service, and create an ad in this ad group which is relevant to all these keywords in the ad group. Now, what happens is you kind of segment your campaign. So for that, Google gives you the option of ad group. So within one campaign, you can create multiple ad groups. Now you will tell me, okay, why don't we create separate campaigns for each of them then? One, it's more hectic to create campaign for each of them. Even if it was easy, then for example, if you have a total budget for running your campaign of, let's say, 1,000 dirhams, and you have 10 services, now you will have to create each campaign with 100 dirhams budget, okay? And there might still be an overlap, so your campaigns might compete with each other. So at one point, your Google Ads might show two ads because one campaign is independent. It can show an ad on Google Ads for a keyword. Let's say best dentist for, if somebody searches for best dentist for Wiener's price. If we create two different campaigns for this, our two ads might show, which is exhausting more budgets. That's one more use case. There's a lot of benefits, but for now you have to understand the idea of ad groups. Ad groups is just an option to segment keywords and ads within the same campaign, so that you keep it kind of separate, all the similar keywords and their relevant ad. Now another example would be, for example, this one. It might be clear here. Let's say we are working with a Toyota showroom or distributor here, which is called Al Rustamani, okay, in Dubai. Now imagine the campaign types they have is, for example, one is they want to promote if somebody is searching for Toyota Dubai, Al Rustamani Dubai, AVR Dubai. So that's one of the type of keywords they usually use, because they say whenever somebody searches for Toyota Dubai, we should appear. The other types of keywords is if somebody is looking for new car, buy new car, Toyota Yaris price. So this is the second category of keywords they are interested in. Third one is replace car battery, related to services. The first one is about their brand and names. The second one is about users who are searching to buy new cars. The third one is people who are looking for service, because they are a car distributor, they have a garage as well. So they provide both new car sales as well as service. But now when we create a campaign for them and we add all the keywords in one campaign, now somebody looking for Toyota Dubai and we show him an offer, let's say service starts at 99 dirhams. Probably they were looking to buy a car. It's not relatable. Or somebody looking for keywords in Google, replace car battery, and we show them number one distributor in UAE in the ad copy. It's not very relatable. So what we do for such clients is we segment the campaign, the search campaign, into three different ad groups. One we call brand ad group, where we put all the branded keywords related to their name and brand. The other one is car sales. The other one is service. Now if you look here, the revenue they generate from service is very less in comparison to when somebody buys a car. Now for that, the amount of money they are willing to pay for each click is different as well. Now they say maximum we can pay for one click for these keywords, replace car battery, is $5, because they make less money. Now for if somebody is looking to buy a new car, they are willing to pay up to 20 dirhams for each click, because they know out of 100 clicks, one guy will buy the car. 100 people who click on our ad, come to our website, one will buy. So that's how we calculate ROAS. What is the total, how many clicks does it take to buy one car, and how much profit do we make to sell one car. So how much money are we willing to put in advertising. So that's how we do the reverse engineering and calculate what should be the maximum CPC. We will know all of this in detail, but this is just to give you an idea. Similarly, for branded keywords, brand awareness and stuff like that, they are willing to pay up to 7 dirhams, $7 maximum CPC. And each of the ad copy, when somebody looking for Toyota Dubai, Al Rustamani, we will show them something like number one distributor in Dubai. If somebody is looking for keywords on Google, buy car, new car offers, for them we will show an ad copy which focuses on summer offer, 5 years warranty. And if somebody is looking for keywords like replace car battery, oil change garage, we'll show them service starts at 99 dirhams. It is very relatable to users. Now that's why if this was a campaign for Al Rustamani or Toyota distributor, we will create these three ad groups. Why? Multiple reasons. One, we'll have a dedicated ad copy for these, which is related to the keywords in this ad group. Second, we can control bidding, how much money we are willing to pay for this particular ad group. We can kind of divide within ad groups, but at the same time we have all in one campaign. Okay, so that's the benefit of using ad groups. And one more example I would like to give is if somebody is looking for buy car, okay, and new car offers, Toyota Yaris price. If they click on the ad which says summer offer, we will probably take them to a landing page which talks about buying a new car. There is a form, okay, fill this form. And if somebody is looking for replace car battery, if they click on the ad, we will probably want to take them to a landing page which talks about services, prices of each service. Now one more challenge is in one ad group you cannot use ads with multiple landing pages. So that's one of the problems as well. That's why Google, you see, all these functionalities Google gives is optional. We can still go ahead and use all these keywords in one ad group or in one campaign without having different ad groups for each. but that is why the ad group option is there. If you use it, it makes your campaign better. But I hope you understand the logic behind ad groups. So if you look back here, so we have a Google Ads account which we already created. So whenever we create one campaign, in the next video we will create multiple ad groups, and each ad group will have its own dedicated ads and its own keywords. So here, if this campaign had, let's say, ad group 2 here, it will have its own ads and keywords. Remember this, ad group has its own ads and keywords. Now, just to give you an idea, Google Ads account, what do we control, and why do we have this segmentation? At account level, we oversee the performance of all the campaigns in the account. We do control the billing, we control the access if we want to add users, conversion pixels we create at the account level, and we do integrations with Google Analytics and stuff, which we will learn later. So this is all controlled at account level. Now, when we have campaign, in a campaign has its own settings. There we control the dates, start date, end date of the campaign, what will be the daily budgets or monthly budgets or the whole campaign budget. We select the objective type and campaign settings. These are the things we control at campaign level. Whether we want to generate leads from this, whether we are looking for brand awareness, reach, and the type, whether it's a search campaign, display campaign. So for example, if you create a search campaign under which the ad groups will be search ad groups. A campaign cannot be multiple types. You cannot have search ad group and display ad group in one campaign. So if the campaign you created at the time of creation, you select that it's a search campaign, you can only create search ad groups, okay? And then ad group level, see, that's why we have different options at different levels to make it more customizable. At ad group level, for each ad group, you can select different bidding. I want to bid CPC, which we will know later. We can have its own ads, its own keywords, its own targeting, its budgets, ads and keywords. So I gave you example of a search campaign. Let me just give you, for example, if we have a display campaign. Let's say we are working with Philips. We have a display campaign about new series of trimmers, beard trimmers. Let's say they also came up with a trimmer which is used by women. Now we have two ads. One is a trimmer for men, one is a trimmer display ad, one is a trimmer for women. We have two banners. Okay. Now when we create a campaign for this, if we upload both in the same ad group, we will have to target both women and men. But there are chances that men will see the women's trimmer ad as well and vice versa. Now that's why in display campaign you create two separate ad groups, and here as you see you can target based on ad groups. So you create one for women, one for men. In the men's ad group you upload the image which shows the trimmer for men and you target that only to men. Similarly for women, and you control the budgets at the campaign level, and it's one campaign. So these are the benefits. Similarly in YouTube and other types of campaigns. So that's why Google gave this option for ad groups. I really hope this is very clear to you, because this is very important to understand. Okay. Now going back here, now that we know, I have just added this level here because we already created a Google Ads Manager account. I just wanted to show you how does it fit. Now, if you see, this is already what we discussed. Now in Google Ads Manager account, if you have one, it's an optional step. Now you can have multiple Google Ads accounts within this. That's all. Rest is all same. However, if you see at Google Ads Manager account, you can still do the same thing you do in Google Ads account, but at all, like you don't have to toggle between the accounts, or you can see all the performance in one dashboard. So that's how the hierarchy will look like. Google Ads Manager account, under which you can have one or multiple Google Ads account, and under each Google Ads account you can have one or multiple campaigns. Under each campaign you can have one or more ad groups, and in each ad group you will have ads and keywords. Now one thing to understand is one ad group can have multiple ads as well. And if we go here, just to give you an example how the setup would look like. For example, for the rest of this course, Google Ads Professional course, we will probably stick to eToro as an advertiser, because it's easier to maintain the same client throughout the course. It will be clear for you as well, and you can relate it if you are working on another client as well. So for example, if we are working for eToro as a company, we'll have a Google Ads Manager account which will be named as eToro Global, under which they will have multiple Google Ads accounts. Let's say eToro EU, eToro MENA, eToro India, eToro US, Or if you are a freelancer, you will have client 1, client 2 as Google Ads added to your Google Ads Manager account. Then each of the Google Ads will have obviously multiple campaigns. Let's say Arabic campaign, English campaign, search campaign, app install campaign, YouTube campaign. And each of these campaigns will have different ad groups. Let's say branded ad group, service 1, service 2. Let's say for eToro, it will be cryptocurrencies, stocks, ETFs, commodities, because somebody might look how to buy Bitcoin, somebody look how to buy stocks. So they have dedicated ad groups for those as well. Just to reiterate everything, this is how the hierarchy of the Google Ads looks like. You have a Google Ads Manager account under which you can have one or multiple Google Ads accounts. You can have as many. I just showed 2 here. Then under each ad account, you will have multiple campaigns. Each campaign will have multiple ad groups, and each ad group will have its own keywords and ads. Guys, this looks simple, but you just have to understand the logic behind it. And I think that's a lot of theory, and we are good to jump into create our first campaign, so which will be a search campaign, which will be in the next video. I appreciate watching the video till the end. Thank you so much, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hello digital marketing fans, welcome again. In this video, we will start working on our first search campaign. If you are new here, this is the 4th video of Google Ads professional course. For the whole playlist, I'll put the link in the description below where you can watch from video 1. Now, before we actually log into our ad account, I just want to give you a quick idea about what we'll be doing. For the rest of the course, we will treat eToro as a sample client, and we will run all the campaigns for eToro, because I do not want to switch between different kind of industries, so that to give you an idea. And for this client, we will assume them as a client. I use them for trading as well. So for this particular client, we will create search campaign, display campaign, YouTube campaign, smart campaigns, and at the end we'll create remarketing campaign. Obviously not all of that in this video, but this is what we will do for the rest of the course. Before we start, I assume that following the previous videos, you have already created an ad account like we did in the previous video. And meanwhile, you're going through this course, you will as well work on these campaigns. It does not have to be eToro, so you can choose any client of your choice, whether it's from real estate, insurance company, any e-commerce website, or any other client of your choice. Just go to their website, copy their URL and post it in the comments so that I can see what kind of clients you are working on, or maybe we can have a review video on where we will review your campaign setup if you give us access. That being said, let's quickly jump back into the video. Now that we have created our first Google Ads account, so in order to log into the account, what we do is we go to ads.google.com. When you go to that URL, it redirects you to this particular page. Now, the first thing you have to do is you click on sign in here. Once I do the password, I'll click on next. Okay, so we are logged into our Google Ads account, which we created in the previous video. Now, if you see that this is the UI dashboard of Google Ads. This is all empty. Otherwise, you will see some stuff here. This is all empty because there is nothing we have done in this account. I think I'm logging into this account for the first time. Even if you click on overview, everything is empty. Just to give you an idea, if there were existing campaigns, this is how the overview tab would look like. It will show you in last 30 days or this particular date, how many clicks have we received on our campaigns, how many conversions, what was the average CPC, what was the cost, all of these details. Now, if you're confused about all these terminologies, I think next video, we will discuss all these terminologies we need to know in order to run Google Ads and to be a digital marketer. We will explain all of these terminologies in the next video. Okay, now we are in our empty account. If you see roughly, there are 3 sections of Google Ads UI when you log into your ad account. One is this particular section where you control your settings to your campaigns. You can toggle between your campaigns. For example, overview tab shows you all the snapshot of the account, which I just showed you. If you click on campaigns, if you have multiple campaigns, all of them will be listed here with their reports, like how much have we spent, how many impressions, how many clicks. And then there is settings where you can control different campaign settings. If you have multiple campaigns, you click on settings, it will ask you which campaign do you want to change settings for. Then you will have locations. Change history is for any change made to this account will be recorded here. For example, if you add some other user in this ad account who has access to this ad account, now anything they change or you change, it will be listed in change history, so that later somebody doesn't say, no, I didn't do this change if it was something bad. So it records everything, as well as campaign groups, performance targets. We'll know all of this. And on the top banner here, if you see, these are tools and settings, but these are at account level. So if you want to change billing, setup of business data, policy manager, measurement, bulk actions, shared library, planning, we will do all of this. But just to give you an idea, if you want quickly to go to reports, you click on here, you can generate any kind of report. Then you can search anything within your account, and then there is notifications from Google if some ad was paused, was rejected, or there's a recommendation from Google, everything will appear here. And if you click on help is like anything you want to search, you will see, for example, get help. You can even send an email to Google Ads support team, or you can leave feedback if something is not working, as well as you can go to new features and announcements if there's any updates in Google Ads, or guided steps where you can search. For example, if you are stuck, what is CPC, or how does this setting work, you search for it, it will give you helps and articles. Very helpful, very extensive. And then there is date range. If you have some data here, for example, running campaigns, you can check, okay, I just want to see what happened yesterday, last 7 days, so you can choose any of that. So, and if you have any existing campaigns, they will appear here with the list. So these are the 3 sections: left navigation panel, top bar, settings bar, and then this area for reports and highlights. So that's like an overview of Google Ads platform. Now that in this video we will start working on our first search campaign. So to create any kind of campaign, you come here on the left hand side, you go to campaign section, and you see this plus button. Everywhere if you have to create anything new, that this plus button will be there. For example, in the ad group section, you can create an ad group with this plus button in that respective window. Now that we have to create a campaign, we go to campaigns, we click on plus. The first thing it will show you is, do you want to create a new campaign or load campaign settings? Now, for example, if you are working on a client, they had a campaign and they want to have a new campaign for the next month, you know that the campaign is going to be same, the settings, the bidding and other stuff. So in that case, what you do is you click on load campaign settings. So you can choose an existing campaign and Google will automatically copy that campaign, and whatever you want to change, you can change that. But for us, we will do with new campaign. This load campaign settings is helpful if you have to create a similar campaign, or you have to create 2 different campaigns for, let's say, one for US and one for India, but only change the location. So you create one campaign, go to new campaign, click on load campaign settings, only change the geography. We'll click on new campaign. The moment we click on new campaign, it will take us to this particular screen. Now it will tell you what kind of campaign do you want to create. Now, as we discussed in the previous video, that there are a lot of automated settings in Google just to keep in just to make it user friendly for the newcomers or small budget campaign owners who do not have expertise and they do not want to hire anyone to run their campaigns. But for us, we will choose create a campaign without a goal guidance. Now remember this, if you click on any of these settings, it will restrict you. For example, if you click on sales campaign, it will restrict you. You can only run display, shopping, video, smart and discovery types. If you click on leads, you can again do the same types. Website traffic again, but for example, product brand consideration, you can do only video campaigns. So this option, create campaign without goal guidance, it will have all the options, so it does not restrict you. So we will go with the manual setting here. The moment you click that, it will ask you, okay, which type of the 8 campaigns you want to create. Now for us, the first campaign we want to create is a search campaign, so we will select search. You can also hover your mouse here, it will give you some details about this particular campaign if you want. So I'll click on search campaign. The next thing it will ask me is, select the results you want to get from this campaign: website visits, phone calls and app downloads. It does not make any difference whatever you choose here. The only thing is, if you add a phone call here and give a phone number later when you are creating campaigns, or extensions, it will help you to select this one. So for now, even app downloads, it'll ask you, is it an iOS app or Android app? You will have to give the link, and later it will help you. But if you just select website visits here, it's going to be okay. You can do anything even after that as well. Now for website visits, it'll ask me my business website, which in our case is www.etoro.com. So I have entered that here, and I will click on continue. The moment I click on continue, I gave some settings about the campaign I want to create. Now if you see here, as we discussed that in the hierarchy of the account, we have an account. Now we are trying to create our first campaign, in which we will have to set up ad groups, then we will have to set up ads, and then we will review all those and make it live. It's the same workflow as the hierarchy we discussed. Now if you scroll down here, if you see general settings, it will tell you type search by default, because that's what we selected. You cannot change that here, and it will ask you a campaign name. Now the campaign name, you can choose anything, but there are some recommended syntaxes which you can follow as a best practice, because when you create multiple campaigns, it becomes difficult to remember. So that if you have to generate reports or stuff like that, it's easier that way. So what I personally follow is, I name the client, then the campaign name. Every campaign has a name. When you work for anyone, they'll be like, this is our summer campaign, this is our 10% off campaign. So for this, let's assume it's August 2021 campaign, and even if the campaign name is not a date, then you need to add the month and year as well. It becomes easier. And then the leads campaign, what was the objective, and I also add region as well if I have to create separate campaigns from each country. And then at the end, search, what kind of campaign this is, whether this is search, whether this is display campaign. It becomes easier later in the reporting. Once you enter that name, you do not have to panic or think a lot about it. Just start with anything. As far as it has details, you can recognize this campaign. Later with the workflow, when you start working on this, you will understand what needs to be mentioned there and what not. The next thing it will ask me is networks. If you see here, it gives me two options. Now we know that when we create search campaign, it appears on Google search. That's a given. But these are two additional options which we can include or exclude. For example, if I exclude this, my ads will specifically only appear on Google search, because these are text ads. But if I select the search network, what it does is, Google has a lot of website partners who use Google AdSense to monetize their websites. Now Google is asking you whether your ad should appear there as well. A lot of people do not understand about this, and a lot of people ask these questions in interview. Now search network is the websites who have partnered with Google, and they have search capabilities on their site as well. What I mean by that is, for example, I go to Dubizzle here. This is a website very popular in UAE, and it's owned by OLX. Now if you see that, it's a product listing company. People list their used products like cars, electronics, anything in this website, but it has a search capabilities as well. Now we know that Google search ads trigger with keywords. Now I will try to search for Nissan Altima and click on search. Now if you see here, these are all the listings of users who have done on this site. But if I scroll down towards the end of the page, you see these ads here. These are the native ads of the website, not the ads, the listings of the website. At the end, they also have this section where they actually show search ads. Now these two ads, they are actually Google search ads. If you see, Izito.ws is the advertiser here, and this is actually a search ad adapted for this particular site. These are the site links. If you go to Google, search for the same keyword, you might see the same thing there as well. So I hope you understand what the search network means. Even if you read here, it says ads can appear near Google search results and other Google sites when people search for terms that are relevant to your business. So you have an option. Usually people do not include this, because you only include this because if your budget is not getting consumed, Google does not have enough search volume on Google search. But if that is not the case, you should not include this, because if Google search volume is enough for you, your budget is being spent there, do not include this. Now the display ads network, this particular option it includes websites, but the search ads will be automatically adapted to create like a banner. Google can come up with any kind of banner. To give you an example, this is one of the Google used to call it magazine style ads, but now they even have made a lot of other formats as well. So if you see here, this actually is a search ad, but it has been adapted to a magazine style ad, and these kind of ads will appear on any website, bbc.com, Khaleej Times, as a banner, as a picture there. But you will identify these because they have like a basic color background, and you will see only text there without any images. So most of the cases these are search ads, but people have created campaigns and they have selected this option. So Google will automatically adapt your search ad copy and change it and make it a banner out of it. In all cases, I would say exclude this because it kills the purpose of search campaign. If you want to do this, why you should create a separate dedicated display campaign and have some nice looking banners there. So this should not be used. I do not recommend this one. So these are the two options which you have to remember. So in our case, we will exclude both of them. Then if you go after the network, see, when you create a campaign, there are sections, campaign name, then we have networks, then we have targeting and audiences section. So we'll go through each of these sections one by one, and now we will click on show more settings. Now if you click on show more settings, you see 4 different options there. The first one is start and end date. Now by default, if I didn't click on more settings, by default Google will assume that I have to start the campaign today, which is August 2, and it will not select an end date. It will keep it running. So if that's not the case, you always need to come here and select what will be the end date of this campaign. And even the start date doesn't have to be today. So you can select anyone. For example, you have a campaign and you're planning in advance, but you want to start it on 11 August. So you can select that date, and end date has to be, let's say, 22nd. Now, even if your campaign has to run forever, always select an end date because you never know. You can always keep a reminder that this is the end date by end of the month. So go there and update this with the next month. So this is the start date and end date of the campaign. The second one is campaign URL options. It's a feature which is very well used in Google Ads, but at this point in time we will not discuss it. You can set it at campaign level, but you can later do it in ads level as well. So it's better to do there. So I will skip it for here. So this option will be selected by someone who wants to set UTM parameters on the whole campaign level at once, but we will not do that. So we'll discuss it later when we are doing the ads. Then we have dynamic search ads setting. So what it does is, if you, for example, click on this particular setting, it will ask you for your website again. For example, if I give it my website, which is etoro.com, Google will automatically scan my website and it will pull the keywords and the headlines from my website and automatically create ads. But we will not do that, and it's not recommended. You should always choose your ads, what should be shown in your ads and what text should be shown. This is useful for websites which have a lot of content. For example, Udemy. To give you an example, I will go to google.com and I will search for DV360 course. Now if you see, Udemy will show a course which is my course here as an ad. Okay, they are running a search campaign, but there are millions of courses on Udemy. There's no way for Udemy to create a campaign or an ad copy or a text ad for each course separately. What they do is, I'm just giving you an example for these kind of websites who have a lot of content on their websites. So it's better for them to choose this particular option, which is dynamic search ads. So Google will automatically scan your website and will automatically come up with an headline from any of the pages where that particular keyword is mentioned, which you are searching for. Like a user goes to Google, like I did, I searched for DV360 course. Now they have probably set up dynamic search ads and Google automatically pulled this particular course. Even if I click on this ad, it will automatically take me there. Yes, see, this is this is my course on Udemy. Now what happens is this is useful for those, but if you are not such a website, you should never use this, because you should always choose what ads should appear to the users, which is very important as well. Sometimes it will come up with horrible automatic ads. The next one setting here is ad schedule. Now in Google Ads, if you run a campaign, it's up to you whether you want to keep it running day and night, or you can restrict. My ad should appear only on, say, 9 to 5. For example, if you are running call only ads and you want users, anyone's let's say searching for auto garage for around me, you want your campaigns to only appear from 9 to 5, because when they click on the call ad, a call will be made to your office and there's no one to attend. So in that case, you will schedule it, let's say Monday to Friday, or if you are off on Sunday, then Monday to Saturday from 9 to 5 a.m. because it's meaningful. Otherwise, there's no point for you to keep running the call ads and somebody at 8 clicks on it, they call, and nobody is there to pick up. Or maybe for restaurants, if they have they are running a campaign for online order delivery and they do not deliver after 11, so they can schedule their campaign. It really depends on the use cases, but the point is you can use this feature. You should know about this feature. If your client asks you, can we do something like this? So yes, we can, and for now we will keep it off. We will run the campaign on all days. It's also better, one is when the client asks. The other way is later when you run the campaigns and you realize that you get most of the leads on weekends or only weekdays. So similarly, you can test switching off your campaign on times, because in reports you can actually check how many leads, how much traffic you got on each day, hourly basis. So if you see there is a particular day or time part of day where you spend a lot of money but you do not get any results, you can switch off your campaign and schedule it accordingly and see the impact. So that's what ad schedule is for. So this was the first section of while creating a campaign in the process of search campaign. The next section is targeting and audiences, and we will discuss that in the next video. Guys, before you sign off from this video, I would really appreciate if you click on like or dislike if you didn't like, and if I was able to add any value to you through this video, I would appreciate if you would like this video, because it really helps the channel and the algorithm. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next one. Hello digital marketing fans, welcome to another video of Google Ads professional course, where we take you from beginners to expert level in Google Ads. If you are new here, this is the 5th video of the series, and if you want to watch the whole course from video 1, I will link the playlist in the description below. In the previous video, we created the search campaign. We started creating the search campaign and we already did the generic or the general settings of the campaign. In this particular video, we will directly go to the targeting and audiences section of this particular video. Now, if you see in the targeting and audience sections, the first setting is locations. It's very important to understand which locations you target in your campaign, because you cannot go ahead and target locations where you will not get your clients or customers, or it will not serve the purpose of advertising on Google Ads. For an example, if we are advertising for a restaurant, we cannot target people 20, 30 or 40 kilometers away from the restaurant, because they will not order or the restaurant will not deliver the food there. Similarly, if we are advertising for a school, we cannot set our location more than, let's say, 30 kilometers, because no student will come from beyond those locations. It might differ from place to place and school to school, but I'm just giving you an idea. So it's very important to understand what we are advertising for and what locations we should select. However, if it's an e-commerce website who deliver throughout the country, in those cases, you might go ahead and target the whole country with your campaigns. So the first thing you have to understand about your client is where you want to advertise, where it is meaningful and profitable for your clients. Now, if you see here in the location settings, the first option you get is all countries and territories, which means that your campaign will serve across the globe wherever your keywords are being searched for and your ads will appear. However, the second option it will give you is the country you are in now. For example, I am in United Arab Emirates. It gives me a shortcut where I can select the whole country here. Now, if you do not want to target the whole world, and if you do not want to target the whole country, then you have another option here which is called enter another location. In this particular setting, you will be able to search for your city, search for your state, or search for the country or a particular place if it is famous. For example, I'm based in Dubai. I can search for Dubai, and it is showing me different options like Dubai as a city, Dubai as a province. There's not much difference between Dubai as a city and province, but I can target. If you see, even the reach is close. Now, whenever you search for a city or a place, for example, Dubai in my case, you see it's showing you the reach, which is 6.63 million. Now, this reach is how many people in this particular region visit Google sites, whether it's Google search or any other site where Google Ads can advertise. So this is the unique number of people in this particular area. This is a good pointer for you as well if you are going very granular in a particular area to understand how many people are we talking about. If this number is too less, you might have to include a greater area in your campaigns. Now, to give you an example, for example, I can also search for California, and it will show me as state, Baja California, Mexico City. Whatever you search, it will give you all the options. You can even go granular and see, for example, if you are looking for a particular area, are you able to find that? Let's say I will search for New Delhi. If you see, it's giving me options: New Delhi City, Indira Gandhi International Airport. So it will give you areas within that city as well. For example, if you live in a particular area, you can try searching and see if they have this particular area selected here. However, if you are not able to find a particular area, let's say you want to only target a part of the city and you are not able to find that here, then what you have an option here where you can click on advanced search. In advanced search, when I click on this, it gives you two options. One, you can search for very granular locations here, and it will show you on the map what area are we talking about. Let us say I have a part of the Dubai city is called Barsha. It's like maybe 5 kilometers radius or 10 kilometers radius at maximum. So when I search for example, Al Barsha, I couldn't find anything. I searched for Greater Noida, which is an area in Delhi, near Delhi. So I was able to find that. So similarly, you can find if you are interested in a smaller area. However, even if you are not able to find it here, then do you see this particular option here, which is called radius? Now, if you click on radius, what you can do is you can select an area on a map, drop a pin. For example, if you have a restaurant or you are advertising for a shop or any physical business, a garage, what you can do is you can physically drop a pin on the map and select how much area around this your ad should appear. You can go up to as low as 1 mile around this particular physical location. This particular thing is called geofencing or geo-targeting as well, because you fence the area. Let us say I go to Dubai here. So I will go to the United Arab Emirates. I will go to Dubai, and let us say my shop is here in Nadal Shiba near this lake. What I'll do is I'll click on the pin mode. I'll drop the pin here, and before that I will select how much area around this. Let's say I'll say 2 miles around this, or you can even select kilometers as well. I will go here near this pond. Let's say this is my shop, or this is my shop. First, I'll check on the Google Maps to get the exact location, so that in here it does not show as much details as Google Map. Then I'll come here, I'll drop the pin here. I have selected 2 kilometers here. So it's telling me 2 kilometers around this particular location. I'll click on target. Now if you zoom out, so it will show you the area where your ads will appear within this circumference. So your ads will only appear here if you want. I'll click on save. If you see in the locations targeting, it is showing 2 kilometers around this particular pin we dropped, and it will take some time to show you the reach. How many people are we talking about? But in our case, what we have to do is we are working for eToro, so we will be targeting whole United Arab Emirates. So I'll click on here. This was just to show you what all settings are available in location targeting. You can target all countries and territories, you can target a particular country, you can target a particular city, or even you can target 1 or 2 or 10 or 20 kilometers around one physical location as well. Now, a very important thing to understand here is this particular option, which is location options. A lot of people make mistakes in this and they waste a lot of budgets. Now, this is important to understand. If you see here, if you click on location options, it will give you few options here. Now, I have selected, let's say, United Arab Emirates, or if I had selected Dubai as well, any locations you select. Now, by default, it will target presence or interest, people regularly in, or who have shown interest in your target locations. Now, I have targeted United Arab Emirates. Even if a person is in London, or even a person is in United States, they can still see my ad, because the default option is people regularly in, or who have shown interest in your target location. Let's say a person who is sitting in the US and they have visited pages or searched about something or viewed any websites related to Dubai. That means they are interested in Dubai. Even if they search for keywords, which I will be adding in my campaign, while sitting in US, they can still see my ad, because it shows with this option, people who have shown interest in your target locations will see your ad as well. Now, this setting is important for example, if I am a school, let's say I am gym school, and a person sitting in United States or India who is moving to Dubai, and before moving, they are already looking for best schools in Dubai. They're looking for best schools in Sharjah, Dubai, or United Arab Emirates. Now, they are doing the research there. As a school, it's very important for me to show ad there. So I will select this particular option. Or let us say I am a hotel, or I am a particular event company in Dubai, or let's say a concert, or any kind of entertainment company. Now, people who are visiting Dubai, they will be in their home countries and still searching for things to do in Dubai, best movie theater in Dubai, or best concert in Dubai, best show in Dubai. So I will still be interested, because those people are interested in Dubai, and while they are searching in their home country, US, India, or anywhere, I still have to show ads to them, because they are coming here. For my kind of business, it's important to show them the ads while they are there, schools or these kind of companies. So this option is important for them. However, if I'm a garage, even if somebody is interested in Dubai, they are looking for content related to Dubai, but while they are in US and they are looking for best garages for oil change of my car, I will not be interested if I am a garage based in Dubai, UAE. No matter how much interested they are, but while they are in US, I will not show them an ad. It's not very beneficial for such companies to run campaigns and show it to people who are not in their regular locations. So similarly, in that kind of case, what we'll do is we will select presence, people regularly in your targeted locations. Okay. And then you have a dedicated option for people who are interested in your location and not in your location. So in my case, because we are running for eToro and we need to have people who are based in Dubai, they need to have documents to open an account. So I will select presence, people in regularly your targeted locations. Please keep in mind, when you select the first default, a lot of your ads will appear outside the targeted country. A lot of times the clients will ask, when you generate the reports, you will see, I was targeting this campaign to Dubai only. Why am I seeing my ads have appeared in elsewhere as well? So this is the setting you need to know, and a lot of people ask this in interviews as well. Now, this was about target. Similarly, you can select any country, any region, any state, or any location, and you can exclude them. Okay. So if you, for example, you select United Arab Emirates and you exclude here, your ads will appear everywhere in the world except United Arab Emirates. So that is the exclude option. This is a very important thing to understand. That's why I stress so much on this. The next setting in target and targeting and audiences is language. Now, when I select language as English, what does it mean? It means that people whose browser language is set to English, because the browser has a setting, language setting. If they have set it to English, or they are reading websites, they are going to websites which are in English. Let's say my browser language is set to English and I visit Arabic sites as well. So I will be targeted by both campaigns which are targeted to English as well as Arabic. You need to fulfill any of the criteria to be part of that targeting. Language settings are very important in terms of display, YouTube and other campaigns. But in terms of search campaigns, it's not very important because you do not have to pick and choose languages, because the user is already searching for keywords. If you are bidding for buy cryptocurrency keyword, that means the user is already searching for this keyword. That means they speak the language. So you don't have to care anything about which languages to choose when it comes to search campaigns. What I would recommend is, by default it will show you English or any other language if you are based in any other region. What I will recommend is just remove if there is any language there. Once you remove all the language here, then you can see it will automatically by default show you all languages. That means our ad will appear to all languages, no matter what their browser language is set to. As far as they are searching for our keywords, we should show them the ads. This is true for search campaign. You can use this setting to choose any language. There are almost all languages listed here, but that will be meaningful in display and other types of campaigns. Okay. Then we have audiences in this section. The last setting is audiences. If you see, you have different kind of audience settings there. What audience setting means is, like, Google has categorized people in terms of age, in terms of gender, in terms of their interest, what kind of content they are consuming online, what products they are interested in. So you can target those. For example, if I'm eToro, so my interested audience is people who are 25 years and above, because no one below 25 years really are interested in investing or buying cryptocurrency and stocks. So similarly, I will be targeting HNI, which is high net worth individuals, because those are the people who I should target. They will use my platform to invest. But when it comes to search campaigns, see, search campaigns, you do not need audience targeting, because our ads will automatically anyways trigger with keywords. If someone is looking for buy cryptocurrency, no matter who they are, we don't need to know that they are interested to buy cryptocurrency. For search campaigns, audience does not mean anything, so you will always leave this blank. But when we do the display and YouTube and other campaigns, we will use audiences extensively, and you will later understand, if you want to use it in search, how to do it, which probably you will never do. But for now, we will not touch the audiences section. So guys, we did the targeting and audiences section in this particular video. I have linked the quiz in the description below. Please attempt that. It will help you to understand how much you have learned. Even if you are wrong, it will show you the right answers after you submit the quiz. That's all for this particular video. In the next video, we'll go to budget and bidding. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next one. Hello, digital marketing fans. Welcome to another video. If you are new here, this is the 6th video of the series Google Ads Professional course. And if you haven't watched the videos before, I would recommend to watch all the videos from video 1, for which I'll put the link in the description below. Now, in the previous video, we started working on our first search campaign. So we already did settings till locations and audiences. Now we are going to go in the next section, which is budget and bidding. Guys, this is a very important section and it determines the success of your campaign. So it's very important for you to understand the different bidding strategies available in Google Ads, and how to configure and which bidding strategy to use for your client. Okay, that being said, the first setting in the budget and bidding is the budget. Now here it will ask you how much money you want to spend every day for this particular campaign. Now if you see, for me it's showing in AED, which is dirhams, because while creating the account I selected my region as UAE and billing as AED. Now, if you select your currency, let's say US dollars, euros, or INR, so it will ask you in that particular amount. Once you create the account with that particular setting, for example, I selected AED, I cannot change it here now. And the same amount will be billed from my credit card, whatever country I am based in and which settings I have selected. So I will put 100 dirhams here, for example. Now, one thing to remember here is when you select this particular setting, let's say I selected for 100 dirhams daily. Some days Google can spend 120 dirhams. Some days it can spend only 80 dirhams, even when everything is fine. Now, one thing you have to remember is if you look at the monthly amount, for example, if this month is 30 days, at the end of the month, Google will not spend more than 3000 dirhams, which is the daily budget multiplied by 30. But on certain days, it might spend a bit more and it might spend a bit less based on if Google thinks some days the performance or the conversions or the clicks can increase, and if we spend a little bit more, Google will do that. It analyzes the traffic trends and a lot of other things. So there will be a slight variation every day if you check with this daily budget you have set, but over the month, overall, it will not spend more than the daily budget multiplied by 30. This is very important to understand. Also, you have to remember when you add a credit card to your account, you have to make sure that there is limit in the credit card, because when Google Ads tries to charge your credit card which you have added to the account, there should be funds. If there are no funds, the payment will be rejected. So if that happens, you will have to refresh in the billing settings to resume your campaigns and the accounts. Some people reach out to me that they are not able to add the credit card. You have to remember one thing. If your ads or account gets blocked and the credit card associated with that account, you cannot use that credit card again in Google Ads, no matter what. So in those cases, or in sometimes what happens is some freelancers would work with the client and the client does not want to add their credit card in their ad account, or the freelancer does not want to add his own credit card because of the payment issues. The client does not want to pay in advance and there's some kind of issues. For that, there is a solution. There is a lot of companies. What they do is they have a credit line with Google. So you pay them, you ask your client, if you're a freelancer, to pay this company. They send an invoice and they create a Google account with this funding. For example, how it will look is, if you see here, this is one of such accounts. For example, these guys have created an account for me. I have paid them, let's say $10. If you go here, I do not need to set any credit card here. If you go to the tools and billing settings, I go to billing. The billing is already set up, if you see, and they have given me a limit of $10 because I paid them $10. So they created an account for me. They updated it with $10. So similarly, you can ask your client to pay these guys, and for example, they pay $1,000. These guys will create an account with a limit of $1,000. You do not have to set any billing, and even if the account gets rejected for the type of ads you are running for any reason, they can create any account for you instantly. So you don't have to face the problems that your credit card got blocked and you are not able to use it. Now, there are a lot of companies like this. For example, I use Kimi Agency whenever I have to do a freelance. So I'll also put the link below. You can check them out if you like them. There is a lot of conditions on their website and the terms and how they work. So I'll put the link. Check them out if you are in such a need. We go back to our account. Now, once we set the daily budget, now while you are running the campaign, you can change it anytime you want. For example, you set it to 100 dirhams. On the second day, you feel that, okay, I want to reduce the budget. You can go ahead, you can change it anytime you want. Okay. And then the next setting you have is bidding, which is very important. Now, if you see here, by default, it will show you these options, which are for new users, and it's like an automated, it will automatically select a bidding strategy. But for us, what we'll do is we'll click here, select a bid strategy directly. It will tell you not recommended because it's a new account, but anyways, do that. Now, if you come here, that when it comes to bidding strategy of your campaign, if you click on the drop down here, it will show you 7 bidding strategies available in Google Ads. Now, the first thing you have to observe is there are 6 automated bidding strategies and there is one manual bidding strategy. Now, manual bidding strategy, I'm not a supporter of manual bidding strategy because I believe that Google has so much data and they have their algorithm is AI driven and data driven. So we should utilize that when it comes to bidding. So I always am a supporter of automatic bidding strategies and not manual bidding strategies. To give you an idea, when we run a campaign, so we have a budget to spend, let's say 100 dirhams. Now, manual bidding strategy would mean that I tell Google that, you know what, I have these 3 keywords I want to bid for. Best trading platform, because we are working on eToro. Best platform to buy stocks, best platform to buy cryptocurrencies. Let's say I'm just have these 3 keywords in my campaign. I want to bid on only 3. Now, manual CPC would mean that I'll tell Google that for each of these keywords, for example, best trading platform, I am willing to pay 5 dirhams, which means every time somebody searches for this keyword, my ad appears, and if they click on my ad, I am willing to pay 5 dirhams. And similarly for other 2 keywords, 7 dirhams, 8 dirhams. So you set this manually. CPC is cost per click. So you tell Google that manually that this is what I'm willing to pay. Now, if you have a lot of keywords, it becomes very hectic and to keep a track of all these. So that is what manual bidding strategy means. Now then there are 7 other bidding strategies which Google provides depending on what kind of advertiser you are working and what do you need to achieve from this particular campaign. You can select any of the 7 bidding strategies. Now, before I explain to you what these bidding strategies are and when should we use each of them, it's very important to go through the terminologies important which you should understand about Google Ads so that you understand these bidding strategies. But guys, I'm again reiterating, to understand these bidding strategies is very important and they are a major factor about how your campaign will perform. I have seen a lot of tutorials, but honestly, nobody focuses much on these. They just give an intro about these, but these are the most important step in setting up a campaign. Okay, let's go here and let's first understand some terminologies which are very important in Google Ads. Now, for example, the first one is impression. There is no logic behind these terminologies. You just have to remember. For example, to learn English, you first have to remember the alphabet, the 26 letters in the alphabet. There's no logic. You just have to remember. So these are the building blocks of any campaign and digital marketing strategy. So you have to remember. Impression is how many times your ad was displayed. Okay. Now, when I say displayed, if I go to Google here and I search for best gynecologist Dubai, you see there is King's College Hospital Dubai. They are bidding for this keyword. They are showing an ad. And similarly, there is firstdaysurgery.com. They are showing an ad as well. Now, if they are running this campaign and they are targeting best gynecology, if they just started this campaign and I searched for this ad and I saw that 2 ads appear on the Google page, even JAC, even the ones which I do not see, which are below the fold. Now, all of these ads were displayed on Google search, right? So each of these campaigns will count an impression. Now, Google will tell King's College Hospital Dubai that there is 1 impression for this particular ad and this particular campaign. So anytime Google shows your ad, it counts 1 impression for that campaign and that ad, that it was displayed once. Now, if I refresh it again, if I still see King's Hospital again, now 2 impressions are counted for this particular campaign and this particular ad. Okay, when you set up the campaign, you in the dashboard, we will see later, but it shows you exactly today or in a date range how many times your ad was displayed. It will show it as impressions, 2 impressions, 10 impressions, which means how many times your ad was displayed. Then the second thing is clicks. It's all linked. For example, here now there will be 2 impressions counted for King's College. Now, in the first go, I did not click on King's Hospital. Okay. Now, let's say if I click on it, what Google will do is it will count for this particular campaign for King's Hospital. They will see that our campaign had 2 impressions and 1 click. Okay. So first the ads are displayed and Google counts impressions for your campaign. Out of them, how many clicked on your ad means click. It's straightforward. Okay. And also you have to remember the clicks can be maximum as equal to impressions. If a campaign has 10 impressions, the maximum clicks it will have is 10. it's always lesser than the impressions, because for someone to click on the ad, they first have to see the ad. There cannot be a click without an impression. Okay, I hope that's clear. And then we have conversion or action. Now, let's say, like me, there were 10 people since morning who searched for this keyword and all of them saw this ad. So King's Hospital campaign will have 10 impressions. Let's say none of them clicked on the ad, only I was the one who clicked on this ad since morning. So today the King's Hospital campaign will have 10 impressions and 1 click. But why are they showing the ads? Because they want people to click on it and come to the website. And once I come to the website, they want people to click here on WhatsApp and book with our Kingsman. So they want people to come to the landing page and book an appointment. Now this is their conversion. A conversion is an action which an advertiser wants people to do on their website, because all the advertisers, they show ads on Google in order to people to click on it, go to their website and do something. Let's say King's Hospital, what the conversion for them is somebody coming to the website and booking an appointment. That is a conversion. It's called conversion because you converted a website traffic into something, a booking, a lead or something. Similarly, for real estate clients, a conversion would be somebody coming to their website and they're filling up a lead form. Okay. For Amazon, however, a conversion would be somebody going to their website and they're buying a product. Or maybe they can have multiple conversions. One is micro conversion, is somebody adding something to the wish list because it brings them closer to the purchase. And micro and macro conversion would be how many people purchase. For LinkedIn, however, the conversion would be how many people registered. Okay, for Amazon, they can have one more conversion in an app install campaign. They can count multiple conversions. How many people installed their app? How many people out of those actually registered within the app? How many people later bought something in the app? So they can have 3 conversions. So conversion is basically what an advertiser wants you to do after you click on their ad. Okay. You can set all of this up because when Amazon sets up a campaign, they define what is conversion for them. We will go through all of that as well, but just to give you an idea what conversion means. You have to get familiar with these words because you'll be using it a lot and they are generic throughout the digital marketing industry. Everybody understands these terminology. And also sometimes it's called action as well, or conversion or action. Then the fourth important metrics is cost. Cost is how much money you spend. So if I check a report in my Google Ads account, it will show me 1000 impressions, 20 clicks, 3 conversions and 50 dirhams. Which means how for all this, for example, if I check for yesterday or last 7 days. So it will show me how many impressions in that duration, clicks, how many conversions, and how much money was spent. So that's called cost, which is very straightforward. To give you an example again, see, for example, you can say my ad was displayed 100 times, 7 people clicked on it. Out of the 7, 2 people filled the lead form or did a purchase on my website, and total amount spent was $50. So that's like the keywords and the terminologies, how you use it. And the sales generated were $500. Let's say if it's an e-commerce website, I did all this out of these 2 people who purchased, they purchased products worth of $500. Okay, that will be sales. Cost will be how much I spent on the campaign, and sales would be how much sales I generated from this particular traffic. I hope that's clear. Okay, these are the 4 primary metrics everyone has to understand if you want to run campaigns and understand what's happening. Okay, and then there are 4 more metrics which are derived from this. Like for example, impressions is number of times ad was displayed. But using these metrics, we come up with secondary metrics as well. I will even show you how they are calculated, but you don't have to remember that. Google will automatically show you auto calculated, but it's good to know how they are calculated. The first thing is return on ad spend. Now this is calculated using sales and amount. For example, if I spent $100 on my campaign and as a result of that, I generated $1,000 sales on my e-commerce website. So return on ad spend would be sales generated divided by amount multiplied by 100. So it's like how much money I made and how much money I spent. Okay. Now, if you say, okay, what will be ROAS for LinkedIn? There is no direct ROAS for LinkedIn, for example, if they are looking a campaign to bring traffic to the website and register. But however, they can calculate a long-term ROAS, that how many of these later purchase the premium. So they calculate something called LTV, that is lifetime value. But there is no immediate ROAS. In Google Ads, it cannot calculate ROAS if they are just looking for people to come and register on their website. Similarly, a real estate client, they cannot calculate ROAS in Google Ads because there is no value on their form. People go to their website, they fill up a lead form and submit it. There is no value associated with this form. So Google cannot calculate ROAS in those type of websites. Then we have CTR, which is click-through rate. It is calculated based on how many clicks a campaign received divided by number of impressions and multiplied by 100. Now, click-through rates can be somewhere between 5% to 100%. But overall, if you say the click-through rate or CTR of my campaign is 10%, it means out of every 100 people, 10 are clicking on your ad. For example, in terms of London Hospital, I saw the ad twice, but I only clicked once, which means the CTR is 50% for this campaign if I was the only one who was exposed to this campaign today. So that's how CTR is calculated. CTR is a measure of how engaging or prompting your campaign is. If the CTR is higher, that means more often people are clicking on your ad after they see it. Okay. Then we have CPA, which is cost per action or conversion. It's simply calculated based on how much you spent and how many conversions. Let's say I spent $100 and I got 2 conversions. So cost per conversion, the cost I spent to get every conversion is $50. So that's very straightforward. Then similarly, we have CPC, which is cost per click. How much money I spent and divided by number of clicks. For example, if I spend $100 today and I got 50 clicks, which means I'm spending $2 for every click. I'm spending $2 to get 1 click on my campaign. It's as so simple as that. Now, if you CPC is a very broadly term. Even some people refer to Google Ads as CPC because Google Ads charges advertisers only when somebody clicks on their ad. Okay. Now, if you see here, I'm focusing a lot on this, but this is very fundamental. You have to understand. It will help you in the long run. So please focus, and even if it's boring. Now, if you see the last example, ad was displayed 100 times, 7 people clicked on it, 2 people filled the lead form, and total amount spent was 50 and sales generated were $500. Now, these are the metrics you calculate based on this number. Do it on your own. Don't look at the answers on the bottom here. Do it on your own and see if they are matching. I have already calculated the CTR, CPC and CPA. Okay. Now that you are clear with all the 8 terminologies which are very important to understand bidding strategy, now we have to go back and see what each of these bidding strategy means. To give you an idea, when you come here and you create a campaign, like what you select here actually determines how successful the campaign is. And honestly, even if you are going for an interview, this is the first question they will ask you. Okay, this is the client. What bidding strategy will you use? Now you have to understand each of them to suggest and give a rationale why I will select a particular bidding strategy for this advertiser. Manual CPC I have already explained to you. So now let's go through each of them to understand what they mean and when they should be used. Okay, in this table I have listed all the automatic bidding strategies here to give you an idea about what each of them do and how do they work. Now I would also link a link below to download this table. Go through it after I explain it and remember as much as possible. This is probably one of the things you will have to remember by heart. Okay, so now if you see that I have given a color coding, which means each of the sections are dedicated for a type of an advertiser, which you will understand now. Okay, now first one is target impression share. This bidding strategy is used by someone who want to use Google search as a medium of brand awareness. Now this is important for clients. When the client tells you, or for your own company, you want whenever somebody searches for certain keywords, my ad should appear there. Okay, so that they understand that you are a master in this field and they recognize your brand, because as many times they search for a keyword, your ad appears on top. This is the priority for the advertiser. Let us say if King's Hospital wants that whenever somebody searches for best gynecologist or best dentist in Dubai, our ad should appear on top. Whether we get results of this from it or not, that's not a priority. Our priority is we should appear there. In that case, you will select target impression share for that particular client. That's all. Now, what it does is it increases your visibility on Google, because Google will prioritize your ads to show on the top. To give you an example, if there is a particular doctor, okay, he every day goes to Google to check best gynecologist to see if he appears. Now he does it every day on Google. Google somehow understands that this person never clicks on an ad, he never fills up on a form, but he just searches. Whenever you are selecting this target impression share bidding, Google will still show your ad if you have selected this particular bidding strategy. Even though Google knows that the conversion, he going to the website and converting, the probability is less. Google will still show the ad because they know your objective is to appear on the top. Okay, and when you select this bidding strategy, Google will ask you in the next step that we will go through all of that, but Google will ask you in the next step, do you want to appear on top of the page? Do you want to appear on the first page results? So based on what you want, you can select this bidding strategy. The next one is a different color, which is maximize clicks. This bidding strategy you will only use if the objective of the advertiser you are working for or your own company is to generate traffic from Google. That's all. Most probably, for example, if there is a news site, let's say Khalij Times, bbc.com, they do not want people to come to their website or fill a form or purchase a product. Their objective is they are bidding on keywords like breaking news about something. Their objective is whenever somebody searches for these keywords, our campaign should appear so that it generates traffic. Now, those kind of clients who just want traffic from Google as their priority is to generate traffic. For those kind of clients, it can be a blog, it can be anyone, but they say we want to generate traffic from Google Ads, and we do not prioritize anything else, whether they fill a lead form or if there is something like that on the website. In that case, you will select maximize clicks. What Google will do is it will show your ads to people who are more likely to click on the ad, because Google knows purchase behavior of everyone on their site. So in that case, Google will prioritize your ads will be shown to people who are most likely to click on the ad. Now, bidding strategy, you can look at bidding strategy as a tool where you tell Google that the 100 dirhams I selected as daily budget, how do I want to spend it? What do I want to achieve from it? That's what bidding strategy is. Okay. Now the next two, if you see, they are in a different color, which is target CPA and maximize conversions. This bidding strategy should be used for clients who are running Google Ads campaigns with you or yourself for the only reason that they want traffic from Google Ads, but the traffic should be such that who convert on their website, who do something on their website. For example, if I'm a real estate client, I'm running Google Ads campaigns when somebody looks for 4-bedroom apartments in Dubai. The only reason I'm running my campaign is someone will search for these keywords, they'll click on my ad, and on my landing page they will fill a lead form so that the sales team can get back to them what kind of apartment you want. So they want leads. They want conversions. They want something to be done on their website. Similarly, if LinkedIn is running a campaign to generate more traffic, to generate more registrations, now they will be categorized as in this category as well, because they want a traffic from Google Ads which will convert, which will do a certain action on their website. Okay. So for those clients where your focus is to generate leads, or let's say there's a company who have done a survey and they want people to download this survey or register for a webinar. So for such clients, you will use maximize conversions, because what you can do is you are telling Google, I have this 100 dirhams per day spend, but you need to get me traffic which generate most of the conversion. So Google will show your ads to people who are most likely to convert, because Google knows behavior of the people. They know that this person was looking for webinars, he registered already on 2 websites. So Google will prioritize your ads and show to those people who are most likely to convert. That's about maximum conversions. But one thing you have to remember is there are 2 options for such clients, which is target CPA and maximize conversions. If you have a budget 100 dirhams and you are telling Google that get me as many conversions as possible, then you will run maximize conversions. And even if you do not get any conversion every day, Google will still spend this 100 dirhams, because maximum can be 0 as well. That's the maximum we could get you. Now, if you think that there is a certain cost up to which I am willing to pay for a conversion. Let's say that you are working for a company who have a webinar. They tell you, you know what, we want to get conversions, but the maximum we can pay for each registration is 25 dirhams. Now, in that case where you have to cap that how much you are willing to spend for a particular conversion, you use target CPA and you select the target as 25 dirhams. This is the maximum I'm willing to pay for each conversion. Now Google will try to find you people and traffic who are most likely to convert, and Google has to spend 25 dirhams maximum to get such a conversion. Now the difference here is in target CPA, if Google is not able to get you any conversions within this target CPA of 25 dirhams, Google will not spend your budget. Okay, that's one difference. In the target CPA, Google will not spend the budget in that case, but maximize conversions it will spend if you are not getting. So now you understand in which case you have to use each of them. Now the next 2, they are dedicated for e-commerce websites. When I say e-commerce, it is for websites which have transaction value. For example, Amazon. When you buy a product, it has a certain value and you're passing that value to Google as well. There is some sales value connected with the conversion you are looking for. Even LinkedIn again can run this type of campaign if their objective from this campaign is to just generate premium memberships. Or Netflix, their objective is to run a campaign on Google Ads where people come and buy their membership. Okay, there is a sales value associated with that. Whenever there is a client you are working with and there is a sales value associated with it, you can go ahead and run these 2 types of campaigns. And the difference between them is the same as these 2. When you target ROAS, for example, you say my target ROAS is 500%. Google will only spend your money in a way that you generate 5 times sales than what you are spending. So if your daily budget is 100 dirhams, Google will only serve your campaigns in order to get you $500 dirhams worth of sales every day, because you selected 500% as target CPA. If Google thinks that it's not possible, then it will not spend your budget. But if you select maximize conversion value, Google will spend your daily 100 dirhams every day and try to get maximum conversion value. Now, if for example, Google is spending your 100 dirhams and still you are not able to generate any value, nobody is buying from your website. If you have selected this particular bidding strategy, maximize conversion value, Google will still spend your money. That's the difference between target ROAS and maximize conversion value. Same like target CPA and maximum conversions. I hope this is clear. These strategies, download it, go through it again, and just learn them by heart. Okay. Now let's go back to our Google Ads. So when you come to bidding, you will get these options. Hopefully now you understand which one to select. In my case, because we are working for eToro, now the objective of the campaign is for people to click on the ad and finally come on website and register with eToro. There's no sales value associated with register for our campaign, because the client has told us to generate as many registrations as possible. So I would go with maximize conversions. Okay. Now, in case eToro had asked me, okay, we want conversions from this campaign, but we do not want to pay more than $50 or 50 dirhams for each conversion. In that case, I would select target CPA, and here it will ask me what is your maximum CPA you are willing to pay. But for that, these bidding strategies, conversion, maximize conversion or target CPA will be only available if we have set up the conversion tracking, which we have not done so far. So because we'll do that in the next few videos, and we can come back and change the bidding if we want. But for now, I will select maximize conversions. Okay, this is about the budget and bidding section, which is one of the most important sections. And the next one we have here is you will have to click on show more settings to see these two settings. The first one is conversions. Now it's asking you to set up conversions so that you can work on these two settings. The next option it shows you is ad rotation. Now Google is asking you, if you have multiple ads in your campaign, let's say I created 2 different ads. Now, which one to serve? Do you want to serve evenly? For example, when somebody searches for best platform for trading, we will show ad number 1. On the next search query, we will show ad number 2, and we will evenly distribute the impressions. Or you want to optimize, for example, if I have 2 ads, if I'm getting more conversions from ad number 1, show that more often, 70% of the times. After every 1000 impressions, Google will again calculate which of them got more conversions in term proportionately. And then if something has changed, for example, in the last 1000 impressions, ad number 2 has generated more conversions proportionately. For the next 1000 impressions, Google will show this more, ad number 2 more often. So it keeps switching between those. Now that our objective is to generate as many conversions as possible, so I will select optimize best performing ads, and do not optimize would be to show them evenly, and these two options are not available for this bidding strategy. So that's all about this particular section. I hope this was clear, guys. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next one. Hello digital marketers, welcome to the 7th video of Google Ads Professional course. This is the 7th video. If you are new here, I would recommend to watch the whole series from video 1, for which I'll put the link in the description below. In this video, we are going to talk about ad extensions available in Google Ads. So if I go back to the campaign which we have been working on, if you see that we have selected all the settings, we now know that what all of these sections and settings mean. We are done with budget, bidding, and even conversions and ad rotation. Now the last setting before we save this campaign is about ad extension. If you see here, while creating the campaign, you get an option to create ad extensions, multiple options given here. You can even click on ad extension. It will even show more. Now, before we set up the ad extensions for our campaign, I want to take you through all the types of ad extensions so that you understand what they are used for and what each of them means. Now, before everything else, you need to know that as of now, which is August 2021, there are 11 types of ad extensions which are available in Google Ads. If you see on the left hand side, I have put the list of all the ad extensions available as of now. Some of them are beta. You need to reach out to Google support to activate them for your account. Now we will go through each of them one by one, but before that, I want to show you what an ad extension actually is. Now this is an example. For example, when I search for buy villa in Dubai, I see these 3 ads. Now if you look at the first ad, you see here there are 3 components of a Google Ads ad, main components. One is this, it's called the display URL, which is the URL of the advertiser where the user will, if the user will click on the ad, where they will be taken to. It gives an idea to the user that what URL they will be going to if they click on the ad. The second one is this blue color, which is hypertext, which means if you click on it, you will actually go to the website of the advertiser here. Now these are called headlines. They are 3 parts. When we set up the ads later, you will see that they are 3 parts. They are called 3 headlines, which you will have to choose within 30 characters, each of them. So this blue area is 3 headlines together. And then below that, we have this gray text, which is called the description. It is even longer. It has 90 characters limit. And you can add up to, there will be 2 descriptions which will show in an ad. But for example, this one they have chosen, while creating the ad, they have just added 1 description. So these are the 3 main components of a Google Ads ad which you need to update in order to show the ad. But if you see the next ad, which I see from another advertiser for this keyword, you see that there is something additional to what we have seen here, which is, for example, they have the display URL. Here they have the 3 headlines, and then they have 2 descriptions. That's why it's even bigger than this description, because this is only what they have added, only 1 description. Here you see 2 descriptions, but additional, you see that there is a number there as well. So that is one type of extension, which is a phone extension. Okay, this will help them. If a user is looking for a desktop, they will see this number and they can call them directly if they want to. If this ad will show on a mobile device, with this extension, it will be clickable as well. So if it appears on a phone which has the calling capabilities, they can click on it directly and it will make a call to them. So this is one of the extensions, which is phone extension. So extension basically means you can add different type of links and descriptions and assets to your ad for a certain purpose, which we will know when we discuss each of the extensions. And if you go to the third ad here, even then you will see something else added. For example, this is the display URL, these are the headlines, these are the descriptions. And if you see these blue links here, this is another type of extension. It can be, let's say, site link extension as well, which can appear in this way or some other way as well, or it can be any other type of extension. So I hope this is clear to you. You understand what an extension is. It is like, this is the basic Google Ads ad, and optionally add a certain type of extension to your ad which will help users to reach you better. And depending on your business, you can choose what kind of extensions you want to add to your ads. Okay. Now another example here to make it a bit more clear for you is, if you see here, they have the phone extension, they even have this extension here. Then these guys, they just have the phone extension. And if you see at this third option, now what you see here, it says contact us, book an appointment. Now, if you are familiar with Facebook ads, on Facebook, you can click on an ad and it will open a form within the Facebook app, which is called a lead gen form. Similarly, Google started this recently, I think a year ago or even a bit more, where user, if on Google Ads, they can click on this, it will pop up a form here and they can fill up the information, which is very helpful for certain, let's say, real estate clients. If they are advertising about, or even in this case, somebody is looking for best gynecology in Dubai, you can directly click on this, fill up a form, your name, phone number, and somebody will get back to you. Now, this is called a lead gen extension as well. So these are some of the types, and I hope this is clear to you what an ad extension means. Let's jump to Google Ads extensions and see what each of them does. And also, there is some information you need to remember about Google Ads extensions. Now, Google Ad extensions are free. For example, if you are running a campaign with a certain daily budget, you can add extensions as many as you want in your Google Ads, and it will be free. There's no extra charge. For example, if you are paying 2 dirhams or $2 for a click, even if your ad has an extension, you will still pay the same amount for that click, regardless of how many extensions additionally are there. And now, if, for example, you have an extension on your ad and a user clicks on an extension, the cost you are going to pay for click on an ad, you will pay the same cost, because it's again click on an ad, no matter whether it's on extension or the headline. The second thing you need to understand is why people use extensions is there are multiple reasons. See, for example, the first biggest reason why people use extensions is it occupies more real estate on the Google Ads. It occupies more space on the Google Ads. So when you see a lot of space occupied by one particular brand, it gives them a bit of more authenticity and brand awareness and reach. Okay. The second one is, see, for example, if somebody is looking for eToro customer care number, they can show an ad with a phone number so that the user can directly click on the phone extension and make a call. So it makes user journey better. That's the two main reasons why extensions are used. Also, you have to remember that whenever we set up extensions for our campaigns, there's no guarantee that they will always show. So Google, based on a lot of things like which device the user is accessing Google from and what is he exactly looking for, Google can sometimes show your extensions and sometimes it cannot show your extensions. You will have to always remember that. And the CPC will be same as clicking on the ad. I think we discussed that. Now, if we go to our first, we'll go through the list one by one. If you see here that we have highlighted site link. Now, site link extension looks like the one in the screenshot here. For example, this is the display URL. These are the headlines. These are the descriptions. If you see here, there are these are called the site links. They appear just below your ad and they are clickable as well. For example, somebody clicking on this will not go to the home page of eToro. They will directly go to let's say demo account, to create a demo account. Or for example, this page, we can choose anything. We will do an exercise where it will be more clear. So you can use site links to kind of demonstrate different sections of your website, like pricing, contact us, homepage, brochures. So you can highlight anything here. So they will appear under your ad with a small description of their own, and they are all clickable. And this is the extension which takes the highest space within Google Ads. You can also schedule and report on site links. You can separately later check in reports that how many people clicked on the main ad and how many people clicked on the site links. Now, one more thing you have to remember regarding all the site links is you can add site links at the account level as well as you can add it at a campaign level. So we will later see how to apply them to a campaign level and how to apply them to an ad account level. So, but you have to remember that any extension can be added to one certain campaign or throughout the account. Even if there are multiple campaigns, you add an extension to the whole account. No matter which ad is displayed from which campaign, that extension will show. Now, in terms of site links, there can be a maximum of 6 site links that will appear on a desktop under an ad, and on mobile it can go to 8. Usually it is always around, Google shows around 4 site links with an ad, but it can go up to 8 links on mobile and 6 site links on desktop, which Google can show. So let's first go ahead and create a site link for our eToro campaign. Now when I go here, I want to apply a site link here. So there's already an option. If you do not see the kind of extension option listed here, you can click on add extension and it will give you further more options. So let's go to site links. Now regarding site links, you have to remember one thing. You use site links to kind of give users option to directly go to the section of your website which they want to go. Now in our case, for example, if I go to eToro website, if I'm using this home page eToro.com as the landing page URL to my ads, which means somebody click on my ads, comes here and they explore my platform, and then they might reach out or create a new account, click on join now. But what if a user is looking what is the fees on eToro platform? So in our case, what we will do is we will use 4 site links to our ads. One is demo account, one is fees, because I will add, for example, if I click on fees, if you see the URL, it changes to etoro.com/trading/fees. Now, if somebody is looking for fees only, they will get with my ad, they will get a site link fees. If they click on it, they will directly come here. Now, the best practice to choose site links is when you work on your own campaign or a client's campaign, go to their Google Analytics, see what are the most visited sections of the website. Those are the web pages and you should use as site links. Now in our case, let's first go ahead and decide which site links we will use. Now in our case, we will use fees, we will use demo account, because a lot of people search for eToro and they directly want to go to the demo account section and create a demo account. Then we will also use login as one of the site links, because a lot of people search on Google about eToro because they are looking for the login page so that they can log into their account. And then we will use top markets. Okay, let's first go ahead and create one site link extension for fees and the rest of the 3. So in that case, I'll go here and what I'll do is site link text would be fees. So if you see here, this is the text, site link text. So in here, I want it to appear as fees. So we'll go here, we'll add as fees. Description line 1 is, if you go here, see, these are the descriptions. So you can add 2 descriptions, but sometimes Google will show only 1 description and sometimes it will show 2. So I'll type description 1 as click here to explore our fee, and explore free fee across all markets as description 2. If you see that there is a limit to these description as well. For example, site link, it has to be 25 characters and 35 for each of the descriptions. Now it will ask me for the final URL, which means that if somebody clicks on our site link extension here, where they should go. Now it only makes sense because if we want that if somebody clicks on the fees, they should directly be landed to this particular page. So what I'll do is I will copy this URL here and I will put it as final URL. Now our first site link, we have added all the details. Similarly, for the rest of the 3 I showed you, you need to do an exercise on your end and add all the 4 site links and their relevant details here. As I told you, you can add up to 8 because the maximum number of site links that can appear on phone is 8 and 6 for desktop. So you can click on add site link if you want more than 4. And later, once you are done, click on save. So I will not do the rest of the 3. So I'll just do one of them. So if this one is saved, I'll click on preview. It will show me how it will appear as. So on a phone, it will appear like this, a clickable link under my ad, under the headline and the description, and on desktop, it will appear like this with these details. If I add 3 more, then it will appear one like this, the second one here, third one here, fourth one here, and this is my ad, which I have not updated yet. So it's showing headline 1, headline 2, and description. So that's all about site link extensions. I hope you do practice on your Google Ads account and you update all the 4 and understand what it means. Now moving on to the second option, which is call out extensions. Now call out extensions appear like this. If you see here, after this line, let's say 7-day free trial, low fail rate, residential proxies, 24/7 premium support. These are called call out extensions. I'm not a big fan of these, but it helps some of the advertisers. These extensions usually help to highlight the USPs of a business. For example, in our case, Bright Data is a food delivery company, and they have highlighted that they have 7 days free trial, low fat rate. They are not clickable, this extension, which is the call out extension. They kind of call out the USPs of the business. For example, if you are a garage, you can say pick up and drop available, 24/7 this, prices start from this particular price. So they are good for kind of highlighting USPs of your business. And you can show up to a maximum of 10 call out extensions. You can add like 10, 15. Google will sometimes show 4, 8, 10 depending on the device and a lot of other information, but that's all about call extension. So it's pretty straightforward to set up. For example, if you have to add call out extensions, you go here, you click on call out extensions, and then you add like the text, and that's all. You click on save. There's nothing else you have to do there because you just add the text. All the extensions are very easy to set up. So once you play around, you'll be able to understand as far as you know what they should be used for and how they look. Then we go to the third option, which is structured snippet extension, which again, I'm not a fan of. It is exactly what call out extension is, but here in this case, it's like a structured snippet because there is certain, for example, in the previous case, in call out extension, you can call out anything, your business USPs, your starting prices, everything. But if you select structured snippets, then you can only choose within these. For example, if you have to set up a structured snippet, you select, let's say, degree programs. This is used by colleges. Amenities, this is used by hotels. So they can choose in this category what are our USPs. So, but it's exactly like call out extension. If you see here, it exactly looks like call out extensions, but then there are only these options you can add for. For example, destinations will be used for a travel industry, and the only difference between you will be like, why Google gave this option, why not these people also use call out extension. The only difference is when this extension appears, it will show here, for example, service catalog. What is their service catalog? For example, if you select amenities in your call out extension, it will show you here amenities, then it will show Wi-Fi and all those things. It will actually show what category we are calling out here. It's good for hotels, service-based industries, where they can show kind of what if, for example, if it's a college or university or any institute, they can select courses and it will show like courses, what are their courses here. So that's the only difference between call out extension and structured snippet. Then we have here is the next one is image extension. This is also a new feature, I think launched last year or a year before. Not a lot of people still use it because all accounts cannot access this kind of extension. You need to reach out to Google support to have it enabled. Now, if you see here, for example, when somebody looks for Hugo Boss, there is a Hugo Boss search ad here. This is the headline, this is the URL, this is the description, and you can highlight an image within that ad. It was heavily used by automotive clients, for example, with a new car launch. If you're looking for, let's say, Petrol 2020 or let's say Mercedes S-Class 2021. So you can also add image here. Those were the clients that heavily use this, but I don't see a lot of people still using it, but that's what an image extension does. Now, the most commonly used one is phone extension and site link extension. Those are the most commonly used ones. The next one is call extension. As the name suggests, it along with your ad, there'll be a phone number mentioned there. Easy to set up. You click on call extension, you add the phone number and the country code, and once your ad appears, it will show a phone number here on the desktop, and mobile phone, it will show like this, so that the users can directly click on it and make a call. It's good for, as easy to predict, it's good for businesses who have call center capabilities or phone inquiry, like restaurants. So if a restaurant shows an ad, it makes sense to have a phone number here so that somebody can call, make a reservation, or order something, or even if it's a clinic, or even if it's a hospital. So for those kind of businesses, this extension makes sense. Now the next one we have is lead form extension. As I discussed before, with your ad, there will be a link like this which says contact us, book an appointment. Somebody can click on it. They don't even have to go to your website. A form will appear on Google search engine result page itself, where the user can add their name, email address, and phone number, and the advertiser can download this information and reach back to them. It's good for real estate clients or appointments. For example, if I'm looking for ABC Villas and they have an ad with an extension, I click on it, I enter my phone number and email, and their sales team will get back to me with a call. It's also good for, let's say, booking appointment businesses like clinics and any business who have callback capabilities as well, or they have a sales team reaching out to the customers. The next one is location extension and affiliate location extension. This is good for example, along with your ad, there will be an extension of your location. For example, if I'm looking for coffee shops around me and a certain coffee shop is showing an ad for this, now it makes sense for them, for physical businesses like coffee shops and restaurants, to have a link which also shows their Google Map location. For example, if I'm looking for ice cream parlors, I see this ad and there's a extension which is the location extension. I can directly click on the location extension. It will open in the Google Maps and show me where they are, and I don't need to click on the ad and go to their website. It doesn't make sense. So for those kind of businesses which have like physical locations, it can be shops, it can be outlets, and restaurants as well, where they want to who have physical businesses, if the user sees the ad, and the user will not prefer to go to their website because he's just looking for where they are, they can have this extension here where user can directly click. And on the phone, it will appear something like this. But if you see the next extension, which is affiliate location extension, it is similar. The only difference is, for example, a restaurant chain has multiple locations. So they will choose the affiliate location extension, and in that case, it will not show a clickable map location directly. It will show you how many locations are there. Once you click on this, it will show you 3 different locations of this particular business, and you can choose any of those, and again you can click off on any of the 3 links, which will be like this here. In that case, that's the only difference between location extension and affiliate location extension. Then the next one we have here is price extension. It is good for businesses who have prices for certain categories of services. Let's say a salon is advertising, somebody looking for a salon or a restaurant, where they can show what are the starting prices. For example, here this is a salon, it shows women's haircut $70, men's haircut $40. Now as I told you, extensions is all about, in the first impression on Google Ads, what do you want to show to the user? Because as a business owner, even if you are working for a client, you need to ask them, what is the first thing users look on Google about you? Like, even if they call you, what's the first thing they ask you? Hi, where is this salon? Use map extension. Hi, how much do you charge for a haircut? Then use price extension. So this is like providing the user information in the first go, not just showing the ad and so that they click on or go to the website. So you just show the information in the first go, which you think for that particular business is the most important or asked about by the clients. This is also easy to set up. You select this extension and add what is the name of this particular service and how much price you want to show for this particular service. So you just have to think about it. Go to Google Ads, practice, create all the types of extensions, and think about it, which advertiser it will be useful for. I have given some examples, but you can come up with more, and yeah, it will be better for you. Then we have app extensions. It's pretty straightforward. If the business you are working for, if they have an app as well and they want to promote the app, you can use it in their Google Ads as an extension so that people can install the app. For example, if I'm looking for buy shoes on Amazon and I see a Amazon ad on Google, but it's better that I show the app here as well, because if they are looking to buy shoes, they might be like, okay, let me install the app and order from there. It's easier for if I have to purchase later as well and to add my card and all this stuff. Now the good thing is here you give user an option whether they want to go to your website or directly go to your app. Once setting up this extension, you just have to enter the app name and Google will automatically add the Play Store address. So if somebody clicks on this here, they will directly go to the, if they are using an Android device, they'll directly go to the App Store, Android App Store. And if they are using an Apple device, if they click on this ad, they'll go to the App Store of Apple, where on this app page where they will have an option to install it there. The last one we have is promotion. The name suggests if you have a particular promotion, the business you are working on or the client has a particular promotion and you want to highlight it in Google search. For example, somebody looking for a particular keyword, you are already showing the ads, you are bidding on those keywords, but you want to tell the users even on Google search page that we have a promotion. So you can use this particular extension, which is promotion extension. Again, easy to set up. You go, you select that, okay, what's the name of the promotion and is there a percentage discount or a price discount? Let's say $100 off on your first purchase or 30% off. So you'll have to select whether it's a percentage discount or a price discount, and that's all. So these are all the extension types available in Google Ads. So for now, for our campaign, what we will do is we will set up only site link extensions, because that's what makes sense for eToro, because they don't want people to click on a call and reach out to their call center. They don't want to fill lead forms. They want people directly to go to their website and join, register and fund their account and start using their account without any intervention of sales team or anyone else. But we will still give them an option if they first want to know what is the fee structure, what is the trading platform like, what are the markets. So we'll create the 4 extensions. I have created 1, so I'll create 3 more, not to make this video very lengthy. What we'll do is next is we'll click on save and continue. So this is the first page of the campaign settings which we have saved. If you see here, now we go to the next hierarchy level, which is now we will have to create the ad groups. As we discussed, we have created the campaign. Now we will have to create the ad groups within this campaign and then the ads. I hope this was helpful. If it was, please like the video, as it really helps in the algorithm. That's the only thing I will ask, if it was helpful. Even if it was not, let me know in the comments what can be better, and I will try my best to implement that feedback in my next videos. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next one. Hello there. Welcome to the 8th video of this series, Google Ads Professional Course, in which we take you through from basics to expert level in Google Ads. In this video, we will talk about what is quality score, what is ad rank, before we go and create our ad groups. It is a very important concept to understand so that you can run successful and profitable campaigns. Now, before we jump into the video, if you are new here, you haven't watched the previous videos, I would recommend to watch the whole series from video 1, for which I will link the playlist in the description below. I will also put the link to the quiz to test your knowledge you have learned in this video. You can attempt after you finish watching this video. Now, before we go ahead and set up our ad groups where we actually create the ads, we actually add the keywords, it's very important to understand what kind of keywords you should add and what should you write in the ads as an ad copy. So for that, it's very important to understand what is an ad rank, what is a quality score, what does it depend on, and why is it so important. Now, basically, when you search anything on Google, for example, in this case, I searched for best trading platform. Now, if you see, the first 3 are the results I got for searching for this keyword. Now, there is IG, then there is Pepperstone, and then there is the forexbrokerreview.com. Now all these three ads from three different advertisers appear when I search for this keyword, which is best trading platform. But if you see that IG appears on the top, and below that there's Pepperstone, and then there is the Forex Broker Review. Now IG appears on the first position. It is called the best ad rank, or 1, as the ad rank for IG is number 1. It's very important because the ads that appear on the top have more chances that the users will click on these ads, and it sort of adds a brand image when you appear on top consistently for certain keywords. But now we understand that ad rank, what ad rank is and why is it kind of important. But what factors determine that which ad will appear on the top? Because for example, IG, Pepperstone and Forex Broker, all of them are bidding on this particular keyword. But what determines that which of these will appear on the top? Obviously they all try to appear on the top, but what will determine that what appears on the top? Now the ad rank determines of two important factors. One is the CPC bid, which is how much money are you paying Google for every click. For example, if you remember from our ad bidding strategies video, there was one bidding strategy which is manual CPC, where you will allocate a particular amount for every keyword, that how much am I willing to pay for a click on this keyword. And similarly, there were some automated strategies where you use maximize clicks or maximize conversions. Google will automatically set your CPC bids for every search to make sure that you achieve your goals. For example, if I set maximize clicks as my strategy, Google will automatically from my daily budget allocate bid so that I get the most number of clicks from my budget. That is one of the factors that determines the ad rank. The more you are willing to pay, the more chances that you will appear on that top. Similarly, it also depends on something called a quality score. Now quality score is something Google assigns a quality to each of your keyword depending on a lot of factors, which we will go through one by one. But the one thing to understand here is, even if you are paying a lot of money, you are willing to pay a lot of cost per click, but your quality score is not good, there are high chances that your ad will never appear on the top. So it's not just the money. You need to make sure that your keywords have a good quality score as well in order to appear on the top and generate a lot of traffic. And similarly, there is one more thing you have to remember. If there are two advertisers, for example, in our case, we have IG and we have Pepperstone, there is a chance that Pepperstone might be bidding or willing to pay more cost per click than IG, but IG's quality score is better, so Google will still try to prefer IG at the top rank. So the ad rank is kind of dependent on CPC bid, how much an advertiser is willing to pay, but as well as quality score. So quality score is a very important aspect to ensure that you get cheaper clicks and your ads appear on the top. We have to understand this concept before we actually go into ad groups and we create keywords as well as ads. Okay. At the moment, I will take you to one of the running accounts to show you how it appears. Okay, if you see, now we are in one of our Google Ads accounts. There are multiple keywords like District 1 Villas, Soba Forest Villas, and a lot of keywords. If I scroll towards the right in my ad platform, I will be able to see the quality score here. See, each of the keywords has a quality score. For example, this keyword has a quality score of 8, which is good. Then we have 8 again, then we have 3. This keyword has very low score. And similarly, if you see that Buy Villa Dubai, it has 2 as well. So it depends on a lot of factors which we will discuss, but this is just to give you an idea that how can you see quality score for each of the keywords. For example, to give you an example, in this case, Soba Forest Villas, the average cost or average CPC is 16 dirhams, which means that for every click we received on this keyword, we have paid 16 dirhams. If we improve the quality score of this keyword from 3 to 8, it's quite possible that the CPCs will drop and we will be paying maybe only 8 dirhams, 5 dirhams. And just to give you an idea, if you see that the keywords which have higher quality score here, the cost per click is less, 4 dirhams, 6 dirhams, and this one has low, so it has 16 dirhams. Now again, this keyword has only 3. quality score. So we have paid 17 dirhams for each click. So that was just to give you an idea. We will go into detail once we create our own campaign. Now coming back to our slides. Now quality score depends on three major factors. And to understand each of them and to understand how you can improve your quality score, I will have to go into a bit of detail. Now, before we go ahead and discuss what three things are important for having a quality score in your Google Ads keywords, you have to first understand about this. See, Google thrives on relevance. We all use Google as a window to the whole World Wide Web. You don't have to remember any website addresses. You don't have to remember any websites where you can find certain information. You kind of go to Google and you search for anything. Almost everyone uses Google because we know that whatever we are looking for, Google always comes up with relevant results. To give you an idea, for example, I searched for TV series with 456 players. If that's all I remember or know about Squid Games and I search for it, it will show me Squid Games in the result. That's why Google is doing a marvelous job, and that's why so many people use Google. It's like a window for everyone to the internet and World Wide Web. Now Google knows this, that they are so popular because they are very relevant. They know what you're looking for. They give you relevant results. And the same thing they want to have in their search ads as well. If I'm looking for doctors around me, Google will only show me ads which talk about doctors around me as well. They will not talk about Nike jacket because they know that they will lose this relevance. So that is one of the important factors which determines your ad quality, that your ad should be relevant to the keyword. So we have to make sure that when we create the ads are relevant to the keyword we are bidding for, which in turn will be relevant with what users are searching for. For example, here I searched for best trading platforms. And if you see that IG ad talks about trading platform trusted globally since 1974, award-winning platform. So this ad has relevance to the keyword they are bidding for as well as what the user is searching for. So that is one important factor. Your ad needs to be relevant with the keyword you are bidding for in your campaign and in turn obviously what the user is searching for. Now the second important factor for quality score is CTR, which is click-through rate. I have mentioned all these terminologies in one of the videos, I think second or third video of this series. Now CTR or click-through rate is what percentage of people are clicking on your ad after seeing your ad. Let's say our ad was seen by 100 people and 10 people click on the ad after seeing our ad. So the CTR is 10%, which means higher the CTR, more engaging our ad is. Higher the CTR, more people are more often clicking on our ads. Now it's important as well, maybe your ad is relevant, but it's not engaging enough, which gives a signal that that's not what people are looking for. They search for it, you have a relevant ad copy, but people are not clicking on it, they don't find it what they are looking for. So the CTR will decrease, which gives a signal to Google that this is not what users are searching for. So to ensure that you have high CTR in your ads, you need to make sure when you are writing your ad copies, the ad, it is engaging enough for people. So when users see it, they click on it. There is something for them, whether USP of your platform, there is an offer or anything, but which makes users click more often on your ad. So that's the second factor which determines ad quality and quality score of your keywords. Now the third one is also important to understand. For example, now there is a company which just want to generate traffic from Google. Let's say I searched for best trading platform and there is an e-commerce company or a blog who just want to generate a lot of traffic their blog at cheaper prices. They make their ad copies engaging. They make, for example, if you're looking for best trading platform, they will put best trading platform in their ad copy here. So it becomes relevant, their quality score is high and they will show more often and their cost per click they are paying becomes less. So they try to play smart with Google. But to tackle that, what Google says is one of the factors that determines the ad quality score is the landing page relevance and quality. Google will also go through your page, the landing page, which is when people click on the ad, they go to a website. For example, in this case, if I click on the ad, I will go to ig.com. So what Google does is when you set up your ad, they check your landing page and the Google will crawl your landing page and see the keyword you are bidding for, which you also mentioned in your ad copy. Is it mentioned on your landing page as well? And what is the quality of your landing page? Is the information there easy to go through? And the basics of SEO of the landing page. But one of the important factors is the landing page should have relevance as well with your keyword and your ad copy. If you are bidding for best trading platform, you are mentioning best trading platform in your Google Ads ad copy as well, it needs to be on your landing page as well, which kind of ensures Google that this is a landing page which is relevant to what users are searching for. Guys, it's a very important factor. I mean, when it comes to optimizations, anyone can go ahead and create a Google Ads campaign. But what differs a quality Google Ads campaign and a profitable Google Ads campaign with the others is factors like these: how good quality score you have. So you constantly, after creating your campaign, need to go through your campaigns to check what are the opportunities to improve quality score of your keywords, as well as you need to keep these things in mind while creating a campaign, while adding the keywords, while creating the ad copies, writing the ad copies, what should the ad say, and even the landing page. So you need to kind of, if you are not doing the landing page, you are just running the search campaigns, you need to go to your client or your website development team and tell them you need to put these kind of keywords in the landing page somehow, whatever you are bidding for. That's why it's important. But when we have a good quality score, it means that it will result in paying less cost per click. So the better the quality score, the less you will pay for every click on Google, and your ads will show more often and you have better chances to appear on the top. So just a quick recap: ad rank decides how your ads will rank on Google search. Quality score of your keywords determines your ad rank along with CPCs, and quality score depends on three factors. Your ad should be relevant to the keyword searched for. Your people should click on your ad more often. It should be enticing. Landing pages should have keywords searched by users, so it should be relevant. That's all for this video, guys. I hope this was helpful. I will see you in the next one. Hello there. Welcome to the 9th video of Google Ads Professional course, where we take you from basics to the expert level in Google Ads. If you're new here, this is the 9th video of the series, and I would recommend to watch the whole series from video 1 if you want to master Google Ads. I'll put the link to the whole playlist in the description below. In this video, we will talk about ad groups. If you remember, in 7th video, we completed our campaign setup as mentioned before, that we are doing a Google search campaign for eToro. So in 6th video, we finished the campaign setup, all the settings at campaign level. So the next step we were redirected to is here. If you see here, to create ad groups or ad group. After that, we will create ads, and that's all. We are done with the Google search campaign. And in case you are doing it in an existing campaign, you saved the campaign and you don't know how to redirect to this particular setting. So for example, this is an existing account. So what you do is, for example, I will go to this particular account here, and you will be, whenever you log into Google Ads, you'll be redirected to here, this overview tab. And to create an ad group, you first have to select which campaign you want to create this new ad group on. For example, I'll click on the Mac Hills. So you see that this campaign, it already has one ad group created. If you haven't created, you will not see anything here. But if you see that once you click on the campaign, you are redirected to ad group section, for which you will click on ad group, and you will be redirected to the same screen like our campaign. So I'm going back to our account where we already set up the campaign, and now we are going to set up ad groups. But before we set up ad groups, it's very important for you to know what an ad group is and why do we even create different ad groups, what goes into an ad group. One, because it helps you to understand how to structure your campaigns, as well as it's very important question in terms of interviews, because a lot of people get asked this basic question: why do we even create multiple ad groups? And a lot of people are not able to explain why. So going back here, if you remember from our first or second video, we discussed about the hierarchy in Google Ads. We discussed that we have a Google Ads account under which we can have one or multiple campaigns. For example, we have 2 campaigns in this account. Now each campaign can be, for example, Arabic search campaign, English search campaign, or whatever. Now if you see here, if you remember, we discussed that a campaign, in each campaign we can have one or multiple ad groups. You can have just one or you can have multiple ones. Usually these ad groups are segregated, like we have one ad group for branded keywords, one for stocks keywords, in our example for eToro, and we will have one for crypto, for example. And as discussed, each ad group will have its own dedicated ads and keywords. Now the question is, why do we do it? Now before that, let me take you through the basic definitions. Now an ad group is an entity which is created inside a Google Ads campaign. We know that. And a campaign can have one or more ad groups. We know that as well. Each ad group has dedicated ads and keywords. An ad group can have one ad or multiple ads and one or multiple keywords in it. Now use ad groups to organize your ads by a common theme, such as type of products or services you want to advertise. Now just remember this, I will explain what it means. To understand it completely, look at the example here. For example, when I search for buy office chair, I see 2 ads, let's say. One of them says buy office chair in stock, ship today. Okay, now see, I was looking for an office chair and the ad I see is buy office chair. And there is one more company here which is bufessel.com, and looks like I went to their landing page. They sell furniture as well, but look at the ad. Up to 30% off, contactless delivery, after sales support. Check impressive and extensive range of furniture, unique item to style minded customer. Now see, they sell chairs as well. The first company, which is VO Flow, they sell chairs as well. But look at the ad. This ad is very relevant to what I'm looking for. This ad is not. Now I did again, what I did is I searched again buy office table, and I saw one ad, shop office desks up to 70% off. This ad is very relevant to what I'm looking for. They're saying shop desks and up to 70% off. That's probably one of the things they want to highlight. Okay, cool. And if you see that I got the same advertiser as above, BU Fessel, and they have same ad again. Whether I search for chair, whether I search for desk, I have the same ad. They have one generic ad. Okay, now this is an issue. For example, if we assume that they just sell chairs and desks, now if they create one ad group and put all the keywords there, buy office chair, buy office desk, they don't know that which of the keyword is user searching for, because both the keywords are in the same ad group. They have to have a generic ad. Now on contrary, what these guys did is they created separate keywords for chair keywords, buy chair, office chair, home chair, so that they have a dedicated ad group, so that they can create an ad where they can mention about the chair, which is relevant to all the keywords inside this ad group. What it does is, one, it increases the relevance. What a user is searching for, you can show him the ad copy or the ad which is relevant to what he is searching for. It increases the relevance of the keyword and your ad copy and improves your quality score. And obviously it increases engagement rate, because if I'm searching for buy a chair, I'll never probably click on this ad because I don't know what it's about. Users don't have time when they search on Google. So when they see, okay, buy office chair in stock, ship today, they probably will click on it. So it increases engagement rate as well. So this is the primary reason of having ad groups. The primary reason is you have multiple services or products you sell. For example, if you go to any website, you go to a hospital website, they will have ophthalmology, dentist, whatever, the different departments, sections, and they'll talk about what doctors they have. So for a hospital, they do not want to put all the keywords in one ad group. For example, somebody looking for best gynecologist, somebody looking for best heart surgeon, somebody looking for best general medicine, or whatever So then they show a generic ad to anyone searching for anything. So what they want to do is they will club together on some people looking for oncology doctors, oncology consultancy, oncology surgery, and then have this in one ad group and create an ad for this ad group. As we mentioned that an ad group has a dedicated ad which talks about oncology, best oncology doctors. So their campaign will get a structure, and that's why we say that club together keywords with the similar theme in one ad group, so that you can have a dedicated ad for this ad group which is relevant to all the keywords inside this. Now, to give you an example here, for example, in our case for eToro, what we'll do is some user can search for buy stocks, and see, we need to have an ad copy like buy stocks on eToro starts from as low as 200. Somebody looking for buy Amazon stock, buy Google stock, best platform to buy stock. So this ad will make sense for those keywords. So all those keywords will club together in one ad group. And see, then again, people might search for best trading platform. Our ad there for these kind of keywords should be eToro, pay less to invest, award-winning trading platform. See, this is very relevant. It increases the quality score, increases the engagement rate. Now, for that, we will have to club separate. We'll have to create one ad group around buy stocks, buy Amazon stock, best platform to buy stock, least fees for buying stocks, most trusted stocks, buying stocks platform, or whatever those keywords are. And we will create one ad group, and people looking for generic terms like best trading platform without any mention of stocks, we'll show them this, see, award-winning platform. So this is the basic concept of an ad group. I hope this is very clear. I'll just repeat it again. The concept of ad group is to segment a campaign within groups where you club together similar keywords so that all of them have the same theme, so that you can have one ad or multiple ads which relate to those keywords. Okay. So in our case, as an example, I'll show you how to create an Excel sheet when you're working on something like this. As an example, I'll show you. So for our client eToro, we will create different ad groups like pure brand, where we will use keywords like eToro, eToro copy portfolio, eToro popular investor. These are the products of eToro. So somebody looking with eToro, keyword eToro, will club them together so that we can show them an ad which talks about eToro, the best platform, which is relevant to their query. And then we'll have one generic trading platform, best trading platform, regulated platform, trusted trading platform, so that we can have an ad copy which talks about how fancy the platform is, trustworthy and stuff. Then we will have one ad group talking about competitors. So somebody looking for IG Forex, somebody looking for FX trade, these are the competitors of eToro. We can have a dedicated ad copy for these kind of keywords. When somebody is searching for these keywords, our competitors will tell them lowest fees, best platform to buy stocks, so that these people probably know about these platforms. They are looking for how to create an account on IG. We show them an ad, best platform, lowest fees, or whatever. So we'll have, because see, we are relating ad copies to keywords. Which keyword is actually an intent, what a user is looking for. Here a user is looking for how to create an IG account. They don't know yet, they don't have an IG account yet, so they are looking for a platform. Probably they heard about IG. So this is separate intent, all these keywords. We'll have an ad copy which caters to this intent, lowest fees, most trusted, or try eToro. So we'll have one competitors. Then we'll have for crypto, if somebody is looking for crypto, Bitcoin, we'll show them dedicated what are our USPs about crypto trading on our platform. Similarly, we'll have ETFs and stuff. So this is just to give you an idea like what we will do. So we'll create one ad group for each of these keyword groups. These are examples. We can have many more, but around this theme, so that we can have each of these keywords we'll put in one ad group and have a dedicated ad or ads which are relevant to these keywords. Okay. Now, as I was mentioning, to give you an example, look at here. See, I searched for best orthopedician near me and I searched for best gynecologist. Both the ads are from Novomed, but see, book an appointment, best orthopedic surgeon. Book an appointment, best gynecologist, 20 plus years of experience. So this is something like Novomed has done. They have clubbed together separate keywords, orthopedic keywords separately in one ad group, and gynecology keywords separately in one ad group, and they have different ad copies. See, even the descriptions are different. Our specialized clinics in UAE are supported by hospital and home care, knee or hip injury. It's all related to orthopedic. Here they talk about consult our top female gynecologists in Dubai. So that's how they have done it, probably, most probably. They have clubbed together based on their departments, separate ad groups, so that they can create an ad which is relevant to that. This is one example if you're not familiar with eToro or trading. So this might give you an idea what I was talking about. And after that, to give you an example, whenever you are working on a campaign for a client, so always create a sheet like this. So for example, I have created this sheet, search campaign structure eToro English, which is our current campaign we are working, the search campaign, English campaign, search for eToro. So always what you do is you create one tab, keywords, where you first club together. You first decide on the ad group. So I have decided that I will create pure brand, generic, competitors, crypto, stocks, commodities, ETF and indices. Now why did I do that? Let me show you. See, I went to my client's website, which is eToro, and here, as I mentioned before, the services or products you are selling, for example, if you are selling chairs, tables, office furniture, home furniture, segment them like those ad groups. So in our case, see, if you go to top markets, these are the main services eToro provides. They have cryptocurrency trading, stocks trading, commodities, currencies, and all markets is all together. Okay. Now, what I did is I went here and see every campaign. Now this sheet, when you create the sheet, you always send it to the client in this segmented form to tell them, see, these are the keywords we are planning to use for our campaign. They will give you feedback as well because they know their business more. They'll tell you, you know what, a lot of people search for, if I don't have trusted trading platform, a lot of people search for trusted trading platform. A lot of people search for risk-free trading platform because they know the concerns of their clients. They know their business more. They might be able to tell you more or tell you, no, we don't want to show our ad on this particular keyword because of any reason. So it's always best before starting the campaign, structure your this is called campaign structure sheet. So you can even have an extensive one. This is at least the basics you need to follow. So you can tell them these are the keywords we are planning to use. So always use, one has to be pure brand. Now some of the clients will tell you, no, don't use branded keywords. Like for example, if I'm working for eToro, don't use eToro as a keyword. We anyways appear on the top. But it's always a good practice to focus on branded keywords as well. But some clients might say, no, we don't want to for any reason. But if they ask you, tell them obviously you have to be present on the branded keywords as well so that your competitors don't show up. And then generic, like trading platform, whatever your client is. For example, you are working with hospitals. Some people might search for best hospital, most trusted hospital, or best hospital for something, or hospitals around me. So these are usually the generic terms which you use for every client. And then competitors, again, your client will be able to tell you whether to use competitor keywords in their campaign or not. But as a good practice, you should, and always later check how much traffic are they getting you, what is the CPC. So these are like the three brand keyword ad groups you need to have for every client. Then based on the services, in our case, I have one crypto, I have one stocks, I have commodities, ETF and indices. These are the main services eToro provides in terms of what you can trade on their platform. So obviously we will have a lot more keywords, but this is just to give you an example. We will do, after this, there will be a video for how to research keywords, but this is just to give you an example. And similarly, in this sheet, when you have keywords, have one more sheet called ad copies, so that for each ad group, for example, brand, generic, you list all your keywords here, you list all your ad groups here, and then write what will be the headline 1, headline 2, headline 3, description 1, description 2 of each ad group, which we will do in the next video, that how to write ad copies, because that's the next step. Once you finalize your ad groups, you have to create ad for each ad group, and then you are good to go live. But yeah, create this sheet systematic and share it with your client, written here that these are the headlines that will appear for each ad group, these are the descriptions. You can even add previews. I'll also show you how to create previews and send it to clients. So this is a very systematic way of sharing information, professional way of sharing information with your clients. And one more you can add is extensions. What extension type I'll use for this ad group, what will the text say, and what will the landing page be, so that we will cover later. But honestly, this is all about ad groups, you have to understand. And I hope this was helpful. I'll see you in the next. Hello, welcome to the 10th video of Google Ads professional course. In this video, we are going to learn about how to do keyword research, how to use Google Keyword Planner, as well as different keyword match types. And finally, we will select all the keywords we are going to use in our campaigns in all ad groups. And the next step would be, in the next video, we will learn about how to create efficient ads. So jumping into the video, if you see here, we are back on the old screen where we selected the campaign settings and we are on ad group page. We already know why to use different ad groups and how will we create different ad groups for our campaign. And now the next step for us is to add keywords to our ad groups. Now going back to our sheet which we created in the beginning, which I recommend everyone to create, like we have this keyword sheet here where we selected all the ad groups we will be creating. We decided on these will be our ad groups and we will list all our keywords here. Now the first ad group we are going to create is pure brand. So I'll go back here, I'll name it as pure brand, and then because I already have the keywords for this, because these are the different variations of the brand, like eToro, so I will select here. You can add more as well, so for now we'll just add these ones, which is eToro, eToro copy portfolio, eToro popular investor, all the keywords that a user might search for with our brand name. So then we will go to our new ad group, which we will name as per the sheet we have decided will be generic. Now I'll go here and I will add the name generic here. Now on the keywords, now we have some few listed here because we have the idea that what kind of keywords will go into this, like trading platform, best trading platform, and keywords like this. Now what I'll do is, to get more ideas, this is a very good tool Google provides. So you enter here your products and services or some keywords, it will give you even more ideas. So now we have some ideas here, which is trading platform, best trading platform, and regulated platform. So I'll input them here. So now if you see, I have entered these two keywords for to show you how it works. So it will automatically give me even more ideas: best online trading platforms, free trading platform. So what I'll do is I'll skim through them and I will see which one is relevant for me. For example, best online trading, forex brokers, yes. Best forex broker, best forex brokerage accounts, best brokers. See, all of them are relevant for us because we are looking for generic keywords where users are searching for best platform, regulated platform. So all of them seem to be relevant to us. So you will kind of go through them one by one and probably add more here, like trusted platform, and click on update keywords and it will show you the new ones. Replace, it will show you the new ones based on the three keywords we have provided. See, it already gave us a lot of keywords. Now one more thing I want to inform you is, based on these keywords, it will show you based on your budget how many clicks every day you will get, and what will be the cost per day for this particular ad group. And it will show you a lot of things, like you can even show, okay, if I increase my budget by 25%, what will be the new estimates and all that stuff. So once you're sure that you have added like all the possible keywords you can in the generic ad group, so then you go and create the other ad groups. But this is like the short way of doing this. There is another way which is a bit more extensive, that is using Google Keyword Planner, which has even more functionality. It will show you averages, search volume, and CPC bids for these keywords. So you can use Keyword Planner as well, and the process is a bit different, but it works in the same way. I'll show it to you here. You click on Tools, you click on Planning, we go to Keyword Planner, right click, open a new tab. Here we go in the new tab. If you see here in the Keyword Planner, you get multiple options. Like one is you will just get search volume and forecast, and the one is discover new keywords. So we'll click on discover new keywords. So for example, I'll go here and I'll type the same thing. Let's say best trading platform. I'll click on get results. If you see here, it's a bit extensive. It gives you the same recommendations, but here it will tell you the search volume as well, and it will tell you what is the top of the bid range CPC. So it might be helpful. This might be helpful because you understand how much search volume for this keyword. In, let's say for us, it's showing United Arab Emirates. You can change the countries here, and it's showing you, for example, this data is for last 1 year. You can check for last 1 month. So for example, best forex broker was searched around 1000 times in United Arab Emirates in last 1 year. If I add trading platform here and I click on generate results, it will even show us more. Like trading platform was searched for around 1000 times, and this is the top of the page bid for this. It means this is the cost per click you will pay if you want your ads to appear on top of the page for this particular keyword. It gives you an idea that how expensive a particular keyword is, so that you decide whether it's worth to include it in your keyword list or not. For example, MetaTrader, TradingView app, MetaTrader, Saxo, Undergo. So you will kind of understand what keywords you want to include. Let's say top trading platform, I'll add one more keyword, so it will give me more ideas. And what I can do is I can just filter it based on the highest search volume. So these are the keyword ideas it's providing me: MetaTrader, Saxo, Undergo, best forex trader, best stock trading platform, eToro app, eToro stock trading platforms. Now, for example, if you want to, so the other way of doing it is you create add groups and do not add keywords, or you can add keywords, and if you want to add more, you select it here. Let's say I want to include forex trading platforms. I want to include best trading platform for beginners. I'll click on here. I'll go like, if I had keywords saved already, it will show me here. So I can select the add group here and click on add. So these keywords will be directly added. But I would suggest is use this separately if you want to understand keyword volume, search volume, and the bids. But the easy way is like we did here, because the results will be same. It's the same tool actually. From here, it's getting from the same results from the same tool as well. So that's for, once we are done, I'll copy it from here for my records and I'll paste all of them here. So I'll copy them all because these are the ones I'll be saving. And if I have to share it with my client for approval, I can do that as well. So in generic, I added these more keywords. So similarly, you will do it for competitors, crypto, stocks, and commodities and ETFs. But for cryptos, to get an idea, what you will have to do in our case, so you have to check for your client as well. I'll go to eToro.com. Then I'll go to, let's say, top markets, because I went across the website for a bit. I'll go to cryptocurrencies. I'll see all the cryptocurrencies that can be traded on eToro. So all of them are listed here somewhere. Coins. So I'll use all of them as a keyword. So like I use buy Bitcoin, buy ETH, buy Ethereum, buy XRP, buy Dash, buy LTC. I'll use all of them as keywords because they are being traded on eToro platform. So when I create this ad group, which is crypto, I'll use keywords like buy cryptocurrency, best platform for cryptocurrencies, and I will use all of them as well, like buy Bitcoin, buy XRP, sell XRP, best platform to buy Bitcoin, best platform to buy XRP. So I'll create these variations for all the Bitcoins that are listed on the eToro platform. Now, one more thing you have to understand before we save this, because for the sake of this video, I'll not create all the ad groups. I'll just create these two, generic and pure brand. Now, before I save this, you have to understand one thing is when we add keywords here, there is different, we can use the same keyword in 3 different variations. Now, if you go here, if you see, the first one is called broad match. So if I do not add, for example, my keyword is best brokers. If I do not add anything here, I leave it as it is. So it will be called, I use best brokers keyword as a broad match type because I did not add anything. If I put the keyword in these double quotes here, it will be a phrase match. It's called a phrase match. And if I put the same keyword in square brackets here like this, then I can say that I used best brokers keyword as a exact match. Now, what you select here, whether you use it as a broad match, you use it as a phrase match, or you use it as an exact match, it actually differs how it works. Now, if I do not use it, if I use it as a broad match, now if somebody is, for example, I use best brokers without any quotes or without any square brackets. Even if somebody is looking for, let's say, best brokerages in United States for buying stocks. Now, best brokers keyword is not in the search term the user is searching for. But because I use broad match, my ad group will show ads for that search volume as well because it's loosely connected, it's loosely related to it. Similarly, if I use, for example, let's say exact match. Now, very close variants. If the user is looking for best brokers or finest brokers, top brokers, it's very closely related. Then only my ads will show for users who are looking for top brokers, because the meaning is same, though the words are a bit different, but it will be related. To get a complete idea that how these match types work, I have put the link in the description below, so you can even click on here on learn more. I'll show you some examples that it will be clear. But the basic idea is you have to understand your match type decides that based on what users are searching for, will your ad be eligible or not. Like if you select broad match, even if the user is searching for something closely related to your keyword, your ad will still appear. But if you go to, for example, phrase match, it makes it more strict. If you go to exact match, only when the user is very exactly looking for this keyword on Google, typing on Google, only then your ads will be eligible. So the best practice I follow is, if it's for a new account, we always go for phrase match keywords. We add quotes to these keywords like this. So it's not very open, but it's not very specific as well. So once we start getting traffic, then we generate reports in Google Ads called search terms report. So it tells you like what were the people searching for when your ads appeared. So if you think that a lot of people are searching for stuff which is not relevant to your business, then you get an idea that, okay, I need to kind of change this keyword to exact match. But the best way to start is, I would say, phrase match. So I'll click on open in a new window here. So if you see that this particular help center article tells you exactly how they work. For example, they have given one example. If I use a keyword lawn mower service and without any quotes and without any square brackets, which will be a broad match, then even if somebody is looking for lawn aeration prices, our ad will appear, because Google thinks that we have used this keyword lawn moving service as broad match, and this is somehow related to it. Now, if I use same keyword lawn moving service with the double quotes, which will be phrase match, then our ad will only appear on keywords like lawn moving service near me, hire company to mow lawn, landscaping service to cut grass. If you see that in phrase match, all the three lawn moving service, the meaning is very closely related to these search terms the user is searching for. But if I use square brackets for this keyword, it will make it an exact match. Then only our ads will appear when the user is searching very closely related terms like lawn moving service, which is exactly this keyword, or grass cutting service, which is very closely related. Now, to get more ideas about it, I go here and it gives me specific examples. Now broad match, if my keyword is low carb diet plan, so I added low carb diet plan in my ad group without any quotes and square brackets. People looking for low carb diets, people looking for low calorie recipe, people looking for low carbon wide rate diet program. I mean, they have shown that even if it's typo in the keywords, but it's closely related, it will still show. But then if you use phrase match, which is my favorite, if you use keyword tennis shoes with double quotes, which is phrase match, then it will appear only for ads, shoes for tennis, buy tennis shoes on sale, red tennis shoes, and it will not show for tennis rackets and training shoes. Can you wear running shoes for tennis? So if somebody is searching for this term, our ads will not appear. See, it kind of, tennis shoes is in between. It's not very strict and it's not very open as well. So that's why always start with phrase match. And when we go to exact match and I'm using shoes for men, so my ads will appear for shoes men, people searching for men's shoes, people searching for men's shoes for a man, which is very closely related. And the ads won't even appear for men's tennis shoes. It won't appear for shoes for boys because there's a typo. They have shown if there's a typo boys, it will not show for those. So just go through this help center article, and that's honestly all about the keywords, I mean the match types. So in our case, what I will do is I will go here and I will add double quotes for all my keywords to make them phrase match. There were a lot of keyword match types before, so one by one Google got rid of all of them, so now we have only these 3 to remember. So that's all. I'll make all of them phrase match. So that's like all about how do we research keywords, how do we add keywords to our ad groups. And the next step for us is we save this, because I just did 2. You will have to probably do all of the ad groups you decided for your client, create an ad group for all of them. And once done, we go ahead, we click on save and continue. And the next step would be to create ads. Just before you go, there is something called negative keywords as well, but we will do that later in the campaign setup, and I'll explain then how that works. So we'll click on save here, and if you see, we'll be redirected to the next window where we will have to write ads. This will be done in the next video. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next video. Hello there. Welcome to 11th video of Google Ads Professional course. In this video, we are going to learn how to write killer ads that get you a lot of engagement and a lot of traffic with reduced CPC. Let's jump into our ad account here. So if you remember, last time we finished the budget and bidding, we finished the campaign settings, we even wrote the keywords, we learned about keyword match types. So in this video, we are going to learn how to write ads, and after that, we will just have to add extensions and we are done with Google search campaign. Now, before we start this video, I forgot to mention one thing in my previous video, which is whenever you are doing the keyword research, make sure to include all the keywords on the landing page, or when you finalize your keyword research and you finally have a list of keywords which you are going to use in your campaigns, just cross-check that all of those keywords are present on the landing page as well, because if they are not, then your keyword quality score will be less. So as a best practice, what usually agencies do is when we finalize a keyword list, we go to the landing page. If there are some keywords that are not mentioned on the landing page, we inform the client, or in case we are doing the landing pages, we inform the web development team, so that they just kind of update the content on the landing page and try to include all the keywords which we have finalized. So jumping directly into our video, so we are now here in the ads section. So this is what it will show here. Some of you might see a different screen where it asks just for 2 headlines and 3 headlines and 2 descriptions. That was the extended search ads, which will be deprecated in July. So July onwards, we will just have this option, which is responsive ads, where you add a lot of headlines, you add a lot of descriptions, and Google will automatically rotate. So the moment you land on this screen, which is ads, you will see on the top, it will show you ad strength, which is not always accurate. It kind of gives you an idea how strong your ad is. And it's giving you ideas about what kind of headlines you can add, what kind of popular keywords you should include, and make headlines unique, which we will discuss all of these. But yeah, this is just for your ideas. The first thing you see here is final URL. This is the URL which you want users to land on. For example, if I am eToro and I am showing ads on Google Ads and somebody clicks on the ad, I want them to be redirected to eToro homepage. So I will copy that URL and put it here. For example, I will go here on Google search and I'll search for eToro. Let me see if they have. Okay, so this is the ad they are running for eToro keyword. So eToro will be part of a particular ad group, this keyword. So that ad group has this used as final URL. So if I click on it, it redirects me to this page. So that is the page which they are using as final URL. Let's assume that this is the URL we want to use as final URL as well. So whatever website or a page on your website you want to use, go to that page, copy the URL and paste it here. So I will paste, I just copied it from, so whatever eToro is using as a landing page, which is or final URL, which means when users click on the ad, where will they go? So this is the final URL they are using. So let's assume that we use it. Now, if you see here, this shows you the preview on the right hand side. So while you are updating your ad, you can see that what's going on, how will the ad look like, and you can toggle between how it will look on mobile and how it will look on desktop. So let's stick to mobile for a while. Now, if you observe that if your website is long enough and it has subsections, like it's not go.etoro.com, so but in the preview you will see only the main domain. So that's how it works, because sometimes it can be very long, so Google sticks to only the main domain. This is the first part. The second part here is optional, which is display path. Now this is very interesting, and sometimes a lot of companies use it for their benefit as well. So first, let me tell you what is the primary function. The primary function of this is, for example, if you want the users to know that if you click on this ad, which section I am going to take you. For example, if Amazon is writing an ad copy, they are creating an ad, they can paste, let's say, www.amazon.com here, and they can show users that we are going to take you to men's fashion or men's section or electronics section, like this. Let's say I typed electronics. So if, for example, I add final URL as amazon.com, so whatever I add here, it will be added as like a subsection within URL. So the primary function of this is to let the users know that I'm taking you, if you click on this ad, to a particular section on my website, if it makes sense. But now, how a lot of companies use it for their benefit as a trick or a hack is, for example, if a real estate company is running a campaign for, let's say, one of the projects here is Tilal Al Gaf. Okay, so what they do is they buy a domain which is close to Tilal Al Gaf. Okay, for example, so a real estate company, what they will do is they will buy a domain like this. Say, let's say this is not available, Tilal Al Gaf. So they'll buy something like tilalalgafdubai.com, which is close. And after that, in this section, they add keyword like official. Now, when users are searching for, let's say, Tilal Al Gaf, because a lot of people are searching for this project on Google to know the prices and stuff. So they see an ad like this and the headline says tilalalgaf.com or tilalalgafdubai.com/official. So a lot of people will click on this ad because they think this is an official website. Let me get the information directly from the builder. So this is a hack a lot of people use, and there is no restriction that what kind of keyword you use, I mean the display path you use here. But I told you what is the primary function as well. So in our case, we will still go ahead and we will use our etoro.com. Will not use any display path, or maybe we are working on a crypto ad set now. So I will add crypto section. It really depends on you, like how you want to show your ad. Now the next section we have here is headlines. Now headlines is the one you see here in blue. Now, for example, to give you a better idea, if I search for anything, now if you see here, when I search for anything on Google, this is one of the search ads. Now, anything you see here after the display URL, this is headline. These are actually three headlines merged together. So you have to kind of design them in a way that it makes sense. So they probably eToro is using this one as headline 1, this part as headline 2, and this part as headline 3. Similarly here, let's say trusted trading platform is probably headline 1, this is headline 2, and this is headline 3. So this is just to give you an idea that how headlines will appear. So there are 2 or 3 headlines that appear in an ad. For example, on mobile, sometimes it can appear, only 2 can appear, sometimes 3 can appear, but there's no guarantee. But minimum, the first 2 will appear. So third one is optional. Sometimes it appears and sometimes it's not. So accordingly, you will have to realize that as well. Now, to write headlines and descriptions, it's very important that you write headlines which are engaging and people click on it so that you have higher CTR. Now, what you need to consider is there is certain best practices you need to follow. But just the basic idea is whenever you write an ad copy, think like a third person. Think like an end user and say, if I am searching for these keywords in my ad group, what will be the most engaging line for me? For example, we are in crypto ad group now. The keywords we have used is buy crypto, buy Bitcoin, buy XRP. So imagine that somebody is searching for these keywords. What is their intention? So what do they want to do? They want to buy. If they are searching for, let's say, best trading platform. So accordingly, you know this because you have dedicated ads for each ad group. So you know your ad group and the keywords you have used. So kind of, you know, the theme of the keyword. So accordingly, you have to understand what they are looking for and what shall I give them. So this is like the basic thing you have to always do while writing ads. The second thing you have to do is, I'm making it very simple, but this is the practice like we follow in the agencies as well and write like one of the best optimized ads. So I know there's a lot of tools, there's a lot of things people claim that they use and they suggest to use, but trust me, it's as simple as 1, 2, and 3. There's 3 steps you need to follow to write the most perfect ads. So the second step is, the first step I told you, you can always go back while you finish your ad copy and then reevaluate. The second one I would say is to go to Google and write ads, write these keywords and see what competitors are doing. Like the big competitors, for example, for eToro is IG, it's a lot of other companies. Now these guys, they do a lot of research, they run campaigns, they are already running campaigns. That means they have optimized what kind of ad copies work. So go there, see what kind of ad copies they are writing to get the best ideas. Okay, they will make mistakes as well. Their ad copies might not be the perfect as well, but just take the good things. Now, how do you know what is good and what's not? If it appeals you as a third person, that means it's good, because it will be people like you who will be searching for these keywords on Google and finally clicking on it, because you already know the intention, you know what kind of keywords you are using. Let's say I go here and I search for best trading platform. So I'll search for best trading platform for crypto. Now if you see here, FX Pro is the company, first company. Okay. Now one good thing is, as per me, is the first headline they have utilized for their brand name, which is always a good practice. I always suggest that use the first headline as your brand name, because it will give awareness, it will increase your awareness, it will the user would know at least before clicking on the ad that which company is advertising and where I am going. It's always a good practice and to create a top of mind awareness. Now, for example, I searched for best trading platform on crypto. I see FX Pro as the first ad. I saw the brand name FX Pro. I didn't even know them before, now it will stick to my memory. I will recognize their brand. Best trading platform, online trading platform. See, I'm looking for best trading platform for crypto. They exactly are telling me FX Pro, best trading platform. So that's number 2. That's a good thing about them. The third thing I like about them is their so the third thing is online trading platform. Now this is what I don't like. So it's kind of redundant. See, FX Pro, best trading platform, online trading platform. So it's, for me, it's a bit redundant, so I don't like that. The second thing is I can only see one description. We will go through all of this, but for now I'm telling you they're just using one description probably. So they haven't used the real estate of Google as they should have. See, for example, Pepperstone, they are using a lot of real estate. So yeah, so that's one thing I didn't like. But one thing I like about them is they have used site links, which kind of gives them more space, more real estate on Google Ads. So see, they are occupying more space. So this is one good thing I like about them. The only one description showing, one of the reasons can be because there's site link showing as well. So Google skipped the second headline. That can be one of the reasons as well. But they are using site links. It looks good. Contact us, about us. So they could have used better site links. For example, if they're just using two, it could have been start trading now, register now, or register now and about us. So I think about us and contact us is, I mean, they have better options to use. I mean, okay, about us and maybe trading platform, register now, log in now, create a demo account. They should have used something like this. And then we go to Pepperstone. They are using, see, Pepperstone as the brand, the first headline as their brand name. Good. Trading platforms. Okay, open a trading account. They have used the CTA directly here. CTA is like call to action. Why should you click on the ad? So having a CTA in the ad is a good practice. I like that. Access the world's most popular trading platform from your phone, tablet, or desktop. Enjoy the freedom to trade your way. 78.6% of retail CFD accounts lose money. Okay, I don't like this part. I don't know why they added it here. I know the rules around the crypto platforms. This is not a mandate to have it here. I don't know why they added it here, but it's okay. Then they have added these probably site links or any other form of extension. Free demo account, open a live account. Good. So this is one good thing. Now let's see our avatrade.ae. See, trade with zero commission, world leading trading platform. Good headlines, but the problem is the first one is not appearing, the brand name. We don't even know which company is it about unless we go here and they have their URL has their brand name in a way that it's recognizable. So yeah, this is one thing I didn't like here. So the overall lesson from here is use first headline as your brand name, then use keywords which are relevant. So I'm using best trading platform. So in that particular platform ad group, we will use this kind of headline. But now we are in crypto, so let's search for, let's say, buy cryptocurrencies. So buy cryptocurrencies. Now, okay. See, AvaTrade, buy cryptocurrency CFD online. The crypto king is on fire. I don't understand the second line. Probably they are referring to the cryptocurrency. Bitcoin is on fire, it's on rise, which is not true. It's been a while that it's downtrending, so it's going down. So, yeah, I mean, this kind of ads, you need to be very sure that which duration to run it for. So, not a big fan. They did not use their brand name. So, let's see. Capital.com, invest in global markets, commodities, shares, and more. See, this is the problem when we were discussing the ad groups. This is what I was pointing to. They probably have used cryptos, commodities, shares all in one ad group. Now, I'm looking to buy cryptocurrencies specifically, but probably the ad group, they have other shares and stock keywords there as well. So they have used a generic ad copy, invest in global markets, commodities, shares, and more, which is not very engaging for what I'm looking. I'm specifically looking to buy cryptocurrencies. See here, they're saying buy cryptocurrency, CFD online. So direct, the segmentation they have done in terms of ad groups and is good because they probably have one ad group for cryptocurrencies and they have used an ad copy which is crypto specific. But here, see, that's the problem. That's what, if you are able to relate to all the discussions we had to about how to segment ad groups. So this is one of the problems I was discussing. So now we got a brief idea about when you're doing it in Excel, you obviously spend a little bit more time about seeing what are the, probably you like one of the lines in one ad copy and you like one of the descriptions, copy it, make tweaks here and there and use it. The third thing I would say is what you need to do is when you have to write ad copies, I would go to actual landing page. So for example, this is the crypto section of eToro. I went here and now I will try to pick up lines here. Okay. Now the first thing I would like to do is I would like to use eToro as the first headline, as I was saying. Now, because this is a dynamic ad, it can appear anywhere. Like here you see it's appearing in second position, sometimes on first position. So to lock it that it always appears on the first place here, I'll click on this icon here and click on show only in position 1. So you can also lock it for position 2, position 3, whatever. So we will do only for position 1. Now the second thing I will suggest is to go here on the landing page as mentioned before and just skim through it to check if you are able to get some good headline. Just make sure that you stick to the limits because the limit for headlines is 30 characters as shown here, and for descriptions it's 90. So let's go here. To find our headline 2, we can go here, an easier way to buy crypto. I really like this line, so I'll copy it here and I will see if it is beyond the character limit. No, so it's 27 characters. So an easier way to buy crypto. So that's one of the lines I could find from the landing page. A lot of times you will find most of the information on the landing page. Trade leading cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, and more. So I'll go here and I will see if I'm able to. No, so it's a lot. So, but I can use trade leading cryptocurrencies. It's exactly 30 characters. So I found 2 headlines, and similarly, I'll go here, build your ultimate crypto portfolio. So yes, we have 6 more characters, so I can say build ultimate crypto portfolio. It's still one more, or I can say build your crypto portfolio. And similarly, I'll try to skim around and see which are the best headlines I can use, and I will basically go to Google and check what are the computers are using, maybe copy a headline or just make a little bit change here and there if I really like it and put it here. So then we move to, so you usually you should add like 6, 7, 8, 10 headlines because you never know what users are going to like. So users will, Google will automatically rotate these headlines within 2 and 3 headlines because one is fixed. We have already fixed that. So similarly, then we go to descriptions where you should add, like in all cases, 2 descriptions will show. Sometimes only 1 description shows. But so you have to make sure that every description you write is kind of complete in itself. Even it appears alone, it makes sense. So similarly, like we did for headlines, we will copy some descriptions. For example, eToro provides investors from beginners to experts with comprehensive. We'll see if we are able to accommodate this one in our description. So I'll go here. It's a lot. So I'll probably write eToro provides investors from beginners to experts with a comprehensive crypto trading experience. Let's see, it makes sense till here. If we are able to remove this, still is a lot. eToro provides investors from beginners to experts with a comprehensive crypto trading experience. Investors, so I will write eToro provides investors with a comprehensive crypto trading experience. So that's one of the lines. Build your ultimate crypto. This line looks good, so I'll copy it here. It's exactly 20 million users worldwide, and find top performing crypto traders to copy with CopyTrader. So similarly, I'll go around and add more descriptions. But see, now we don't have to worry about matching because we just copied it from landing page. So we are sure that our keywords are like crypto, so they are in our ads as well, and these ads are taken from landing page, so they all match. So it will ensure this is the best method because it ensures that you have, the good ad rank as well as quality score, because they all match to each other. Keywords match to ad copies match to landing page. So similarly, I'll add as many descriptions as I can, and to make sure that all the descriptions make sense in if they are shown individually. So this is kind of how our ad will appear. eToro, an easier way to trade cryptocurrencies. Trade leading cryptocurrencies. It's changing while I'm reading, so let me pause it. So eToro provides investors with a comprehensive. So the ad looks good to me. So if I just do a little bit tweaking, it will even do better. So I can play around and see how different combinations will work together. So yes, so you can just take screenshots of this and send it to the client for approval, that these are some of the combinations and headlines and descriptions we have used. But if you're not able to take a screenshot, the other way is there is a tool called Karuya. I'll put the link in the description below, where you can actually write whatever head copies, headlines, descriptions, and it will show you and kind of how it will appear on desktop and mobile. It's the same thing, but it's just this is static, and you can here add site links. Like for example, I'll add contact us. So it will show you how your ad along with your site link. So you can add any link, any extension here. Let's say if you want to see how it will appear with message extension. So you can do all of that and send it to the client. And again, it will show you how it will appear on desktop and how it will appear on mobile. It's a free tool, so you can even download it in an Excel file and send it with the preview link as well. So you can share a preview link as well. So it's a bit easier. So whichever method is easier for you. So after that, we go to final URL, display, headlines, we finish descriptions. Basically, we are done. So for example, here I have added 2 descriptions. I can click on plus description. I can add as many as I want. And then we have add URL options, which is kind of a bit advanced, and it's not in scope of this video. We will do another video for UTM tagging and how to tag and how is the tracking template work. So we'll not do it for this particular video because it will confuse you at the moment. So, but just to have a look that what all is there is tracking template. Basically what tracking template does is you add parameters. So it will add it to the final URL, so that in Google Analytics, you are able to understand, for example, which campaign did the user click on, which keyword did the user click on. If your Google Analytics and Google Ads is integrated, then you don't even need this. Or if you, for example, want to do this in your Adobe Analytics or any use cases, there will be a dedicated video for this separately. But one thing to you might use here is, for example, if you have a mobile website as well, like m.facebook.com, or you have a mobile version of your website, and you can use this feature here, that if a user clicks on my ad on a mobile device, then use this as the final URL. So if they click on, for example, desktop, they will go to this URL we put here. Now, if you have a mobile URL, let's say m.etoro.com, you put it here, and any user who clicks on your ad on a mobile device, they'll be redirected to this particular site. So we click on done. You can also add few more ads. So every ad group you can have as many ads. So you can test multiple variants. But with responsive ads, it doesn't make sense because you anyways are testing multiple headlines and descriptions. So it will auto rotate. And then we click on next here. So if you see here, now we are done with keywords and ads. We just have to add extensions if we want. So in this video, I will not show you how to add extensions because we did a dedicated video. So but now is the time if you want to add any kind of extension to your campaign. So once you are done, you go to review and you will see your campaign name, campaign settings, no traffic expected, check campaign settings because we don't have any budget here. So once you are done in the review, it will show you all the settings at once. And on the right hand side, it will show you based on all your settings, how many clicks per day you will receive, how many conversions, what's your cost per day, average cost per acquisition, and it'll show you all the details about your campaigns, which are basically estimates. They are not always accurate. And you have the daily budget, which is 1 dirham, 1 rupee per day. That's why it's showing you won't get anything. But once you see all these figures, don't worry about the figures. They sometimes are not accurate. Most of the times they are not accurate. And then you click on publish campaign, and your campaign, search campaign, will be published. So that's all about Google search ads, how to create campaigns. Now in the next videos, we will see how to add negative keywords, how to optimize here and there, but that's all you need to know about Google search ads campaign. It's been a long duration, like it took me 4 months probably to create this whole playlist. So we will do some more videos in this, but that's the end of creating a Google search ads campaign. I hope this was helpful. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next one. Hello there. Welcome to 12th video of Google Ads Professional course, where we take you from beginners to an expert level in Google Ads. If you haven't watched the previous videos, I would highly recommend to watch the whole series from video 1, for which I'll put the link of the playlist in the description below. In this video, we are going to talk about negative keywords and search terms. Before we go ahead to the platform and I show you how to configure and add negative keywords and how to analyze search terms, I want to just give you a definition of about what negative keywords is and what search terms are. Now in previous video, we wrote the search ads and our campaign is ready to go live. However, once you take the campaign live, sometimes you face some issues. For example, let's say you are bidding for a keyword which is Bitcoin. Now a user can go ahead on Google and search for Bitcoin movie. Maybe there's a movie called Bitcoin, or Bitcoin song, or Bitcoin book. Now in those cases, you don't want to show your ads because your keyword is just Bitcoin. Now the user is searching for a movie or something else which is not relevant to your business, but their search term has the keyword. In those cases, you don't want to waste your money and show your ads to those users. So Google gives you an option that you add some of the keywords as negative keywords, which means if a user is searching for something which includes your keywords but also includes something else, some other keywords, in that case your ad should not appear. So in that case, our keyword is Bitcoin, but we will add, let's say, book as a negative keyword. So whenever a user is searching for Bitcoin book, our ads will not appear because it contains negative keyword, which is book. So this feature really helps you to understand where your ads should not appear, and I will show you how to do that in the platform. And before that, I want to tell you about search keywords. Now if you go to your ad account, let's say I'll go here to my ad account and it's showing all the campaigns. Now this is the campaign we have been working on, which is eToro search. Now if I click on this, now some of you might not see the UI in the same way. In that case, you will have a button here which says switch view. Once you click on switch view button, you will be redirected to this particular view, which is the old view. Now on the left hand side, once you click on your campaign, you can see, you can always go to your dashboard, and within all, if I click on all campaigns, it will show me all the campaigns within this particular ad account. And if I want to know about or configure or change about a particular campaign, so I'll click in the campaign here. Always see on the table on the top, it will show you what this list is about. So this is the campaign list within this ad account. So you will also see that here, which is all campaigns. Now if I click on this campaign, which is the campaign we work on, now on the top as well, anytime you're doing anything in Google Ads, this is the point you should refer to. So anything you change or you want to know any details about your current campaign, you will see here that right now you are in eToro search August 2021 campaign, which we have been working on. Now on the left hand side, if you see that under keywords, if you click on it, it will give you multiple options, which is search keywords, negative keywords, search terms, and auction insights. Now search keywords are the keywords which we added in our previous lecture, that we used keywords like buy Bitcoin, Bitcoin, buy crypto, buy XRP. So these are all the keywords we used in this particular ad group, which is, we only have one ad group here, which is crypto. Now left hand side under keywords, search keyword will show you all the keywords which you are using. And the negative keywords, if you click on it, for example, now we don't have any negative keywords, but that is where we add negative keywords. And after that, there is something called search terms, which is like, okay, you added keywords like Bitcoin, buy XRP, but where are your ads appearing? It will only show you, the search terms will only show you results once your campaign was running for a while, because it will show you what were users searching for. For example, if our keyword is buy XRP, so anybody searching for buy XRP or buy XRP online, best way to buy XRP, they will see our ads. Now search terms will show you the whole search query which the user was searching for. For example, let me go here. I go to Google and I search for best doctor in Dubai for cancer. Now I see this ad here, medical oncologist Dr. Prashanta. Probably their keyword was best doctor or best doctor in Dubai or best doctor for cancer. Now that will be their search keyword. Best doctor was their search keyword, but we searched for best doctor in Dubai for cancer. So this is the search term which triggered their ad. It obviously, we are seeing this ad because their keyword was best doctor, which is within our search term. So that's the difference between search keyword and search term. Keyword is what keyword are you bidding on, and search term is what the user was searching for when they saw your ad. Now, search terms give you a very good idea after your campaign is running for a while. It gives you a very good idea about what were users searching for so that they saw your ads. Now, this report also helps. For example, you see there is a search term which is not related to me. For example, in our case, after a while we run the eToro campaign, we saw some of the search terms are buy Bitcoin book or Bitcoin movie, Bitcoin documentary. And our ads were appearing on those, because if it appears within search terms, that means our ad was appearing. So what we can do is we can add those into negative keywords as well. So that is the process. So negative keywords, initially, if you think that there are probable keywords for which your ads should not appear along with the keywords you have selected, you add them as negative keywords. But later it's an ongoing process that you regularly come to search terms and see what keywords people are searching for and your ads are appearing, so that you can add those as negative keywords. To demonstrate this, I have another account here which was running last year, to give you so that you understand what this all is about. Now, for example, this campaign was for a project called District Community. So it is a community, it's a project by one of the developers in Dubai for which we were running a campaign. Now we were using keywords like Dubai property for sale, beachfront villa, properties in Dubai, buy villa Dubai, buy villa, and buy Dubai villa. So if you see that, as we discussed previously, we were using keywords in different match types. For example, this one is broad, this one is broad modifier, which does not exist now. So it used to be there before. Now, if you see that we are using exact match type, so we usually use different combinations. Now we are using some of the keywords. If you see here, for example, would be about the brand, which is District Community, or for example, MBR City Villas. So that's like the other names for the same project. Now, if we go here in, let's say, search terms, you will see that people searching for apartments for sale in Dubai, they are seeing our ads. If they appear in search terms, that means that's what people were searching for when our ads were appearing. Now, if there is a keyword which is exactly in our account added as a keyword, it will show you here that it's added, like it's already a keyword. And for example, and it will also show you that how did this search query match with your keyword. For example, exact match. So people were, so we have a keyword, exact match keyword, for which our ads were appearing. So the search term was exactly matching with our keyword. To give you more examples, so for example, there was some people searched for this term, which is English and Arabic mix, and our ads showed because of phrase match, because we had a phrase match keyword, apartment for sale. And there is some Arabic they added while they were searching, but still our ads were showing. So that's the difference between search term and search keywords. Now, if you see here, these were all relevant. So we wanted to show our ads to these keywords because we have removed some of them as negative keywords. For example, now I'll take you to the negative keywords. Now, for example, we saw that people were looking for, these are all negative keywords which we have added because we realized in the search terms that they are not relevant to us. For example, some people were searching for apartment for rent in Dubai, Qim. Qim is a different area, and we thought if a person is specifically looking for an apartment in this area, it's not relevant for us because they will never buy in district community because it's far away from there. So you see that once we did this, we analyzed the search terms, we realized that a lot of people are using searching with our keywords, which is apartment for rent in Dubai. It was our keyword, but there is something else there which is like Qim, so which does not make this ad relevant to them, and we don't want to show ads to when people are searching for this stuff. Or for example, people were specifically searching for apartment for rent in Burj Khalifa. Now these people, they want an apartment in Burj Khalifa, and our district community was far away from there, and these people will probably never be interested there. That's why we added it as negative keywords. So now I hope that you have a clear idea about what search keywords are. Obviously, we added them to the campaign, and what negative keywords are and how do we use them, what is their benefit. And then you have a better idea about search terms, what search terms means. It's like what user is searching for. Now, once you have that idea, I'll show you how to add negative keywords. It's pretty simple. You go on the left navigation panel, you click on the keywords here, you click on negative keywords. For example, now we don't have any negative keywords added. I'll click on plus and I can go ahead and directly type my keywords. Every new line I add will be treated as a separate negative keyword. And what I can do is I can directly go ahead and negative keywords or create a list. So later I can use this as list. For example, if I had added negative keywords in this account before, I can go ahead and click on use negative list and I can use that list again. For example, now there is no list, that's why it's not showing. So otherwise I can go here and create a new list or add it to the campaign. Now these negative keywords we are adding, it can be added at a campaign level to the whole campaign, or it can be added to a particular ad group if you want to segregate them separately. Now we will do obviously at the campaign level, and it will ask you that which campaign. For example, if you have multiple search campaigns in your account, it will ask you which campaign do you want to add these negative keywords at. So I will probably add here book, movie or documentary. For now I'll kind of get ideas and add it here, but as I told you before, you start with certain negative keywords which you think people might be searching for, which is related to our keywords, but later it's an ongoing process. You daily monitor search terms and go through the list, and if you see that there's a search term which is not relevant to your business, you don't want to show ads on that, so you keep adding those search terms as negative keywords in your campaign. That's what is called optimization. For example, if you work in an agency and you have a client who has a search campaign, you just create the keywords, you add keywords once, you create the ads once, and it keeps running. And that does not mean that you will never work on that campaign. They pay agencies for this kind of work to constantly monitor and optimize campaign. So once I click on save, it will be saved, or I can check this box and give this list a name, which are here like book, movie, documentary, and later I can use that in the campaigns, for example, which I showed you here. Next time, if I save this as a list, next time I click on use negative list in this account, it will pop up this name and I can directly use it. So for example, I'll click on save and all these keywords will be added as negative keywords. Now the only thing left is how to add search negative keywords from search terms. Now for that, as I told you, you need to have search terms because our campaign was not running, so there's no search terms. Google does not know, or so there's no data about what users were searching for when our ads appeared because the campaign was not running. So we'll go back to this old campaign I have in some account here, and I'll go to search terms. For example, if you think that buy property Dubai is not relevant to you, you don't want to show ads on this particular keyword, you just select this. You can select multiple ones. So, and then go here and click on add as negative keyword. Now, one you can also do is, you see that there's some searches for your ads are appearing, but they are not added as a separate keyword in your account. So that you can do as well. You'll click on add as keyword. So whatever search terms you see here, and if they have not been added as a keyword or a negative keyword, so you can do both. So I'll click on add as negative keyword and it will be added. It'll ask me which campaign or ad group or list. So I'll select, let's say, campaign. This is the campaign, and I'll click on save. So that's all about search terms and negative keywords. I hope this was helpful. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next one.
Hello there. In this video, we are going to talk about everything about Performance Max campaigns. The first thing you need to understand about Performance Max campaigns is it is one of the Google's efforts to go, because all these companies know that automation is the future in digital marketing. People and companies are trying to automate as many processes as possible and making it kind of available to an end user to set up campaigns on the go. Now, Performance Max campaigns is one of such campaigns which uses a lot of automation, and it uses some AI backed up with Google's enormous data as well. So basically what you do is you upload some assets with search, your search ad copies, you upload some images, you upload some videos, and that's all. Google will automatically run all these combinations of your ads on Google different properties, and apart from your assets, you just choose the right bidding strategy which is good for your business, maybe target ROAS, you target CPA, and Google will take care of everything. You do not have to split your budgets across search campaigns and display campaigns and YouTube campaigns, because in Performance Max campaigns you can put all your budget there and Google will automatically allocate it across Google Search, Google Display, Google YouTube, and you don't even have to worry about how to split your budget across these different types of campaigns. The third thing you need to understand about Performance Max campaigns is, if you are running a Google Search campaigns parallelly, this campaign will complement, because this contains this Performance Max campaigns will show Google Search campaigns as well. So you don't have to worry about it, because if you are bidding on a keyword with exact match in your parallelly running Google Search campaign in the same ad account, Performance Max campaign will not bid against that campaign. So you can think of Performance Max campaign as a complementing to your Google Search campaigns, and you can run both parallelly. But it's not advisable to run Performance Max campaigns along with your Gmail campaign, your YouTube campaign, or your display campaign. So that's a lot of information about Performance Max campaigns. Let's jump into my laptop and actually set up one campaign where I show you what are the different settings and what are the best practices. So once you go into your Google Ads account to create a Performance Max campaign, you need to click on this button here, just like any other campaign, create on new campaign. And the first setting you will see here is, now in order to run a Performance Max campaign, your goal has to be either sales, leads, and I think local store visits, or you can select create campaign without a goal. If you select product and brand consideration, brand awareness, app promotion, you won't see this option of creating Performance Max campaign in this step. So I selected create a campaign without a goal guidance, and I will select Performance Max here. So this is the option you have to select. It was a beta feature. I already had a video when it was released for everyone, but not in detail now that I have been using it for a while. So that's why I created this detailed video. Now in this case, what I'll go ahead is, it's asking you to choose what conversion goal you want to focus on. And in this case, I will select begin checkout, or you can select, let's say, a purchase, or you can select a lead form, whatever. So let's go with this particular goal now, and it'll ask you for a campaign name. So I will select Performance Max 3 test. So I will select Performance Max 3 test and click on continue here. So the next step will ask for a budget. If you see on the left hand side, these are the steps of setting up a Performance Max campaign. Now we are in the first step, which is budget. Let's say I'll say 10 dirhams. And the next step will ask is, what do you want to focus on? Obviously you will want to focus on conversions, or as well as you can choose conversion value, and you can choose set a target cost per action as well, for example. But what I would suggest in the beginning is select what do you want to focus on, conversions, and the conversion step is defined what we selected in the previous step. But initially your target CPA has to be high. Even if you're willing to run this campaign with a target CPA of, let's say, 5 dirhams, set it at 8 initially until you get some conversions, and then you can reduce it to your target CPA. But initially let Google play around a bit. So in my case, I will leave this empty, set a target cost, and then I will click on next. Now it'll ask you the usual information about which countries you want to target, which languages you want to target, and I will not waste any time there. And the next step is final URL expansion. This option is important because, as you can see here, it says use final URL expansion to get more conversions from relevant searches. Google will automatically update the headline for each ad to match the search intent and drive to the best landing page. So if you select this option, what Google will do is, based on the keyword, they will find a relevant page and they will change the headline based on what user is searching for, so that it's very relevant, and they will redirect to them to a dedicated page. Now if your website is huge and your website is such that your flow, the user journey, leads to the sales or the conversion you are looking for, and if you're not comfortable with that, let's say you are a real estate company and you want people to fill a lead form on a certain page, then you can say only send traffic to URLs you have provided. And in that case, what we'll do is we will click on next. And if you see that the campaign settings are done, now we have to give it a name. Now asset groups, you have to understand this concept because it's a little bit new terminology for Google Ads. Now asset groups is like, if you have ever run a YouTube campaign, we have the ad groups there where we can club together different kind of ads together. So one of the examples I can give to explain asset group is, for example, recently I was working with one of the clients who set up the Performance Max campaigns. They had 3 different products. One was a meal plan, one was an ebook, and one was a course on how to lose weight. They had a course. Now for each of these 3 products, they had different assets and they had different communication. So what they did is they created 3 asset groups and chose different ad and communication in one group for each of the products. Now if you are in a certain let's say, now just in case, to give you another example, if you are a real estate company and you are promoting 3 different properties, so in that case what you do is you create 3 different asset groups within one campaign and have each property for one asset group, because it will have its own video, it will have its own image. Now one of the things Google recommends is to reduce the number of campaigns if you have multiple products and services, so you can leverage these asset groups as well. It's just like an ad group. You can use one asset group in one campaign or you can use multiple. But the thing is, if you have dedicated budget for each of your product and services, you cannot control that in here. So let's go to the next step, which is very important. So you give a final URL, which is the click-through URL. Then you have to add images, you have to add logos, and you have to add videos. So if you don't know the specs, you can hover here and it will show you what kind of assets you need to design for this campaign, which is the usual portrait, landscape, and square. And then you have videos, but in videos you can only use YouTube videos. But in case you don't have any YouTube videos, what Google will do is they will automatically create videos with your headlines and images which you provided, and then the normal headlines and the descriptions for search, because this campaign will have search ads as well, and the long headline and description. Then you will choose a call to action. One of the options here is automated, where it will automatically show learn more or whatever the search query user was searching for on Google. And then your business name, because it will be shown in some of the ad formats as well. So to give you an idea, because I don't have the assets readily available here now, so if I go to one of the existing campaigns, so if I go here, if you see, let's say edit assets, so we have uploaded all these images, videos, and headlines and descriptions. Now if you see here, you can see previews that how will your ads look on each of the properties. Let's say on YouTube, it will look like this within the videos. What's happening here? Okay, it'll look like something like this, and not just one format. Even on YouTube, it'll appear in different formats. This is another format how it'll appear on YouTube, and it's not just the videos ads that'll appear on YouTube. If you see, it'll be within the videos on your feed as an image, and it'll combine all these headlines and images and videos. Then obviously it'll appear something like this. Something like this. You can see all the formats, though you cannot control what formats to show and what not. And then similarly, you can go to Gmail and you will see how your ad will appear in Gmail on, let's say, mobile phone, open, and you can check for how it will appear on desktop, open, and you can check how it will appear as closed. And similarly, you can go to Google search. It will show you different combinations from your headlines and description. Then how will it appear on display? So it's not just in display, for example, it will not just use the images you provided. It will still combine different assets. Now, if you see that this is an image separate, it has added some assets and created a very unique format, which is probably, it was called magazine style ad at one time. So in display, it'll even combine your headlines, descriptions, and create like a display ad 300x250 on apps, and let's say on desktop, it'll appear like this. So you can check all these combinations until you are satisfied, so that if you don't like anything here, you can remove that headline or that image, whatever you want. And if you show on Discover, so it appears only on mobile, you can see how it'll appear on Discover. It creates a very interesting format sometimes, like honestly. So yeah, I mean, when you check all these details, it will show you that in terms of your strength, you in images, it's asking to add few more images because we just have 8 here. Videos, it's like it's enough. Headlines is enough. Description is enough. So it's just saying that your ad strength is average. We need to add some more images, more the better. And once you're done with this, then what you have to do is you go here into our audience signals. This is like the last step in the setup process. Now that's what makes this interesting. If you click on add an audience signal, so I'll create a test. So if you see here, you can create any kind of custom audiences. Let's say I can create people with these interests or purchases, people who searched for these terms on Google. It's just the same custom audiences which we have on Google, and it's very powerful because you can literally target people who were searching for certain keywords on Google. Now, for real estate and certain, like let's say weight loss programs, the keywords are sometimes expensive, so it's a good practice to create a custom audiences and target those people later. And you can also target people who visited certain types of websites, where you can include your competitors or people who have certain kind of apps. I mean, this is separate in terms of targeting what you have been using. There is separate videos on how to use custom audiences, but for now, I mean, just to give you an idea, I was showing you. And then your data in terms of, so that was custom audiences. The second section is your data, where you can target people who visited your website, or any kind of first party data where you can target people who visited your website, certain pages on your website, who took certain actions on your website, or even your Google Analytics data, which you can push into your Google ads. And then obviously the Google provided affinity and interest targeting, which you must, I assume you know. And if you don't, you can just go to YouTube and search for what are affinity and interest targeting audiences available on Google ads, and then you can target demographics as well. Now, most of the campaigns, what we saw is in terms of targeting, what we did is we targeted in certain cases all website users, in certain cases people who added products to their cart, people who already bought certain products, and we created lookalike audiences of those. And on Performance Max campaigns, those have been generating results, really good results. And it makes sense because Google automatically finds other audiences like those as well. The second targeting that worked on performance marketing is the custom audiences based on what keywords they were searching on Google. That has been working consistently almost across all clients as well. So these are the two targeting methods I would suggest if you are just starting on Performance Max campaigns, and obviously later you can expand those. Now, once you click on save, in this step, Okay, let's say I targeted whatever I wanted to, because I don't have any assets, so I won't be able to save it. But if you click on next, it will ask you what kind of site links you want to use. Obviously they'll only appear across your search campaigns, and you can select your call out extensions, call extensions. You click on next and it'll show you a summary, because I didn't update the URL field and the assets, but honestly that's all. And it will show you what will be your estimated cost per conversion and what will be the conversion and your daily budget, and you will have a campaign set up like this on your Google Ads. I suggest everyone who has been investing on Google Ads to run a Performance Max campaign, because in most of the cases it did better than Google Search and Facebook. And I really believe in this, and I think that this is going to be one of the most important campaigns going forward. One, because Google will push it a lot, because it obviously promotes their own inventory across their multiple properties. And the second thing, the use of automation is amazing in Performance Max campaigns. So I think this is going to be a main campaign in the near future. So you should start testing it now onwards. And I hope this video was anyway helpful to you. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the 14th video of Google Ads series. In this video, we will know the basics of conversion pixels in terms of what they are, what they do, and how to set up. Now, you might have already heard about conversion pixels and wondering what they are and what they are used for. Now, basically, conversion pixels are a small code which we generate from Google Ads, Facebook Ads, or any other ad platform, and then we place these pixels on our website. Now they help us in multiple ways. One of them is counting conversion. So for example, if I go here to our Google Ads account, and if you see that this Google Ads account had multiple campaigns running in the past, right? And once you run these campaigns as well, you will be able to see the clicks, impressions, the cost, and the spend and everything. And along with it, you will be able to see these conversions. So for example, this Soba lead gen campaign, it was designed to run a campaign for a project of Soba, which is a developer. And the objective was that people will click on the ad, go to the website or landing page, and then fill up a form. So the landing page looked like something like this, where people were clicking on the ad, they would go to this landing page about the details about this project. And the objective was these people will fill these lead forms and reach out to us so that we can kind of sell these apartments to them. So this is how Google counts conversions. In terms of e-commerce websites, it can be how many people bought a product. In terms of eToro, it would be how many people registered on their platform, and whatever we define as a conversion for different kind of advertisers. Now that's the first benefit of conversion pixels, which is they help us to count conversions. Now, counting conversions is not just for reporting purposes, like in this case, it also helps us to optimize our campaigns towards these conversions, because once you have a conversion set up, for example, in terms of eToro, where we set up the conversion that whether it's wherever somebody clicks on the ad, goes to the landing page, they fill up a registration form, it is a conversion. Then we can also tell Google to optimize for these conversions. If you remember from the bidding strategies, we can use maximize conversions or target CPA, which is cost per acquisition. So you can only use those bidding strategies and optimize your campaigns for conversions, which is like the ultimate goal of every advertiser. But for that, you need to have a conversion setup done on your website and your ad account. The third one is creating remarketing lists. Now, unless you have these conversion pixels set up on your landing page and your conversion tags set up on your landing page, you will not be able to create remarketing lists and generate remarketing campaigns, which is the topic for the next video in this series, how to create remarketing campaigns, and then you will know more about them. For now, it's important to remember that conversion pixels help us to create remarketing lists and generate remarketing campaigns. So the first step is to generate the conversion pixels, and the second step is to actually implement them and test them. So for generating, what we do is you go here to tools and settings, then we go here to conversions. It's pretty straightforward. So then we'll click on new conversion action. It'll ask you select the kind of conversions you want to track. So you have to remember that you have to select website if you are tracking conversion on website, if you are using this conversion pixel on a website. In case of app, if for example your advertiser is an app, then in that case you'll have to select app, or you can additionally track phone calls if you have the phone number on your website, as well as you can import from Google Analytics, which we will discuss later in this series. For now, we have a website, which is this one, etoro.com. This is our landing page. So what we'll select is our website. Now the second thing it'll ask you is for your website where you will implement this code. So I'll select this one, I'll copy the eToro and I will paste it here. Click on scan. Okay, once you click on scan, it'll take a while and then it'll ask you if you want to automatically create website events, which I'll tell you later in this series. But for now, we will start with the manual, add conversion actions manually. Once you click on this, it'll ask you what is the action and goal and action optimization. So in our case, it is sign up or lead generation, because once you give your email address and details, it goes as a lead. So in that case, you will select here, which is submit a lead form. Now, why they ask this option is because sometimes you can create multiple conversion pixels for the same website. Let's say I'm an e-commerce website. So I will define multiple conversions on my website. One is people adding products to the cart. Then I will add one more conversion, which is actually making the payment and confirming the order. So in those cases, it will easily help you to define, because when you are optimizing your campaigns and counting conversions, you can select, okay, I just want to see conversions which are product buys, or I want to see product buys as well as add to cart, or optimize towards both. So it will help you in that, which we will discuss later. But in our case, we will just define one conversion action, but just for simplicity, and later we might add one more conversion event. So we will select this as submit lead form. Then it asks you for a conversion name, because we just have one. So I'll name it submit lead form. It's pretty straightforward and self-explanatory. Then the second option you have here is value. Now measure the impact of your advertising by giving conversions a value. Now this is usually helpful for advertisers where people actually make a purchase on the website, and they, for example, in terms of e-commerce website, what people do is they buy something and they pay something. Let's say, for example, I go to Amazon.com or any other e-commerce website. If I buy a product, I have a value, or let's say I add multiple products to my cart, there will be a particular value I'll buy it for, and then make a purchase, which is a conversion, but this conversion is associated with a value. Now, if you want to report that value in Google Ads and optimize towards it, that's where you will optimize for ROAS, return on ad spend, if you remember the bidding strategy video. So that is possible only if you pass the value in your conversion pixels, right? So it helps in one, reporting, and you can optimize and bid for our target ROAS. But it's not just e-commerce. So for example, let's say I recently booked an eye test on a website. Now what happens is I need to make the payment while booking the appointment. So in those cases as well, they can pass this value. So what happens is in those cases, it gives you an option, use the same value for each conversion. If you, for example, are a website where any conversion is of the same value. But in case of you are a e-commerce website where what people buy will change the order value, then in that case you will select use different values. But in our case, it's a lead, so we will not associate any value with this lead. So I'll select don't use a value for this conversion action. Then it will ask you count, whether you want to count every conversion or just one for each person. So for example, this is helpful in case of let's say if we are a real estate client. Now if the same person for any reason fills 2 lead forms on the same landing page, probably they thought in the first, they refreshed quickly and they thought the lead was not submitted, they do it again. So in that case, we will count only one for each person because it's primarily one lead. They submitted it more than once, but it's primarily one lead. But in certain cases, you will count a lead for each, even if the same person fills the lead form twice. Let's say, for example, I want to book a ticket for a movie. I search for movie theaters around me, and I click on an ad and I go to Inox website. I buy a ticket, and then I go back and my friends tell me that they want to come over to the movie as well. I go to Inox website again and I buy one more ticket. So in that case, Inox will select the option every, because every time even if the same person is buying it, it's a new lead, it's a new acquisition or conversion for them. But in our case, it is count only once. Then there is click through conversion window, engaged view. I would suggest to leave it default. What it means though is when we say click through conversion is 30 days, that means if somebody clicks on an ad from this ad account, and even after they directly come to the website in next 30 days, that conversion will still be attributed to this campaign. So for example, if I have a campaign now, eToro campaign, search campaign live now, somebody searches for Forex companies, they click on the eToro ad from this campaign and they go to the landing page, but they do not register. Later in next 30 days, anytime they come back directly to eToro website through any other ad or directly, organically, and they fill a lead form, Google will still associate the conversion for 30 days to this particular campaign, thinking that this campaign led to that conversion. Similarly, engaged view conversion would be if somebody watched a video on YouTube, a video ad, and they did not skip it. And in the next 3 days, if they convert, it will still be attributed to this campaign. You can change these days. So you can say, okay, you know what, click-through conversion should be only, let's say 2 weeks, 1 week. So if somebody clicks on an ad and within 1 week they convert from any other source or any other ad, it should still be attributed to this campaign. But 30 days for click-through, and engaged view 3 days, and 1 day view-through conversion is recommended. View-through would be somebody just saw your ad, they didn't click on it, and within 1 day they converted. Google says, okay, it's still attributed to this campaign because this ad led to this conversion. And then there is attribution model, which is data driven is recommended, and I suggest this one unless you have a custom attribution model developed in your company, which most of the companies don't, only the ones who have advanced tech teams do. And then we have attribution model, which is data driven. So let's say, for example, somebody searches for Forex companies and they see our ad, eToro ad from this campaign, and they click on the ad, go to the website. And after 2 days, they search again, they come back. And let's say after 3 days, they saw a video ad, YouTube ad, and they click on it and come to the website. And let's say they come to the website through multiple ads. Now, what attribution model does is, if, for example, at the last they again clicked on, let's say, a display ad, they clicked on it, come to the eToro website and fill up a lead form. What attribution model does is it's asking you, how do you want to attribute conversion to all these interactions, all these campaigns? So if you select last click, only the last ad that the user clicked on before converting, all the conversion, one conversion will be attributed to that campaign. Now, in case which we discussed, let's say we have a search campaign and YouTube campaign. The user clicked on both and went to the website and converted. In that case, if we select data driven, Google will use machine learning to understand that, okay, you know what, the first ad was 25% responsible for this conversion and the second one is 75%. So 0.75 conversion will be attributed to the later campaign and 0.25 to the former. So that is what attribution model does. And then you click on done. So now if you see that within conversion goals, it's submit lead form and conversion name is submit lead. This has been created. You click on save and continue. Okay, so that was the first step, to create a conversion within your Google Ads account. The second step is to use this conversion, generate code, conversion pixels, and implement on your website. Now for that, there are 3 ways to do that. It depends on how much knowledge you have. It depends on how your company and teams are set up, and that defines that which of the 3 steps you will use to implement the conversion pixels. The easiest one and the simplest one is the second one, which is email instructions to the webmaster. what you do is you click on the email address here. So for example, if your company has a website development team or a person who develops the website, which obviously there will be someone or some team. So you enter their email address here and click on done, and all the instructions will be sent to them with how to implement the code. Obviously you'll have to follow up with them and ask them to do it. That's the easiest way. The second way is using Google Tag Manager. Now, if you have access to Google Tag Manager or somebody in your company has access to Google Tag Manager, then you need to provide them this information, copy paste this information. It's very straightforward. For example, I'll just quickly show you how to do it in Tag Manager. So I go to Tag Manager. What they do is they go to tags and then they click on, let's say, new tag. They name it. Let's say I'll name it Google Ads, and then configuration, they will select Google Ads conversion tracking. It'll ask these parameters, which you will directly copy from here. All of them are here: conversion ID, lead form, conversion label, and that's it. Then you will have to do a conversion linker tag, which is again straightforward. So you go here, then once you save this tag, you generate another one, which is conversion linker here, and you save it and you are done. If you know Tag Manager, you will understand what I'm talking about. If you don't, just forget it, or just go through a video how to implement tags in Google Tag Manager. It'll be probably a 30 minutes video and it's straightforward. And that was the second way to implement the code. The third way is you click on this one, which is edit your website code. It will directly give you a code which you will have to put. For example, if you have access to WordPress backend of your website, you go to WordPress, there is a plugin called headers and footers. You click on that. In the header, you copy this code, create new header, copy this code there, and then so implementing the code is always, there are two parts. So this is the first one, which goes to so if you do it yourself in WordPress, make sure that this needs to be implemented on all the pages. Even if Tag Manager, even if you're talking to developer, the instructions will already be sent, but just remember this, or somebody might ask you this in interview. So how many pieces of code you have in Google Tags. So there are two pieces of code. One is this one is called header or global site tag. This goes on all the pages of your website, and then you just directly copy it here and paste it. And then there is the conversion pixel. This is global site tag. This is the conversion pixel. So what you do is you click on see event snippet, and you copy it and you just paste it on the thank you page. So for example, in case of eToro here, when somebody does the registration, they click on continue and they click on save. They are redirected to a page which is thank you, your account is created or whatever. And generally that page has a particular address. It's called thank you page generally. So what you do is this event code goes to a thank you page. Now, in some cases, some websites do not have thank you page. So what happens is, for example, this one real estate client, if you fill all this information here, name, phone number, email, and click on send, the address of the URL will not change. It will just pop up a message, thank you. So in that case, what you do is you click here. So the event code has to be a click. If you have a thank you page, then select page load and that code will be copied in the thank you page. If you do not have a thank you page, then you select the click option here, you copy this code and you tell the developer that this code needs to be triggered when somebody clicks on this send button. This one is a bit inaccurate because the problem with this is if somebody gives a phone number in a wrong format, they click on send and it says, unfortunately, please enter the correct phone number. The conversion pixel will still be fired and Google will count a conversion. If the user later does not fill this form, he's like, okay, just forget it. So Google Ads will count a conversion, but it happens very less, like maybe 0.5%. But that is how you create. The first step was to create the conversion event in the Google Ads. The second one is to implement. How do you implement? There are three ways, which I defined based on your knowledge and what kind of access do you have. And once you're done with all this, then we are left with only how to test the conversion pixel. So once you are done and the web developer says, okay, the conversion pixel is implemented, or you do it yourself and you're done with Tag Manager. So to test that, there is an easy way to add Google Tag Legacy Tag Assistant.
This is a Chrome extension. You need to add it to your Chrome, and this will look like this. And once you are done with the pixels, what you do is you click on this extension, click on enable, and you refresh the page basically. Once you refresh the page, you click on this, it will show you how many tags are firing on this particular page. Now in our case, we will go to our tag manager, we will see this code, for example. So this is AW414017884. So if this conversion pixel was implemented on this page, you will see this code here. So for example, I don't have access to this, and I don't have access to eToro to show you how will this look on eToro website, but it's that straightforward. So you just see the code here, and then you go to the website, you click on this tag assistant, and you see if the same code is passed. It will show you Google site tag, and this code will be here somewhere. And then what you do is, additionally, that is one step. That is when you see that the global site tag is firing. On the thank you page, or if you don't have a thank you page, you fill the lead form yourself. And in that case, you will have one additional code here with the same code, but it will not say Google site tag. It will say Google Ads conversion tag. And that is it. So that was all about conversion pixels. It's probably one of the most difficult topics, and people are scared of this topic, but it's probably that straightforward. However, it gets complicated in terms of, let's say, app tracking or e-commerce tracking. Not complicated, it's just you have multiple codes, one for add to cart, one for thank you page or order confirmation, and you have to ask developers to pass the values of the costs and all, which we will cover later in this series. But if you understand the basics of this, that should not be difficult as well. That's all for this video. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next one. Hello there. Have you heard about remarketing campaigns and are a bit confused about those? The good news is that's the topic of this video. Welcome to the 15th video of Google Ads series. In this video, we are going to discuss how to set up, when to set up, who should use remarketing campaigns, what are the important considerations, and finally, how to set up these campaigns in Google Ads. Now, before we jump into remarketing, you might have to get familiar with some terms. Now, suppose the eToro search campaign we are running, we received 100 clicks on that campaign, which means that roughly 100 people will click on this ad and land on our landing page. Now, we would definitely want all of them to sign up, but that never happens. As per the stats, roughly 5 people will sign up, and 95 people of these users who clicked on the ads will not sign up. Now, these 5 people who signed up are the conversions for our campaign, and the conversion rate would be 5 divided by 100. So in this case, the conversion rate would be 5%. Now, to give you a perspective, overall on Google Ads in 2021, it's reported that on an average, the campaigns received 2 to 5% conversion rate, depending on a lot of factors like who was the advertiser, what industry was the advertiser from, what were they selling. Now, if you pay attention, these 95% or 95 users who clicked on the ad and did not convert on the page, they actually had intent to buy our product or a service before clicking on the ad. That's why they clicked in the first place. Now, that being said, don't you think that whenever we have display and video campaigns running, what we primarily do is we target people based on in-market audiences, based on affinity audiences and whatever. So what we primarily are doing is we are targeting these people with our ads, thinking that they might be interested in our ads. And some of them are and some of them aren't. But these 95% people who already have intent, don't you think before we run the prospecting campaigns targeting wider audience, we should focus on these 95% users as well, because they already have higher intent than what we are prospecting in other campaigns. So that's where remarketing campaigns come in picture. Remarketing campaigns are those campaigns where we target to only people who have already visited our website. And as per the stats and my personal experience as well, remarketing campaigns have a much higher conversion rates than our regular prospecting campaigns. Now, basically what happens is when a user clicks on our ad, they land on our website and they leave without converting, they go on to other websites. We retarget them with our remarketing campaigns while they are on other websites and apps, so that they can click on our ad again and come back to our website and convert. Now, before we go ahead ahead and I show you how to set up remarketing campaigns, there are certain questions which people generally, when they are introduced to remarketing campaigns, they ask. The first one is, why do remarketing campaigns work? Why do they have higher conversion rates? I already explained this because they already had intent in the first place. That's why they clicked on our ads before. That's why they visited our website. Now, this leads us to our second question, which is, if they did not convert in their first visit to our website, why do we think that they will convert on their second or third visit through remarketing campaigns? Now, there are a lot of reasons. If you think about your personal experience as well, there are a lot of reasons why somebody would click on an ad and not convert. One of the reasons can be maybe they were in a rush. Maybe they liked our product, they went to our website, which is, let's say, an e-commerce website, but they were in a metro, or they were traveling, or they were doing something else, and they thought, okay, you know what, I'll buy this later. Now, maybe some of the users later forget. So remarketing campaigns help in that way to remind them later that, okay, you know what, you were checking this product, you might be still interested. And a lot of times users, when they are exposed to ads again, at that moment of time, they are not in a rush and they go ahead and buy products. As simple as that. And there can be other reasons as well. Maybe once they checked our product, they were like, okay, we want to buy this product, but let me research a bit more, maybe to explore other options. But later they forget about our product while they were exploring other options. It might be a good way to remind them about the product in the first place, because when users are in their buying journey, they check so many products generally and they forget like some of the products. So remarketing campaigns will help in that case as well. It can range from, maybe they wanted somebody else's opinion as well. I checked a product, or let's say a real estate project. I shared it with my friend to ask him, what do you think about this project? Later it falls into cracks and they kind of forget about it sometimes. And in those scenarios, it can help as well. Sometimes the users are not generally in a mood to buy. Let's say I checked a holiday package, I clicked on it, I went, and there were a lot of details. I was like, okay, I don't want to check all these details. But later when we retarget them with our campaigns, at that point probably they are interested, they have a bit of time and they check it and they book it. For e-commerce websites, it's even more beneficial, because a lot of times people just leave their products in the cart and do not buy and think about, okay, I'll buy it later. Now, remarketing campaigns helps them to kind of remind those users that you have some products in the cart. But there are instances when user probably clicked on the ad, they went to the website, they didn't like the reviews, they didn't like the project at all, they thought something else. On the landing page, they came to know that, okay, this is not something I'm looking for. There will be those kind of audiences as well. But overall, when you look at like the overall remarketing campaigns, they will generate results for you. They will improve your conversion rates from your prospecting campaigns. Now, generally, throughout the industry experts believe in this, and I firmly believe in this as well, that every search campaign should have a 10% to 20% of budget allocated for remarketing campaigns. For example, if you have $100,000 in a month to spend on a search campaign, you should always allocate $80,000 to $90,000 for the search campaign, and out of this keep $10,000 to $20,000 budget for remarketing campaigns supporting this search campaign. Now, when you will compare your results, for example, with only allocating this budget to search campaign and allocating with remarketing, overall with these $100,000, you will always have better results. But there are other things you need to consider before you jump into setting up remarketing campaigns. So generally, your remarketing strategy should have that what type of content you will use specifically for only remarketing campaigns. More details on this in a bit when we are setting the remarketing campaigns. I'll just show you some examples as well. But the other consideration is that you can only run remarketing campaigns of your website visitors only when you have already the conversion pixels and remarketing pixels set up on your website, which I showed you in the previous video how to do that. So that being said, let's jump into my laptop and I will show you how to set up a remarketing campaign in Google Ads.
Okay, so we have logged into our Google Ads account here. Now, to set up a remarketing campaign, the first thing you do is you go to the campaign section here and then click on this create campaign. So it'll give you these options about the campaigns, and this particular campaign, remarketing campaign, we will set it for this particular real estate client, which is a real client with the real creatives and everything, to make you understand how it will work. And because I cannot put pixels on eToro website, so I cannot give you an example. So once you click on new campaign, it will give you these options. Like before, we will select create a campaign without a goal guidance, and then it will take you to what kind of campaign you want to create. Now, Please understand that in terms of remarketing campaigns, you can create a display campaign as well as a YouTube or video campaign as well. But then in our case, we will just create display campaign. So some advertisers, some suggest that you should have both display and video campaigns as remarketing campaigns. Honestly, like if you don't have much budget, I would suggest go with display campaigns only. But if you have huge budgets, you can create two campaigns, one display and one video. So I will select display here. Now, once you select display, then it'll ask you which conversion goal do you want to create. For example, in my previous video, if you have watched about conversion pixels, we set up and we named it as submit lead. In this ad account, we create the name given to it is submit lead forms as well. So this is where it will appear. So this campaign, when this goes live, so whenever this submit lead form is triggered, which we implemented on website, this will count as a conversion. So we will know how many leads are actually filled from this particular campaign. Then we click on continue, straightforward till here. And then this is the web page people will go to after clicking your ad. I'll just go to our landing page. I'll copy it here. I'll paste it here. So I'll name it display remarketing campaign October 2022. And the next thing setting it'll ask you is where do you want to target? In our case, we want to target United Arab Emirates. And you know about the other options which we discussed in search campaign. So no point going through them again. And then it'll ask you which languages. I'll remove English. I'll target all languages in UAE because everyone speaks English, but I want the ads to appear even on Arabic websites or whatever. Then I will go to more settings. It's asking me how do I want to optimize, prefer best performing ads. So I'll leave it as that because we will upload multiple ads here, display ads. I want Google to always show the one which is performing better. And I want it to serve all day remarketing campaign because it'll only serve to people who have been to the website. So it makes sense. I'll show it on all devices. And nothing start date and end date. I'll leave start date, let's say 12th, which is today, and I'll end on 31st, let's say, if it's a 1 month campaign. Otherwise, it depends on the search campaign. If that's like always on, you can keep this always on without an end date as well. And then content exclusions is something you do not see in search campaigns, and it is only available for display campaigns and video. So what it primarily means is what kind of content you don't want your ads to appear on. For example, first let's go to sensitive content. If you check tragedy and conflict, sensitive social issues, profanity and rough language, your ads from this campaign will not show on websites which are categorized as sexually suggestive or any of these categories you check here. Then you can also exclude live streaming YouTube videos, embedded YouTube videos, parked domains in video. But what I would suggest is check all of them and not show ads there because these websites, it's not brand safe, and live streaming YouTube video and all, people generally are busy in something else there. They don't want to be pestered with ads. And when it comes to content labels, it's you might have to read a bit about it on Google Help Center article. So click on here and you'll be able to check. But generally what it means is content is generally flagged as, so all the websites are flagged into certain category by Google. So it's asking you, so for example, content not yet labeled, let's say this one, mature audiences. So if Google has flagged some content as for mature audiences, if you select it, it will not appear there. So these are certain audiences. So generally you do teen and older audience. So generally people don't exclude these apart from these, but then it is good to know information. You can check the settings and understand what it means. And after this, I will go ahead and click on next. Now it's asking me daily budget for a test. I'll put 10 dirhams per day, and what do you want to focus on? Now in this case, because these people have already been to the website, so this campaign focus should always be conversions because that's what we want. They already have been to the website. Now we want Google to optimize towards conversion. With the conversions, just use automatically maximize conversions because you know that I always support the automatic bidding strategies. So automatically maximize conversions is the bidding strategy we'll use, but set a target cost per action is you can keep it like just so that we don't have crazy CPAs. But what generally I would recommend is whatever CPA you are getting in your search campaigns, check in your reports, whatever CPA you are getting, initially start with 3 times of that. For example, if your cost per acquisition CPA for search campaigns is 1 dirham. What I would suggest is initially keep it 3 dirhams here and then slowly start reducing it, and eventually you will have to probably reduce it until the CPA you get in search, or maybe lower than that. Wherever you keep it reducing it, whenever your retargeting campaign do not generate any conversions, then probably stop there and increase a bit, but start with 3 times initially. And pay for interactions and viewable impressions. Just choose interactions and then click on next. So this, now we are in target section. So probably you are doing the display campaign for the first time. So on the left hand side, we chose the campaign settings, we chose the bidding and budget and bidding. Now we are in targeting section. So this section is where this becomes a retargeting campaign. Otherwise, if I skip this, it's just another display campaign. So this section is where I make it a retargeting campaign. I'll show you how. So I'll click on add targeting and I will directly go to audience segments here. Now in audience segments, you will directly see that whenever you implement the conversion pixel on your website, it will automatically show you these two audience automatically generated audiences. So this is what you have to select, which is all visitors. So once you select this audience group within your targeting, it means that you're telling Google that target this campaign to all the visitors of my website. Now, one thing very important to remember here is by checking this option, you are not only retargeting people who clicked on the search campaign and went to website. Anyone, even if somebody is directly going to your website, if somebody is coming from Facebook ads to your website, this will target everyone, and which is good in a way, because if you restrict it to only people who went through search campaign, it will not have a lot of results. So generally, remarketing strategy target everyone who is going to your website, regardless how many times, regardless where they come from. Now, in certain cases, you will not see this option here. Once you click on targeting, it's pretty straightforward. Click on browse and you have this option here, how they interacted with your business, and then website visitors, and you will see here all website visitors here. But in anyways, so once you select this and you click on next, so by checking this option within targeting, that's where this campaign became a remarketing campaign. Okay, otherwise it's just another display campaign. So any campaign you create, if you target the website visitors, it becomes a remarketing campaign. Click on next. And now it will ask you, if you see here, we are done with targeting. Now the only thing we have to do is ads. Now ads is very important for retargeting, because as I mentioned before, this is very important because these people have already been to your website. So you know that they have shown interest before. If you just show them the same ad again, it doesn't make sense. Okay. Now to give you an example, for example, here, first you have two options. One is this dynamic ad or responsive ad. You just add images, you just add logos, you just add videos, headlines, descriptions, and Google will automatically create different kind of previews, native ads, banners, interstitials, and all that. But in some cases, if you do not have videos, if you do not have all these assets, and you just want to have your own static or HTML5 banners, in that case, this is straightforward. You add business name, images, videos, logos, whatever you have, headlines, descriptions. Google will automatically show you previews here. For example, you can check how my ad will appear on websites and apps, how my ad will appear on Google properties. Then you can choose YouTube, Gmail. It will show you, once you upload all these details here, it will show you how the previews, your ads will look like from this campaign. But in our case, we will go to upload display ads, because we already have display ads, and for this client we create our own ads, because Google sometimes will create their own videos from the assets on your website and all. So we do not rely on that, because our client is specific about how the ad should look like. So once you select this manual option, then you will have to upload. So for example, I'll go here, I have this ad here, I'll upload it. So this is something I wanted to show you. Now, for example, whenever you run retargeting campaigns, you have to make sure that you show something else to the user. You show them that it's personalized, or in this case, what we did is
for this client, whoever visited our website and did not convert, we created a retargeting campaign for them, and we showed them that we will give you 100% DLD waiver, which is like few thousand dirhams. Now this was something which was personalized to the users, because understand that these people came to the website, but they were interested in this project, but they did not convert. So now we are telling them, you know what, we'll give you 10% or 100% DLD waiver, which is because they are looking for it. Probably they were researching with other real estate. It generally happens in real estate. So what they do is they reach out to multiple agents to see if somebody can give them a discount or something, because the project is same. They go through any agent, the prices are even same, for example in Dubai, but the agents sometimes give them a discount. So for that, what we did is we created a retargeting campaign to give them a discount, because we know they are already interested, and we created this copy here. Now at this point, I really wanted to give a shout out to the company we are working with for this project, called Penji.com. So what they do generally is, I really like to work with them, and I really wanted to give a shout out to them based on how amazing work they do. This is not a paid or sponsored video. So what Penji generally does is, because I get a lot of emails as well, some people struggle with having in-house designers because it's expensive sometimes if you just run like few campaigns. So what Penji does is, they have a huge team of designers, graphic designers, etc. And you can opt for let's say a monthly plan, like two of our clients. So this SLS Properties works with them as well, because it's a real estate company. They don't want to have designers in-house. So you pay a monthly subscription, and you have like unlimited resources. So you primarily can chat with them, you get your account, and you can submit as many projects, design projects as you want. And there'll be always people working in for you, experienced designers. They hire like only experienced designers, and my experience with them is being good. So they have designers who understand your request. They understand all the paid media. So you tell them it's for Google Ads, they know the specs, they know everything. Just to show you an example of how remarketing campaigns should work and how A/B testing should be done. So this is one of the copies which Penji.com created for us, for our client. This was 100% DLD waiver. And at the same time, what they said is, okay, you know what? They created another variation of lifestyle. So this one is, for example, this one here is the project pictures. Now, they also created this, which is a lifestyle picture. Same project, but a lifestyle picture with a bit of green theme, and the text is same. But at the same time, what we did is to show you, this was giving an offer, right? Now we did one more experiment where we created another ad copy, which is this is kind of personalized, where we say, you know what, looks like you were in a rush, because the user, we know that he came to the website and did not convert. So the copy says, looks like you were in a rush, that, okay, you know what, we know that you visited our website, but you didn't leave your details then. So leave details now. So it looks very personalized. And this one was created with a little bit of animation. So it kind of helps to grab attention. But I don't know. I mean, we did this test, but this copy worked better, which is 100% DLD waiver, the green one. Performed better in this case. But this is just to show you like how you should customize your retargeting strategy with your customized messaging. Either it should be an offer you provide, either it should feel personalized, and all that stuff. So generally I will upload all these sizes here, and then click on create ad and click on next. So then it will ask you for the review, that this is the landing page, this is the campaign name, these are the settings, and this is the ad, and you click on publish campaign. Once you click on publish campaign, this campaign will become live. So after this, what you have to do is you just have to monitor this campaign and see how it starts gathering conversions, and slowly reduce the budget, the target CPA, which we mentioned 3 times, but you have to bring it down and see at what point it will stop delivering conversions and reducing the budget till there. So that was retargeting campaign. Once you click on publish, this campaign will go live. But before you go, I just wanted to give you some additional information about retargeting campaigns. We will discuss this in future videos, but at this point I just want to give you a heads up about some things you need to know about retargeting campaigns. The first thing is there is something called dynamic retargeting. So what it does is, let's say for example, Amazon.com, they have millions of products on their website. So they cannot create a retargeting campaign for each product. Let's say I go to their website, I check a laptop. They cannot create a separate retargeting campaign for each product and show me the ad again. So what they do is they use something called dynamic retargeting, where they use kind of a template based on if a user has visited a product. You go to Facebook, you see an Amazon ad, or a website, or you go to another website, you see an Amazon ad, they will show you exactly that laptop. That's done using feeds, and it's called dynamic retargeting, which we will discuss later, but just wanted to give you a heads up if you come across this and you'll be like, we didn't discuss this in retargeting video. Then we have exclusion of converters. So if you are a website who have a lot of conversions going on, then you might have to consider something, because if there were, let's say, 1 million people who came to your website on a single day, and let's say 50,000 converted, and 950,000 did not convert. If you target retargeting campaigns to all the visitors, it will also show ads to the people who already converted, right? So what you can do is, there is a way, which we will discuss later, that you can exclude. So you target everyone who visited the website and exclude people who already converted. And then you can also have a separate campaign for people who converted to upsell them. Let's say people who bought a laptop on your website, you can create a dedicated campaign for them to show them headphone, laptop sleeve campaigns and stuff like that. And the one more thing I wanted to mention is retargeting cannot be just done based on people who visited your website and through pixels. You also can do retargeting campaigns if you have, let's say, a list of emails or list of phone numbers who you already know that these guys purchased from your CRM or from your shop. You collect these email addresses and phone numbers. You can create a retargeting campaign to them as well. It will still be called retargeting because you are targeting your people who are kind of converted. That we will discuss probably later in this course as well. But that's all for retargeting. I hope this was helpful. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to 16th video of Google Ads series, where we teach you from beginners to expert level in Google Ads. In this video, we are going to talk about app campaigns within Google Ads. Now, this is probably the most straightforward campaign type in Google Ads, but this is a bit tricky. There's just a few things to understand, but you need to understand them completely in order to run as successful app campaigns. So let's start, and first let me tell you what app campaigns are. When you run campaigns in Google Ads and your objective is to promote a certain app, let's say for example, if you are working for Amazon. Now, most of the advertising Amazon does to kind of promote their app so that more and more people install their app, right? Or sometimes if, for example, let's say you have Amazon app on your mobile and you see an ad of Amazon and you click on it, you directly go to the Amazon app. Let's say, for example, you saw a Black Friday Amazon ad on Facebook. You click on it, you directly go to Amazon app and you go to the page where they show you offer. In the second case as well, Amazon, obviously the objective of that ad is to make you buy something from the Black Friday sale, but through their app, right? So basically app campaigns are when an advertiser wants to promote their app so that more and more people install the app, or people who already have the app, they use the app, right? It doesn't have to be Amazon. Even if it's a game, let's say for example, I have Candy Crush game on my phone, or the other person, he does not have the app, so they will see an ad. Once they click on it, they go to the App Store or Play Store, whether they have Android or iPhone, and they are prompted to install the app. So the advertiser, as Candy Crush, their objective is to make more people install their app, right? In my case, because I already have the Candy Crush app, I still see sometimes the ads, let's say, and when I click on the ad, I'm redirected to the Candy Crush app. So the objective of the advertiser is that I have the app, but I'm not using it very often, to make me again engage with the app. So basically, whenever the objective is to increase the installs of an app or make people engage with the app if they already have it, those kind of campaigns are called app campaigns. The one thing you need to understand is you can promote apps on Google Ads through app campaigns only for Android apps and for iOS apps. Let's say, for example, your app is listed on Huawei Store or whatever that's called. You cannot run a campaign for that. Only on App Store and the Google Play Store, which leads us
to know a bit more about apps before we jump and start creating app campaigns. Now, first thing you need to understand is if you are new to digital marketing, you will hear people referring to app campaigns in a lot of terminologies, right? Basically, so if you hear UAC, which is like a Google name for app campaigns, which is universal app campaigns, but then some users, some people within digital marketing industry refer to them as UA or user acquisition app campaigns as well. So it's all the same: UAC, UA, user acquisition campaigns, user universal app campaigns. It all means the same thing, which is the app campaign. One more thing you need to understand is, let's say for example you have an app. Let's say Uber Eats has an app, one for Android and one for iOS. If you want to create app campaigns on Google, you need to create separate campaigns for let's say Android campaign and iOS campaign. So this is one thing you need to remember. You cannot have one campaign where you promote both Android and your iOS campaigns. And then one more thing before we jump into app campaigns is something we need to understand, because if you are related to app campaigns, you will hear a lot of keywords like Firebase or MMPs, or Google calls them AAP. Now it's very simple. Like Firebase is analytics for apps. So Firebase is a Google platform like Google Analytics. It's free, where app developers integrate this particular platform in their apps, like we do Google Analytics on websites, to understand. So when you create a Firebase account and you integrate it with your app, you can know how many users came to your app, what pages do they went to, what was the engagement, and stuff like that. So it's like a reporting tool. But apart from reporting, you can do some little bit of stuff here and there in app Firebase as well, which I will tell you. Now, on contrary to Firebase, which is like free Google Analytics for apps, there are other companies who are specialized in this kind of tools. They are called MMPs, or mobile marketing platforms, and Google calls them AAP. It's the same thing. I think it's app attribution partner. So what these MMPs do is, you might have heard the words like Adjust or AppsFlyer, or these are probably the most popular, and Branch.io. So what they do is, if you have an app, if your company owns an app, now most probably you will have one of these platforms, which are paid platforms, which I mentioned, like AppsFlyer or Adjust, which are MMPs. What they basically do is, you buy their subscription, you integrate them with your app, and within these platforms, let's say Adjust and within AppsFlyer, whichever you use, you can have a detailed report on your app. To give you an example, for example, if I have an app, just like let's say Uber Eats or Uber, or any kind of app. Now, when I subscribe to Adjust or AppsFlyer or any other MMP, I integrate it with my app. Within Adjust platform or the MMP platform, I will be able to see how many people opened my app today, what kind of actions did they do, how many of them booked food orders, how many of them did subscribe to Uber Eats Pro, and how many of them added to the cart, what was the source, where did they come from, how many new people installed my app, out of those how many registered my app. So you will be able to kind of do all of this reporting in these MMPs. Now, the other use of these MMPs is, for example, because you can create these kind of events in an MMP. Let's say, for example, I am an e-commerce company, and I have an app where people order, just like Amazon. Now I can create an event that whenever, let's say, somebody orders or adds something to the cart in my app, I create an event for that. And that event I can pass or link it to my Google Ads to use that as a conversion event. So I can optimize my Google Ads campaigns towards that particular event, right? So this is, for now, this is more than enough for you to understand, and I hope this is clear. If it's not, I'll link some let's say I'll put some links in the description below where you can read more about them, or you can just hear all of this conversation again, and you can rewind this video and understand, and this is more than enough at this moment to understand. Okay, so when we talk about Google Ads, app campaigns in Google Ads, there are 3 types of campaigns you can run, right? To just give you a brief idea, as I mentioned before, the first one is app install campaign. This type of campaign is used where the objective is just to increase installs, right? Now, obviously, as the name name suggests, this type of campaign will be targeted or shown to people who do not have your app, right? So for example, if Amazon runs an app install campaign, it will be only shown to people who do not have an app, because the objective, this is an install campaign, the objective of this campaign is to increase installs on that particular app, right? Then the second one is app engagement. Now this type of campaign is only available to the publishers or to the advertisers whose app have more than 250k installs, right? So in order to run an engagement campaign, app engagement campaign, your app needs to have 250,000 installs. If your app does not have that many installs, cannot run app engagement campaign. Let's say I'm a big company, let's say Amazon again, right? They have millions, probably billions of app installs. Millions of people have installed their app. But what they see is a lot of people are inactive users. They do not use Amazon as often. Let's say if they have 100 million installs, 100 million users have installed their app, but only 10 million generally, let's say, use Amazon to order. But what Amazon does is, apart from going after new customers and acquiring new customers, what they want is the people who already installed the app, they should use their app, because it does not make sense just to install. Installs is like a vanity metrics for most of the advertisers. No matter if you have millions of installs, but nobody is using your app to order, to whatever your business is about, it doesn't make sense. And to kind of re-engage those users, for example, I have Amazon app on my phone, and let's say in the last 60 days I did not order anything. So Amazon will create these engagement campaigns to the people, and it will be targeted to the people who already have the app, to kind of come back to Amazon and make orders. Like it can be an offer as well. So they'll send an offer, you know what, there's $10 freebies in your account which you can use, or this is the offer, Black Friday offer, or whatever, right, to re-engage. Or this type of campaign is used by apps which have a huge competition. For example, Taiwan. Now in Taiwan there are a lot of companies who deliver food. Let's say there is Food Panda, there is Uber Eats, there is Grab On, and things like that. Now these kind of apps have a lot of competition, and honestly they don't have much different to offer to the customers. You probably, Uber Eats and Food Panda do the same thing. They have the same restaurants, they have the same kind of pricing, they have the same delivery fees. So when usually a user gets used to one particular app, they just kind of forget other app, because it's easy for them to reorder and stuff. So those kind of for those kind of advertisers, it's very important, this kind of campaign, to kind of re-engage those users who already have the app, to kind of start using their app again. So that is what app engagement campaign is. Then the third one is app pre-registration, and it works only for Android campaigns. Let's say for example you are a big company, you have been working on developing a new app or a game for a year, and you don't want to launch your app and then start the traction, get slowly the users and installs, because you kind of want to create a buzz before you actually launch your app on the App Store and Play Store. So pre-registration campaigns are for those advertisers who know that, okay, they're going to publish their app soon, but they kind of want to create a buzz before, so that people can register already for it, and when the app is launched they can directly install and kind of already have an audience base before even launching the app. But it only can be run for Android apps and not iOS apps. Okay, now going to the actual topic of our video, how to run Google App Campaigns, right? So Google App Campaigns, if you want to create Google App Campaigns, you need to kind of roughly follow 3 steps. The first one is you have to set up conversion for your apps, because it's very important. I'll show you later in the video why. And then you have to launch the campaigns, and obviously once you launch the campaigns, you report and optimize. One thing you have to understand is app campaign, to launch an app campaign is probably more straightforward. You don't have much settings, you don't have much things to control. For example, targeting, you cannot target anything except the geography, country, cities, and stuff like that. And there are not a lot of bidding strategies to choose from, and even you don't even need creatives to launch app campaigns. Obviously it's recommended to add creatives from your side, but but even if you don't have creatives, you can still launch. So let's jump into our first step, which is set up conversion. So I would recommend that whenever you have to launch an app campaign, the first step is you set up conversion. I will show you why. But to set up conversion, like in our previous videos for web campaigns, it's the same way. We go to settings and we click on conversions and we click on new conversion event. Let's say, for example, if you start working for a company and you already have this setup, you don't need to worry about it. But if you are just starting fresh, then you need to set up conversions. But if you start working for a client who already has an app for a while, then they would have all of this set up. Now, unlike last time we selected website, but for web app campaigns, we need to create specific conversions for our app. So I'll go here and I'll select app conversions, and when you click on this, you get 3 options to set up conversions, right? Now, to make it easy for you, I'll first go to the second option, which is Google Play. Now, if you want to run campaigns for your Android campaign only, you do not need any hassle. You can directly go ahead and use Google Play, because Google Ads and Google Play is owned by Google. So you can internally set up conversions easily for your Android app, but not for iOS. Let's do it for Android app. So what I can do is I can select Google Play here, and I can create 2 types of conversions. When I say conversions, what it means is, because if I want to run app install campaigns, I want to know that the app was actually installed. Now, for Google Ads to know that app was installed after somebody clicked on the ad, they need to something to count that how many people installed the app. So here, the easiest way is to use Google Play conversion event, because Google Play again is owned by Google, so they can internally pass the information to Google Ads about, 100 people clicked on your ads from your Google Ads account and 20 of them actually installed the app successfully. Or let's say you are an app, let's say an e-commerce website, e-commerce app. Now for you, only installs does not matter, because you want to also know that how many people actually who clicked from the campaign actually ended up buying something. So you can actually create an event to pass on information that how many people did an in-app purchase, right? So basically, if you want to do it for the first time, I would suggest to create both events separately, one for install conversion event and one for app install. Then you can, let's say, optimize for both or only in-app purchases, which I'll show you while creating the campaign. But let's focus on creating the event. So let's say first, as I told you, I'll create Google Play install. And I'll click on continue. I'll name it installs, and it's asking me that which mobile app I want to create. Now you do not need to have access to the app to create Google Play conversion events, so you can directly select here. Let's say, for example, we want to run this campaign for Uber Eats. So Uber Eats food delivery, this is the app. Okay. Value, measure your ad performance by setting a value for each conversion. Do not use a value, because an install does not have a value unless you are an app where each install is of certain value for you. I'll not change any of these windows, which I have already explained in the previous videos what they mean, and I'll click on create to continue. Okay, and I'll click on done. Okay, one thing, because this ad account has a lot of installs already created, conversions already created. So in your case, if you're just creating first one, you'll just see one. So I forgot to mention here, I'll just change the name so that's not confusing. For example, installs for Uber Eats. This is just for my reference, right? And as I told you, then we have to create one more. For this, we created for our installs. We will create one more. We'll again go to app, Google Play. Now this one will create for in-app purchases. So I'll select in-app purchases, Uber Eats. I'll always suggest to add the name of the app in the end if you are, like, let's say, a freelancer or your company has multiple apps, so that it's easy for you to kind of remember. I'll select Uber Eats. Select how many conversions to count per click or interaction. Now what it's asking is, let's say, for example, if a user installed our app, which is Uber Eats, every time they make a purchase, in the app, do you want to count all the conversions or just one? So it depends on how you want to report. For example, if I was working with Uber Eats, I'll obviously count every conversion to see how many, for example, one particular click from a campaign, that user installed the app, and then how many orders did they make. It obviously should be attributed to the campaign, and I will select every, and rest of the things I'll leave as default and click on this. So now we created an in-app purchase conversion, and we created an installs conversion. Now if I was to create a campaign for Android app of Uber Eats, we are good to go. We don't need anything else, right? But in case you want to also promote your iOS campaign and have a app campaign for your iOS app, then you obviously need to create certain conversions for your iOS app as well. Now for that, we'll again go to app, and obviously, as I told you, Google Play is only for Android. Now for your iOS, you need to use any of the two, which is Google Analytics 4, Firebase, or third-party app analytics. Now obviously you can, for Android you can use all the three, but this one was specifically for Android, that's why I showed you first. But you can use Firebase conversion events for Android as well. So the process is same for iOS and Android, but I cannot do that here because I don't have access to Firebase or any third-party analytics app using my personal ID, but it's very straightforward. So for example, as I told you, if you are working for a company or a client or yourself, to set up conversions through Firebase, your app needs to have a Firebase account integrated, right? Now let's say you are not working with Firebase, you are working with third-party MMP, which I told you before, let's say Adjust or AppsFlyer, Branch.io, or whatever. You need to have that app you need to have that your app should have set up that particular MMP within your app. Let's say the process is same. Let's say for example, if your app, let's say iOS as well as Android app, has Google Analytics 4, which is Firebase integrated, you will select this option. You'll click on continue. Now there are no linked accounts. So for example, my account should have access to that particular Firebase account as well, using the same Gmail ID which I'm accessing this Google Ads account with, sanatoviran@gmail.com. Then it will appear here. I'll select that, and whatever events I have created in Firebase, let's say in-app purchase, order, added to cart, or whatever events of my app I have created there, I can just import them here. It appears as a list, and then I can use any of those. So I hope this is clear. It's very straightforward. Don't get complicated as far as you have access. I'll put some links in the description below where you can read how to stepwise link your Firebase or your MMPs. For example, to give you an idea, let's go back to conversions, new conversion, and app. This for example, your app is using Adjust. You click on third party, click on continue, here linked accounts, create an ID. So you see all the MMP accounts supported by Google Ads. Let's say AppsFlyer, Adjust, Branch, Kochava, Singular, and all. Let's say your app is using Adjust. You click on here. For your Android app, you name your app Uber Eats and create link ID. Now it will ask you, give you this link ID. You will go to your Adjust, put it there, and this Google Ads will be linked. It's as simple as that. So now we are done with our first step, which is how to set up conversions. Now we set up conversions for Android, but I showed you how you can do it for your iOS campaign as well. Or if you have Adjust, probably you will do conversion tracking through Adjust on both iOS and Android. So it's very straightforward. Don't feel that it's complicated. Now we go to our next step, which is setting up an app campaign, right? We have the conversion set up. So I'll go to my Google Ads account. I'll go here to campaigns, click just like any other campaign. I'll select new campaign. And within here, you will have to select app promotion. Once you click on app promotion, there's just one type of campaign under it. And then you have the three options, which I showed you before, which is app installs, app engagement, and pre-registration. Now let's first try to set up app install campaigns, right? What I'll do is the second option it'll ask me is select the mobile app platform. As I told you, each campaign can be either done for Android or iOS. Let's say we'll do it for Android. The process is the same. Look up your app. I'll do Uber Eats, and then campaign name. I'll say UAC. By the way, some people call install app campaigns as UACI or ACI, and some for engagement campaigns they call ACE. So if somebody comes to you and says, can you run ACE campaigns for us, understand that they're talking about universal app campaign in Google Ads engagement type, not the first type install, the second one. So this one, some people call it ACI, and this I for installs, and this one people call ACE, E for engagement. Let's say UAC installs November 2022. I'll name it anything. Uber Eats. Click on continue. As I told you, there are not much options when it comes to app install campaigns. So I'll select, let's say, United Arab Emirates or wherever I want to target, or the whole world. Location targeting, the same options here, presence in regular and people interested in locations, which I have explained before. Select language your customer speaks. I'll select all languages and I'll click on next. Then it's asking me my daily budget. Let's say I'll put 100 dirhams. What do you want to focus on? This is the only setting you can do in app install campaigns, which is bidding. Okay, now when we go to bidding, you see that the first option you get is what do you want to focus on? You get three options. We'll go through them one by one. The first one is install volume. So it's just you're telling Google that regardless of anything, I just want to focus on how many people install my app. And then how do you want to track install volume? As I told you before, for Google Ads to know that how many people install the app, you need to create a conversion event for installs. So because in our case, we just have created through Google Play. So we'll select that one. If you are using, let's say, Adjust or Kochava or anything, and you have imported install event, conversion event from there, then it will be listed here because we just have created this one. It just shows us this one. So I'm telling Google that I want to focus on generating as many installs as possible, and you can know how many people install the app from this campaign after clicking on the ads from this event which we created. And what kind of users do you want to target? Users likely to perform in-app action or all users. So obviously we are telling Google that focus on generating a lot of installs, but target mostly people who are likely to perform an action, right? In-app action. And it's telling us which action is most important for you. So we are saying in-app purchases because that's what makes sense for a company like Uber Eats. For them, the most important thing is how many people actually order. If they get millions of installs, nobody orders, it doesn't make sense for them. So yes, in this case, we are telling them, telling Google that generate a lot of installs, but also focus on people who are likely to do an in-app action. And then target cost per install, because we told Google that we want to focus on installs. So it will tell you what is your bidding. How much are you willing to spend for each install? So you'll have to do a little bit of research for your country, for example, for UAE. And one thing you have to remember is Android cost per installs are a bit cheaper than iOS. So for example, I know for UAE, for Android, it's around 2. Sometimes it varies a lot. For some apps we get 0.75 dirhams, and for some we get 2.5. So I'll start with 2, let's say, for this app, and then I'll see the performance. Then I can, if I see that the campaign is not spending then the daily budget, then I'll increase it. If I see that campaign is spending daily budget, I'm getting a lot of installs, I'll keep decreasing it until I find that point. Now that was about install volumes. Now in case of, for example, if I was running campaigns for Uber Eats, I don't care about install volume. I care about how many people install and then purchase. So in that case, you will tell Google that what do you want to focus on? In-app actions. That's it. Regardless, I don't care about installs. If you bring me only 100 installs, they should perform this action or order. So what action? Because we just have Google Play. What do you want? How do you want to track install volume? Because even if you are focusing on in-app actions, you still Google still needs to know how many people installed. For that, we just have one option here, Google Play, because that's what we created. And which actions are most important for you? So because we created in-app purchases, we created a conversion event for install and only one in-app action, which is in-app purchases for Google Play, which is like by default. So we just have one option. Now if you were using adjust and you have imported let's say 3 conversion events, one for how many people successfully registered on the app, how many people added to the cart, how many people actually did successful order, all the 3 will appear here. Obviously you can choose any of those, but still you will probably use how many people successfully ordered. So that is where you will select. If you have multiple conversion events, you will have to select one of them, and then target cost per action. Now if you remember, if I select here install volume, then I have to say that how much I'm willing to pay for each install. But when I select in-app actions, now the option here changes. It does not say target cost per install, it says target cost per action. Now in this case, you will have to tell Google that how much you are willing to pay for each of this conversion, which is in-app purchase for each order basically. So obviously that will be much higher than cost per install, because if when I work with Uber Eats, they will tell me that every order our CPA, cost per acquisition or cost per order, should be 10 dirhams. So I'll put that here and accordingly see if the campaign is not spending, I'll have to increase it, and if it does spend, then I'll have to decrease it to see which point the campaign does not stop spending the daily budget. It also gives you a suggestion here, but it's never any good. So, and then I click on next, and then that's all you do in an app campaign. Honestly, there's nothing you can do much in terms of targeting. App install campaigns, you cannot do anything, no audience targeting, nothing. Then you are the last step is here to create the ads. Now as I told you before, in-app campaigns, or app install campaigns, you don't even need creatives, because even if you just go ahead and save it, it will save without anything, and these are the type of ads that will appear, and Google Ads will kind of pull your assets from Google Play Store. For example, it will show you on display, this is how your ads will appear. Uber Eats, this is probably the logo installed on Google Play Store. Then you can see how it will appear on search ads if somebody is searching for, let's say, food delivery apps. And also your ads will appear on Google search, but you do not control that what keywords my app should appear. Google will automatically choose based on the category of your app and what information, headlines, descriptions you have put in your app store listing. This is how your ads will appear with the install CTA on YouTube. This is how it will appear like this, and then discover, this is how it will appear, and it will automatically pull banners. Then Google Play, this is how it will appear. But the thing here to understand is what is recommended. Obviously it is recommended to add your custom headlines and your descriptions and your images and videos, but also these are helpful because, for example, you cannot rely on this. Let's say Amazon or Uber Eats has a Black Friday sale where you can order food free from 5,000 restaurants for the next 1 week. Now obviously there is no way for you to put that messaging, so you can add headlines specific or your image banners which talk about that kind of offer. And it's also recommended, even if you don't have an offer, it's recommended to have your own banners and descriptions and customize it and play around, because you can add a lot of headlines, test multiple headlines, then see which one is doing better, because this is generic. Let's say Uber Eats food delivery. What I can add here is, let's say I add, it makes a huge difference. I say Uber Eats order from 5,000 restaurants, delivery in 15 minutes. Okay, you see this looks more attractive, obviously. Here, food delivery. Okay, this one will not change. Okay, it takes some time to update, and then you have headlines which you can add up to 5, then you have descriptions which you can add up to 5 and keep testing, because these things really matter. And then images, you can add multiple images. There are 3 sizes basically, which I'll link in the description below. It's 1200 x 1200, 1200 x 1500, and 1200 cross 627. And then videos, obviously, you cannot upload videos. You have to use your, if you have like, let's say, video ads, you upload it to YouTube and then use those links here. For app install campaigns, it's recommended to have 6 seconds videos, because you quickly give your message and prompt your users to install your app. And then HTML, you can add banners, HTML5 banners, and that is it. So I'll click on next here. It's very straightforward. There's not much targeting available in app install campaigns. And even for iOS, it's the same process, except in the beginning where we selected Android, you just have to select iOS and search for your iOS app. Maybe the name is different or whatever. Even if it's the same name, you have to select that there. Okay, now that we are done with our UAC install campaigns, now it is time to set up our UAC engagement campaign. It's not much different, honestly. The only difference is probably the audiences we can target in UAC engagement campaigns, because as I told you, an engagement campaign will be targeted to users who already have installed the app, right? So first we'll have to create a particular audience. There's one additional step. You will have to create an audience if you do not have an audience created in your Google Ads to create these UAC campaigns. Now let's take an example of our Uber Eats. Let's say we have to create an UAC engagement campaign for them, right? Now, obviously, Uber Eats, try to imagine what kind of audiences would they like to create to target in their engagement campaigns. One, probably people who have not ordered in last 30 days or 60 days or 90 days, right? Or people who have been frequently ordering, to create a campaign and target them with a coupon or an offer specific to them, right? So that audience you will first have to create before you target them in the engagement campaigns. Now, there is something you need to remember about engagement campaigns, that there are only 3 types of audiences you can create in an engagement campaign. The first rule is, in an engagement campaign, you can only target audiences which are linked to devices, device IDs, either Android device IDs, which is ADID, or IDFA, which is for Apple devices, and identifier for Apple. The 3 types of audiences you can target in engagement campaigns is, first is app users, your app users. It can be users who have been active recently. As I told you, okay, users who ordered in more than 5 times in last 1 month. You want to probably create a campaign, give them an offer. Or users who have took a certain action. Let's say people who recently have subscribed to a trial version of your pro version. Like Uber Eats has this Uber Eats Pro version where you pay monthly fees, and in the next 30 days you will have free delivery or something, right? Like Zomato Gold or Panda Pro for Panda Pro app. So probably you want to have a campaign targeted to only those users, right? To promote a particular restaurant and an offer to them. And then the third option is users who haven't taken an action. So this goes back to, let's say, people who haven't ordered in the last 30 days, 60 days, whatever, right? So this is the first category, which is app users. You can target on, you can create an audience based on any of this combination, right? And then the second one is device IDs. You can directly have device IDs uploaded to your Google Ads and create an audience there, or you can push these through your CRM. Let's say you have 50,000 device IDs of all the devices who have recently installed the app and they have registered but they have not ordered yet. You can have that kind of data. The third one is the Firebase audiences. Now, if your app already has Firebase integrated within, then you can create different kind of audiences in Firebase and push it. The same, you can use the same logic again. People who have not ordered, people who have ordered, or whatever your need is. I gave you some examples as well. So these are the only 3 ways you can create audiences and subtypes there. But always remember, I'm reiterating again, for engagement campaigns, you can only target audiences where the audiences comprise of either ADID or IDFA. All right. So in this case, let's go ahead and create an engagement campaign of users who have, let's say I have device IDs of 50,000 users who have recently registered on our app, but they have not made a purchase yet. And we want to create an engagement campaign to make them order, right? So to do that, I'll go to Google Ads again. I'll go to tools and settings. I'll create audience, go to audience manager, and let's say I go to plus because I'm uploading a list, so I will have to select a customer list type here. Let's say I will say not ordered in last 30 days Android. I'll go here, upload device. You'll have to select mobile device IDs, otherwise you will not be able to use this audience in your engagement campaigns. Let's say I'll select Android, I'll go Uber Eats, and now I'll have to upload that file. If you just have the device IDs, you're not sure how to configure that file, so you can just use this template, download this. I'll download it here, I'll open it. So this is how it looks like. So what I always do is I just delete all these rows, they are information. If you keep it there, it will still work. So mobile device IDs, it has already given 2 examples here to show you how to put them, how the syntax. So these are the Android device IDs. I'll just extend this. Let's say this is my file. Let's say these are the device IDs I have. So once you put your device IDs here, all you need to do is file, save, and close this. Now I'll go here, choose, so I'll just upload it. So this file is uploaded. This data collection is being shared with Google in compliance with Google policies, and click on upload. Now remember that your list has been created, but once you upload, let's say 50,000 device IDs, it will still take some time for Google to populate that, right? Google has to check the match rate, that okay, how many of those device IDs, maybe some device IDs are from, you uploaded from 6 years ago, that those devices are broken, that nobody uses them to connect to the internet. So Google will kind of check the match rate, and it will take some time for populate. But let's go here and create our first engagement campaign, because we have our audience already created which we want to target. By the way, these the other audience types I mentioned, because we cannot explain all of them in this video, it will take like a day. So I'll put a link in the description where you can read about all of them, how to upload and create them. It's very straightforward. So let's go with our engagement campaign, new campaign. App promotion, we'll select in this case app engagement, select Android. What is your app? Uber Eats again. I'll click on continue. I'll name it UACE November 2022 Uber Eats. UAC November 2022 Uber Eats. I'll select again, let's say United Arab Emirates. Languages, all languages. Let's say my daily budget is 100 dirhams. What are the in-app actions you want to focus on? So in your engagement campaigns, if you remember, in our install campaigns we had 3 options. We had install volume as well, but you will not have install volume here because this is an engagement campaign. It's supposed to target only people who already have installed, so it will not contribute to the install volume in any way. So I'll select in-app actions here, and there's only one action, in-app purchases. I'll use that as optimization. So in this case, let's say we select 10 dirhams again, and then we have the November start dates and end dates, whatever you want to select, let's say, and then click on save. Okay, now once you click on this, it will take you to the next step, which is the ad group and uploading the actual ads. Just like your app install campaign, UACI, you can skip these ads again, but it's always recommended, because for example in this case, let's say we are targeting the people who installed in the last 30 days. We uploaded that list, but they did not make the first order. Let's say we have a particular offer for them, so maybe on your first order, free delivery. So we will upload those kind of headlines, descriptions, and videos and images where we highlight that offer, because it does not make sense. Your app has an offer and you use these automated assets. It does not tell anything. You have to mention that in your headlines and your images, right? And before we go there, I want to show you there's one more option here which was not in app install campaigns, because when somebody clicks on an app install UACI campaign, they go to Play Store or App Store, depending on whether they use Android or iOS. But in here, these people already have an app. So it's asking you app URL, which section of once somebody clicks on this ad, okay, and for example, you are running an ad, okay, first delivery free for you, for the people who have installed the app in last 30 days and did not order. Once they click on that, where do you want to take them to the home page, or you have within an app you have a section where that offer is mentioned. So that's what you will have to put here. Now it's called a deep link. So what for Android campaigns, you can just select directly, let's say set to home page, or you can take them to a particular section of the page. Generally it looks like this. Let's say Uber Eats / this is how a deep link looks like. So this will generally take them to the home page, or if you want to take them to a particular page on your particular section of your app, so you will have to create that in Firebase or any of your MMPs you are working on, or ask your developers to do it. So then it will look something like this, maybe C is equal to offer 1. So this is our deep link. So what it does is, I'll again reiterate, because this campaign will target only people who already have installed the app. So once they click on this ad, where do you want to take them within the app? Like in web campaigns, let's say I'm running a campaign for my Senator Veeran Ads website. I'm promoting my courses. If somebody clicks on a course, they should go to senatorveeranads.com/store, right? Similarly for app, these are called deep links, and these deep links can be generated in Firebase or any other MMPs you are working on. As I told you before, the MMPs are not only used for reporting. You can create conversion events and deep links there as well. If you are not the one who is working with deep links and your MMPs, then you can talk to the person who is working and tell him, I need a deep link where people should go to this particular section of the app, right? So this is where you select this. This is one difference in ACI and ACE campaigns. Then you upload your headlines and descriptions, images, videos. If you just have images, you can upload headlines, description, and images. If you just have videos, you can upload headline, description, and videos. If you have both, you can upload all of them. Anyways, all of them are optional. And then you will see this section, which was not in our ACI campaign, which is ad targeting and which audience do you want to target. So I'll go here, browse. You see, not ordered in last, the one we created with our Android IDs. I'll select this one and I will click on save and continue. Now what will happen is this engagement campaign will be only targeted to the device IDs I uploaded, which are people who installed in last 30 days but have not made their first order yet. You can come up with a lot of other use cases based on what your requirement is, but this is the process. And you cannot only target this audience. I told you there are 3 different ways to create these audiences, but they should include only IDFA and Android IDs. Links in the description below. And once I click on save, and this campaign will be created. Okay, headlines and descriptions is mandatory. Sorry, I forgot that. So I'll say, let's say Uber Eats offer for new customers and first order free. This will make them make their first order, this campaign, right? So I'll click on save. So that's all about UAC engagement campaigns, right? Continue campaign, and that is it. Now, the third option we have is, honestly, it's very straightforward. It's for apps which are not created, which are not live yet. So for example, I select app, then we select app pre-registration. You will have to use the app, because this is not eligible for pre-registration, because I don't have any app which is eligible for pre-registration, which is not launched yet. But if you have, you'll be able to select it here. There are no other options there. So it's very straightforward. So that's all about app campaigns and install campaigns as well as engagement campaign. Now, once you are done with your campaigns, what you have to do is, let's say, for example, this is your campaign, Uber Eats. So in this case, it will show you some specific metrics. What you will do is you will see, okay, what is the cost per conversion, cost per install. So based on these, or in-app actions, how many installs, what are the cost per participated in-app action. So you'll be able to see how much you're spending for each install and how much you're spending for each in-app action or conversion. So for example, in our case, a conversion is an order. So I'll be able to see after starting this campaign that how much we are spending for generating each order, how much we are spending for each new install, and that will tell me how good this campaign is doing. The only optimization you can do is in ACI campaigns is change the headlines, descriptions, images, videos, and in your ACE campaigns, apart from creative, you can always test different kind of audiences. That is one thing. The second thing is you can choose the bidding cap we selected for cost per install and cost per engagement. Keep reducing that if it's too high for you and see an optimized level. These are honestly all the optimizations you can do for ACI and ACE campaigns. So in case you're wondering where these ads will appear, the app campaign ads, they appear on Google Search, App Store, Google properties like Gmail and Discover. These ads appear on YouTube, both static as well as if you have videos in these campaigns, and they appear on all GDN websites and apps. If you're curious to know, just go ahead in your Google Ads account, create a dummy campaign, and in the preview section, you will be able to select all of these placements and see how these ads will appear and show. So I hope this video was helpful in any way. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next one.